shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind drawn is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fade. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in your bed. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rips through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the battle is right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found strong against the darkness, rising defend. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that patrols the doors. It's in yellow reason with the ball crushing blood. If his bull runs a deep, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, usher it up. So read the command, contemplate a call. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
Alright, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know how we do it for you. And let's party. Who we got in the building? Shout out to Dick Johnson. We got Seth in the building. What's going on, Jason? And we got Colonial Quail. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party, guys. How are we doing? I'm a little off. I literally woke up 40 minutes ago. The HVAC guys were here at 9 a.m. We were streaming till almost 3 this morning. And then the HVAC guys were here all day. And so I'm a little out of whack, but we are here. Colonel Quail said, bad Iran deal. Must have had to check with Putin. Well, that's definitely unfolding. But as we've got one more day that this strike is hanging over the channel, we're gonna lay low and check out the debates from this Saturday. And then we can get right back into our old dirty deeds. Medic, welcome. Said abortion is murder 100%. I agree, and that is what I debated. So I actually messed up because I went straight to my debate and I realized that I want to, that should be the grand finale, right? So let's go through the other debates. So you have to bear with me a second while I'm figuring out where exactly we are in the whole night, because we were streaming earlier before all of that started, and then we were waiting for a minute for people to come on in, and let's see. So still we're looking for Searka. There's Searka. Okay. Where are we?
I'm not against it. It's just making a second place that I have to do this. Like and I'm not trying to get too into the act because my
basically all they needed was just one camera previously, or just kind of
more like me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 10. All right. Give me a sec here.
Tyler walked away, it looks like.
It's all right.
I think that even the
okay. All right. The timer's going, so that must mean we are close. Let's see. And we got Horseradish talking. All right. So let's see. Is it invite guests under collaboration?
Back over here. Appreciate you guys. You guys have been sort of our guinea pigs here. Appreciate y'all's patience while we're figuring this out. But 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, for your closing. Are you ready to do that,
closing?
Testes?
Shit, we missed it. All right. Hold on. What were we looking up in the middle of it?
I'm going to hope he can hear us.
I think it just in terms of the, I don't remember.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time,
Okay, we're getting closer. I remember that Searka, the guy who's missing, he wasn't there for the first debate. So, okay, we're getting close. I appreciate you bearing with me.
Around here at the basic.
So good for them.
All right, I think this is the opening.
You can prove exactly what someone knew. Ready?
All right, I think we found it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, except we get better viewers if we whatever. I sent you an invite to the stream together. So if you find that, I'll send it again here in just a second once we get started. Vigi, yes or no? You're not streaming, correct?
We're close.
Okay, beautiful. Get the rest of the you first, Testes. You know how it works here.
All right.
I will start the clock when you start to talk. So go ahead.
Alrighty.
Wait, what was the prompt?
Oh, Vigi, you're muted.
You're muted in Discord.
Oh, come on, brother.
I went live and joined already.
You did? Okay, beautiful. Well, then.
Oh, Jesus. Struggle streaming. I appreciate you guys.
The Pixel 1 versus the 3D.
Yep. No, it's beautiful. I approve. Military industrial complex should be nationalized is going to be our second debate.
There we go. So that was the second one. What's the first one? Wait.
Normal.
Twitch chat.
Pixel 1 versus
be nationalized is going to be our second debate. And our third debate of the night, again, we're going to have to do that again. I'm sorry, people, is going to be between the unpresent Searka on the right, and on the left is going to be Lutch, the Indian Jesus.
We'll figure it out. Okay, so worst case scenario, if we're jumping in on the second debate, then we'll do it out of order. But, I apologize. I should have set this up before, but it was in the last minute. I was like, oh, wait, why am I going to the beginning of our debate when, but I don't even, I can't even remember exactly what the first prompt was. But welcome. And we got Liberty Plus TV. So we're here. We're at a debate. Depending on if we're on the military industrial complex debate, then we'll do that one first and we'll go back. Otherwise, we are here.
This prompt, please bear with me, is going to be boink. So much time into it and we still fucking dropped shit, man. I know I say we just so I don't feel bad, but really it's me. I'm the one who fucked all this up. I suck.
It was me, guys. Sorry.
All right. This is the one that I am really looking for.
Hey, we got the man himself in the building. Welcome to the party. This is my stream, so I should have done this beforehand, but I didn't think about. I pinned the timestamp for my debate, but I didn't think about going to the first and second one. So now I'm kind of flailing. But welcome, and big shout out to Horseradish. You guys should definitely all go subscribe. I definitely over there all the time, but I also think it's a great place to get your teeth wet if you are into debate and you want to give it a try. Horseradish is really cool with letting new people up, and he's pretty good with matching people up the way they should be. Where it's you're not getting demolished in your first the second time you might, but. We also got David Gill over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Thank you, David Gill. Dilly to you. Federal employees being prohibited from gambling. That is the first prompt. Should all federal employees be banned from gambling? And I think it's specifically prediction markets. There we go. All right, so we're good. Ready? Let's do it.
Forward to, oh goddamn, what did I fucking do?
We all struggle
we're
streams.
Just gonna start that over with.
Control Z, remember?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, how we do this. Prompt 3. There we go.
Awesome. If you're gonna do it that way, then we'll
Leave that in. Fucking the in on the you're right.
Getting close.
Let's Chief, if you can just kind of the fact like 40 and we're not just I sent out while you guys start cooking. 3 minutes is on the clock. This is going to go to you first, Testes. You know how it works here. I will start the clock when you start to talk. So go ahead.
Shout out to Wicked Wally in the building. Welcome. Is mayonnaise a debate channel? I've never heard of it. Maybe, but not that I've heard of. Horse said not all the BS, but it is cleaned up. Oh, you just posted it? Is that what you're telling me? Let's see. Boom. Oh, beautiful. There we go. Shout out to Horseradish. Let me drop the link here. So this is what we are about to watch. Shout out to Horseradish for now the BS, as we call it.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Militarized.
Now, not only is it going to look better, but we don't have to worry about my bullshit commentary throughout the other one, so that we can actually hear what the debate is. Thank you, sir. And again, guys, go give him a sub. Again, I really enjoy being on the channel, and I think it's a great place to not only get your teeth wet, but if you are into debate, kind of get it in there. This was not an easy debate for me. I think I won. The judges think I won, but let's see what you guys have to say. Shout out again to Horseradish. Let's do it.
Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button issues with people you disagree with. Our goal here is to teach discourse and survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks.
Beautiful.
We cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversation where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is justifying the flaws in what they're saying. So, at least for tonight, check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit slinging that have plagued our politics for far too long. But here, our audience does get a say. So, there will be a link in the chat to where you can vote at the end. Costs nothing. It's free, so limber up those voting fingers.
If you guys want to be part of the vote, you gotta watch live.
Okay. And we're going to exercise your democratic rights to decide which side made the most persuasive case. Now, we have 3 prompts for you tonight. We have 6 debaters. So sit back and relax and enjoy as we introduce all of that. Coming up tonight, first, our first debate of the night is going to be federal employees should be banned from betting on prediction markets. This is going to be between Vigilante on the right and Testicles on the left.
Worth the wait. Still think we could, I'm still down to. Oh, did you send me a DM about StreamYard? Definitely still down to help you out with that. But I like this setup better than just watching the whole stream.
Our second debate of the night is going to be Casey Lee versus Emmett on military industrial complex nationalized. It's going to be our second debate. And our third debate of the night, again, we're going to have to do that again. I'm sorry, people, is going to be between the unpresent Searka on the right, and on the left is going to be Lutch, the Indian Jesus. This prompt, fucking legal personhood, should begin at conception. There we go. Lutch, the Indian Jesus, is on the affirmative, and Searka will eventually, hopefully, be on the negative. So going back to
drop
this,
that?
and it still all works. Yes, it does. Casey,
Mm,
are you frozen?
hold on, wait, we did it. Okay,
No,
so yeah,
okay.
that was the this is Horse Trash's channel, and then this other link is to what we're watching right now. Shout out to John Castle. No, this is the debates. I'm reviewing the debates. What you mean? What you talking about? You don't see me up in the corner looking so cute? Welcome.
No, you were just
Okay.
you were doing the
Just
creepy dad
creepy,
stare.
just being creepy.
Yeah, just being creepy. All right. So again, like I said, because of the new setup, we can actually get this started, and Searka can kind of come in on his own. Let's Chief, if you can just kind of let me know if and or when. I'm not sure, but maybe the fact that I closed the Discord is why it's working now. So I don't know. We'll see.
Hold your breath and power through it.
Yep, that's right. I got through the whole thing, right? All right, cool. Then in that case, we're going to go ahead and move straight on into 30 minutes late, 40 minutes late. Fuck me. I am sorry, everybody. We are going to go to our
Usually it's
first.
everyone else's fault.
Yeah,
All right, and I updated the descriptions to reflect the correct video that we're watching. So all that stuff, if you want to watch it without my commentary, check that out. I'm everywhere, baby. I'm everywhere. We got Glow and Dark. Welcome to the party. Let's get into it.
right. Exactly. And it still is because it's Searka. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start with our first debate, everybody. Thank you very
Holy
much for your patience. Thank you
fucking-
for tuning in. I guess we're not going to do the stream together thing tonight because I don't think anybody else is streaming. So it's just where you just got to be here to watch it. You are? Who said that?
Casey.
It's Casey, but we have the same viewers, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean,
All right, let's get to it.
A federal
All
employee
right. So again, the federal employees should be banned from betting on prediction markets. It's like Kalshi and what's the other one? Polymarket, stuff like that.
should not be able to make money betting on the same government
Do you want that win? Do you want to win just by default? I would prefer they show up and lose than take that kind of win. But I guess them's the rules, right? Anybody know what idle games are? I am not. Sounds fun.
decision.
Here we
A
go.
federal employee should not be able to make money betting on the same government decisions that they help carry out, hear about first, or influence from the inside. Simply put, this is about trust in institutions. And if people lose faith that government decisions are being made in the public interest, then institutions stop functioning the way they're supposed to. It's not always one giant scandal or smoking gun. The risk being run is a slow erosion over time. It's death by 1,000 cuts. Losing public trust has far-reaching implications through all levels of government and society. The most obvious issue here is the conflict of interest of using non-public information for personal financial gain. If the conflict of interest is the loaded gun, then abuse is pulling the trigger. Good ethics rules do not wait for the shot to be fired. In public institutions, the standard is not don't commit a provable crime. The standard is also impartiality, integrity, and public confidence. That's why ethics laws exist in the first place. If the standard were only punish abuse after it is clearly proven, then we would not have things like judicial recusal rules, disclosure rules, gift restrictions, or anti-nepotism rules in the first place.
So I'm
Those
putting
rules-
I'm putting up a poll right now to see if you guys agree or disagree with the prompt. I think that this prompt specifically is a little bit too broad, as I think they get into that all federal employees. I think it's a little too broad, but there's definitely, I think, like our elected officials should not be allowed to do that. So I debate Searka on abortion, essentially. It's a little bit longer than that, but it's abortion. It's the atheist v atheist, the godless abortion debate. All right.
Rules, gift restrictions, or anti-nepotism rules in the first place. Those rules exist because the structure and appearance of impartiality matter more before abuse occurs. And that is exactly the problem here. The current system asks, how can you prove they traded illegally? But the better question is, why are they allowed to be in that position at all? A conflict of interest is not the same thing as proven abuse. It is the condition that creates serious risk and undermines trust whether or not abuse can be proven. And this abuse is not hypothetical. There are examples, including through a Polymark trader who made $400,000 betting on the capture of Nicolas Maduro, and another bet
Damn.
where the White House press secretary made a speech that lasted for less than 65 minutes. They profited because the speech abruptly ended 30 seconds before the 65-minute mark. More recently, there's been bets surrounding the Iran war, as well as the prices or the manipulation of oil price. And 6 new
So far, most of you are agreeing. Most of you are agreeing that they should be banned.
on war, as well as the prices or the manipulation of oil price. And 6 newly created accounts made around $1.2 million betting on when Trump would strike Iran. 40 lawmakers, as early as March 30th, which was less than a week ago, have signed a letter petitioning the CFTC to investigate these things,
Oh, look
proving
at that
this is a
editing.
known issue. And the key issue here is the
Smooth.
advantage doesn't have to come from a clean, provable leak. It can come from timing, it can come from personal internal awareness, it can come from knowing something is likely to happen. It doesn't have to be a single classified document. From the outside, the public can't tell the difference of a lucky bet or a well-timed insider bet. That uncertainty alone is corrosive and why the current laws are inadequate. Lastly, my opponent will say that the current laws are adequate as they are. Some of them are, but the rules are not enough because they are mostly reactive and not preventative. They work best against the cleanest and dumbest cases after the fact when you can prove exactly what someone knew and when they knew it. Prediction markets are dangerous precisely because they reward the gray zone of timing, internal awareness, and plausible deniability.
I tend to agree, and obviously, you know, the affirmative goes first. So I don't know what this is with the pictures. I always mix up the pictures, but this person is in the affirmative that federal employees should indeed be banned from betting on the prediction markets.
The standard for public institutions cannot be "it's probably fine." Thank you.
All right, good stuff.
All right, so that's the 4. John said, I'd probably abolish investing in general, at least dramatic reforms, so you can't play the markets. You mean for the employees or in general? I think it's, again, the issue, wait, gotta be centered. The issue that I have is, again, the scope that, you know, I think they bring up, like, being a mailman. Like, just because you're a mailman doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to do that. That's a federal employee. But obviously, there are elected officials in office and Congress and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't want them touching that stuff just because they know more stuff than we do. They've got the information that matters.
So now we're going to go ahead and go to 3 minutes of open cross-examination. This is directed questioning from Vigilante. This is his opportunity to poke holes, set up arguments, etc., etc. Ultimately, though, he gets to use the time as he sees fit. 3 minutes is on you, Vigi. I will start whenever you start to talk.
I am not great at utilizing the cross examination part of this. I definitely need to get better at how to use this time better. The way that I tried to use it, as we'll see, is to, again, set up some arguments. But because I don't know what the argument is, then it's hard to preempt it. And I thought, and again, I'm kind of jumping ahead, but I thought my debate was going to go in a completely different direction. So the questions that I had in the cross-examination didn't really end up mattering all that much. But we learn. So again, this is now him saying, okay, what about that you just said?
Yeah, so question, do all federal employees have access to information before the public does?
So that's a bit of an open question. I would say, I think it's an obvious no. Not all, like the janitors probably don't have access to privileged information. Like offhand.
I would say most of them don't, because I mean, like the post office employees definitely don't. Like, obviously, you mentioned the janitors and stuff.
Let me know if I gotta turn it up.
So, I mean, your problem seems to be mostly like with like obscure bets on like Polymarket. I mean, couldn't we just limit what people could bet on instead of just banning federal employees from all prediction markets?
So I think
I'm just saying you have to make the cross up on the fly unless the questions are designed to trap them for your own open. So and that's what I was trying to do. And typically when I've just been like listening and taking notes and be like, okay, what about this? What about that? What about that? I feel like if I have a better understanding of what argument is coming down the pipe, then you know that's where you can set up the traps and just establish certain things that you can pull back on later. A shout out to equality and deference because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome, said, liked, and shared. My goodness, thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. It just takes a second and helps out the channel so very, very much. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome. Liberty said, I don't know if the issue is privileged info because a janitor still can bet on janitorial related things. Okay, but like, so can if you want to go that way, then any teacher can bet on any education related thing. And so I do think, I mean, I personally don't think that the prediction markets are a overall good thing. But from the more libertarian standpoint, there's no sense in saying we can't do that or we shouldn't allow it. But that's the sticking point of this. That it's not all federal employees. I would have if I was on the negative where Vigi is here. That's where I would have honed it on the specific broadness. You know what I mean? The broadness of the prompt that allows too much to be banned. Too much government. Quality said, we should all adopt the insane positions that little humans are, wait for it, humans too?
What?
We should all adopt the insane position that little humans are, little humans! I told you, I woke up like 45 minutes ago. Yes, little humans are indeed humans. We got Costly Tarnish that just joined the Discord. Very, very cool. I am looking forward to seeing you in the after party. Because, guys, it is free to join the Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat if you're on the landscape, and absolutely free. However, if you are a member of the channel, or if you just click that link and join before the end of the stream, then you can join the after party. So it's an after party for members only. But if you join the Discord before the end of the stream, I'll give you a day pass. You can come hang out. Nothing to lose. All right. So let's get back into the cross-examination.
So I mean, your problem seems to be mostly like with like obscure bets on like poly market. I mean, couldn't we just limit what people could bet on instead of just banning federal employees from all prediction markets?
So I think that creates more administrative oversight. When, for example, let's say that we allow for maybe something like sports bettings. Well, what if a political figure or Trump is going to make a speech, say at a football game or something, if they're going to wear a specific color tie at some event? So there's a lot of cross where I don't think you can cleanly separate these things. And the point is...
Listen. I didn't ask, but don't be offering shit you're not actually willing to put up. That's all I'm saying.
That it's an overall principle or an overall rule, and because they are in a position where they may be able to get access to information, I think it's better to just have a blanket rule that says they're not allowed to do it.
Well, and Liberty's talking about how it's a non-issue because of the level of insider trading, and this is my frustration with the libertarian mindset. It's like, well, all of that is bad, so why does this even matter? Just because there's giant bad things happening doesn't mean that if we can tamp down on a smaller but still significant bad thing happening, doesn't mean we shouldn't do that. The actual prediction market companies are the ones who should be regulating this, not the government. Yeah, I agree with that. But it doesn't say who. So the prompt is federal employees should be banned from betting on prediction markets. So you're actually on the affirmative. You just think that the prediction markets should be the ones banning them, not the government. So you're actually on the affirmative. Oh, I debated you. I did a debate. Banning them from investing doesn't really solve the problem. It's tricky, and I think that's actually a much better approach. I think it's a much better approach that the companies are like, this is a great place to come and do your betting because we don't have people with insider information fucking up the markets. That makes the horseradish action what they would gain, that you're creating you're giving a better market, a better product, the service rather. The fact that I know that people who have insider information is a big reason. Not the only reason, but a big reason why I don't put money in those things. Because I know that the people who are have the information can tip the scales and do it whichever way they want. But if I know that, hey, it's just we're all, betting on predictions and only predictions, then I think it allows people to feel like it's a much more fair system. Does that combat the amount of money that they get? That is an interesting question, but they definitely have to gain that. Equality. So again, the prompt is going to be on the screen. Federal employees should be banned from betting on prediction markets. Do you agree or disagree? We've got the squirrel who agrees and the human who said no.
The same rule, and because they are in a position where they may be able to get access to information, I think it's better to just have a blanket rule that says they're not allowed to do it.
I'm with Liberty. I'm with Liberty. The federal employees should be banned, or not all of them, but the employees that we're talking about should be banned, but they should be banned by the prediction markets, not by the government. Smart. Hey, we got Jason. Welcome. Said Congress shouldn't be making money the way they do, and that's exactly the point. If they're already making money the way that they shouldn't through the actual stock market, can we at least have the prediction markets that are just for the people? And we got Heimdall. Welcome to the party. Heimdall said, I'm about to ask a stupid question. No stupid questions. Lots of stupid answers, but no stupid questions. Are you saying gambling should be fair? I think gambling should be as fair as it is presented to be. So if you're saying, hey, we have a bunch of people who are just using public knowledge to bet on whether Trump is going to wear a red tie or a blue tie, then it is more fair that people who don't know what color tie he's going to wear are betting than if people who do know are betting along with people who don't know. Because even if it's a 50-50 shot, then it's not a 50-50 shot if you know that it's 100% that he's going to wear the red tie. So I think that is fair. Yeah, I think that when we're talking about fairness, gambling doesn't necessarily mean that you break even every time. But that's how that's how it works in sports too. Sports is supposed to be fair. That doesn't mean you always win. That just means there's a level playing field. Gambling shouldn't be fair. Well, I think it should be. But I definitely agree that it should not be fraudulent. John said, I'm ultimately pro-market, so either regulate harshly or open it up drastically. It's complicated. I hear you. There's a lot of the issues are from the middle ground, right? The bureaucracy that doesn't go far enough to do what they actually want to do, so they just mess it up and make it worse in the first place. Shout out to Brandon Murphy. Welcome. So I'd rather be fair with people than a jerk to everybody. But if they want to be jerks, that's their problem. Well, it's your problem too if you're betting on the same thing. If they're going to be jerks and you're not a jerk and you're betting on the same thing, they're going to win and you're going to lose. Home dark said should be illegal. It is a lot of places. I completely disagree. Yeah, and so that's a completely fair statement. I'm not saying gambling shouldn't be risky. I'm saying the risk that you, so we have this one, and then there are many debates. So a 15-minute open floor debate. So we got this one, then we got a military-industrial complex one, and then mine. Yeah, exactly. But I think that's a fair position. But the risk thing is different than the fairness thing. All right, diving back in.
The information, I think it's better to just have a blanket rule that says they're not allowed to do it.
So I mean, I can understand mostly like the argument for like appointed and elected officials, but why like the regular federal employees?
Right. So this is referred to as I guess would be a bright line ethics rule. So this is supposed to be a clean line, and part of the reason is I think to avoid any ambiguity. Part of the initial reason I said in my opening was that these things have to be proven after the fact. So who knew what and when? It's a lot more administrative oversight, a lot more cost that goes into trying to do these micro policings of certain things. So I think that's why a ban outright would be a cleaner solution.
Yeah, but doesn't banning stuff just drive the issues underground and prevent disclosure?
Maybe so, but that in and of itself is not a reason not to make things illegal. And this is the same argument that people use with with abortion. Now, there are certain things that we've seen that when you do push it underground, it does make it worse. But that's still not like if you're pushing. That's like saying, oh well, if we push murder underground, then it's just going to happen unregulated. there's a level of where we want to be practical versus where the morality just comes in. We don't want that happening.
Cleaner solution.
Yeah, but doesn't banning stuff just drive the issues underground and prevent disclosure?
So disclosure, I would say there can be a tracking of wrongdoing, but I don't think that I don't think that disclosure actually solves the issue. Again, think of it as a preventative versus after the fact. So a disclosed conflict would still be a conflict. I don't think that disclosing it solves the core issue here.
Fair enough. We have 30 seconds left, so I don't think we have time for another question.
All right, we can go
Sure.
ahead and, we can go ahead and put a button on it. Not a problem.
Right.
All right.
So now
in
he's
that
going to open
case,
up.
Vigilante, I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for you. Whenever you're ready, sir. Clock will start whenever you start to talk. There we go.
Shout out to the mailman.
Yep. So prediction markets derive their value from the aggregation of diverse information from private sources to estimate the probability of events. This includes things like sports betting, political betting on things like poly market, and then also future bettings on stocks. What do all of these things have in common? They're effectively gambling. Why should we ban federal employees from gambling? It's an absurd proposition. You can claim this isn't for insider trading purposes, but banning them from all forms of prediction betting is just to prevent them from doing insider trading is ridiculous overreach.
So so he's appealing to a similar but different thing about how this is too broad. And so he's saying that it's not the federal employee part that's too broad, but the betting on prediction market is gambling. Where do you draw the line? So if you're going to essentially, from what I'm understanding so far, if you're going to ban the prediction markets, then where do you stop?
There's already bans on insider trading, including the insider trading on prediction markets for the economy. We can agree that they don't really enforce this though, and there are ways to achieve what we would be trying to achieve with this that don't limit what 2.2 million federal employees can do in their free time.
And so already, if you're saying I can achieve the same thing without infringing on people, then I'm listening.
The way that we could get rid of these is remove the House Ethics Committee and create an independent ethics enforcement agency that the head of which is elected and not appointed to limit the bias as much as possible. But obviously, that's an unlikely and unrealistic proposition because it would require a addition to the Constitution, and we're not going to get that anytime soon.
Shout out to Lil Toes. Welcome to the party. And again, guys, remember, if you are on the vertical stream and you don't want to be on the vertical stream, if you do, that's totally fine. Hang out. We are going to end it early, but we got a little while to cook. But if you want to be over on the landscape, the link will always be in the description. Just hit the description, and the link is right at the top. Welcome to the party, brother. We are debating federal employees should be banned from betting on prediction markets, and this guy says no. This is his opening statement.
Addition to the Constitution, and we're not going to get that anytime soon. Alternatively, we can we could require all elected and appointed officials to put their assets in a blind trust while they hold office. That is the most realistic thing that we could do, and that we can require and should require. Another important aspect of this is that banning things like this just drive it underground. So instead of stopping people
because they're brown
like Nancy Pelosi from doing sketchy shit in the stock market, we just get Nancy Pelosi doing sketchy shit in the stock market without the disclosure of what she's doing. Which is why if you value government transparency, we shouldn't want this. Why should we want to make it easier for the government to hide what they are doing? The biggest thing here, though, is why should we prevent regular federal employees from betting in prediction markets? If a postal worker wants to bet on the election and bet on companies' futures or bet on their favorite sports team, we shouldn't be in the wallet of 2.2 million federal employees telling them what they can and can't spend their money on.
Yeah, broadening out what I was saying before about how he's setting this up as you're banning gambling entirely because the prediction markets are so broad. Then there's nothing that you can't bet on, and so if you can't bet on if you can't bet on the prediction markets on the game, why should you be allowed to bet on the like DraftKings or whatever?
And if they get rich off of doing it, they can quit their shitty underpaid jobs. So good for them. And I see the rest of my time.
All right.
Right. So I'm going to end the poll there. 90% of you said that you agree that you are with the squirrel. And I'm going to put it up again at the end of the debate and see what you guys think.
So we are now going to go back over to you, Testy. So
Yes.
whenever you are ready, we're going to go ahead and doink. Going to go ahead and have you cross-examine Vigi. So 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start when you start.
Horseradish, I love the doink with each scene change. Doink.
Sure. I have a small favor to ask. I have a list of questions brought up here. Could you possibly actually, you know what? I'll rearrange my windows here so I can see the timer. That's on me. Okay.
Cheers.
What?
And again, I won't start the clock till you start.
Okay. So, whoops. God damn it. What did I do? Sorry. 2 seconds.
So they tried banning Steam gambling, which is like card open gambling. What happened? Well, what did they do? What happened?
Alrighty. So Vigi, just so we can kind of find some common ground here at a basic level, do you agree that there are at least some cases where it would be inappropriate for a federal employee to bet on the prediction market? Are there examples that you could think of?
I would, generally speaking, I would say just like elected and appointed officials, and only that.
So
already he's tamping down because Testy, the squirrel, is trying to set up. Well, okay, there's some bets that we don't want them to make, but you're saying, well, them is already too broad. Smart.
Like elected and appointed officials, and only that.
So when you say elected and appointed, do you mean like betting on the outcomes of elections, or?
No, I mean like federal. The only federal I would say.
Oh, I see. To who it applies to.
Yeah, are the ones that are appointed and ones who are elected.
Yeah, I'm not against. I mean, shout out to Moist Critical, who's always covering the Pokemon scalpers. The fact that that's what that world is, I'm good without it. Now, I don't like the government coming in and saying you can't do stuff. So I don't want the government to do that. But I think we should all be a little less trigger happy on the gambling.
Anybody other than that, I don't see a actual point to it.
Okay. So would you say that, at least from the outside looking in, so from the public looking at this, would you at least agree that that it's not clear to the public whether something can be a lucky bet or whether it's a well-timed insider bet? Do you think that there's an appearance of malfeasance, even if there may not be?
Not necessarily. I'm pretty sure most people just assume somebody got lucky unless who made the bet is actually disclosed. We could think of examples of this, like with the GameStop stuff, where they were trying to fucking tank GameStop by shorting it in the stock market, doing shorting bets. And a bunch of like big name people were betting on that, and including some Congress people. And then they ended up losing
and maybe that's considered insider information. Where do we draw the line?
a fuckload of money because of, well, the internet.
Okay, I got a quick two-part question. So I think you had mentioned this in your opening. So would you advocate for maybe something like just better disclosure, like better transparency, or is that something you think it's sort of okay as it is?
Better transparency. Like my main focus whenever it comes to like reforming the financials of people elected and appointed officials is primarily transparency, and then the fact that I don't necessarily think while they're in office they should have any control of their money at all. I think their money should be put into blind trusts.
All of their money?
Okay. So sorry. Trades.
Patience. I'm the main event, brother. I'm the main event.
Blind trust. Sorry, I'm just making a note of that here. I'm just 30 seconds. I could throw another one there. Let's see.
Just remember, this is a cross-examination. So
just to be clear, I want to kind of drive this point home. Do you think that? Well, you say you don't necessarily think it leads to the impropriety or like looks like something wrong is happening. Do you think at the very least that this could erode public trust in institutions? Do you think that the appearance of corruption can do this?
Not with futures betting. I think the insider trading stuff, for the most part, is what does that. And the reason for that is because the House pretty much has control on whether or not those ethics things are actually enforced, and the House doesn't actually enforce them.
Y'all just go ahead and keep rolling into the open conversation.
So that typically that would be the end of the cross-examination, and so we're just rolling into, as you said, the open conversation. So yeah, these are mini debates. They're 15-minute open debates with opening and closing and stuff like that. So we're gonna be able to get through a bunch of them, and it's gonna be fun. Claudia said, "Since when is the lightweight division the main event?" Fuck you.
Sure. So one of the things you brought up was possible.
So I'll say, based on their debate, so far I'm in the Vigi camp that the prompt is too broad to agree with. But again, he's saying the betting on prediction markets is too broad because that's all gambling, and I'm saying federal employees is too broad because of the mailman.
An ethics board, and you said that that wouldn't happen because of the Constitution, all of these things. Even just kind of at the end there, you mentioned how the House doesn't really, I guess, do its job, quote unquote. It sounds like you're sort of tacitly admitting that there is a problem, at least, that needs to be addressed. But when I asked you some of these clarifying questions, I think the main one being the first one there, where if you would agree that maybe there are some cases, and you did say for elected and appointed officials, but so you're limiting your scope specifically to those people.
Right. And so this is, Testi's right on it. He's like, this is what you're doing. Now you have to be able to not only recognize, you're kind of sidestepping, even though I know that you believe there are some bets that or investments that shouldn't be, or at least untoward or whatever. I know that you think that, but you're doing this. So step one is understanding what your debate opponent is doing. Step two is combating it. We got Guam Tag. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared again. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Again, guys, it's free, it's easy, it helps us so very, very much. Does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it. They will show it to more people. Welcome to the party. One said, glad to get on this one. I missed the original debate. How do you feel like you did? I think I did pretty well. But I definitely didn't feel. I felt way more confident going in than the moment that he finished his opening. I was like, this isn't necessarily the way I thought it was gonna go. But that's how it is. So to be clear, you already did the debate, and we're gonna review the debate you're doing after you watch the other debates. Correct. So I already this whole situation happened on Saturday night. They were the first debate. There was a second debate. I was the third debate. So now we're reviewing those debates.
When any federal employee agree that maybe there are some cases, and you did say for elected and appointed officials, but so you're limiting your scope specifically to those people. When any federal employee could access information, I can give you an example, and why I would even say for janitors or maybe people who work at whatever these other places, lower level people. There are interdepartmental, interagencies issues. Sometimes things will go through one department before another. It doesn't have to be stealing a classified document. It could just be having the foreknowledge, maybe hours before something happens. It could be seeing just a memo or an email chain that makes it by you, right? So I don't think that the barrier is very high. And I think that's why I would put much more scrutiny on beyond just people who are elected or appointed.
Yeah, but I mean, with anybody, with doing this kind of thing in general, it's still kind of more a innocent till proven guilty type of thing. You're just kind of assuming that the people that are making these lucky bets are people who have insider knowledge, when because of the fact that for the most part they're undisclosed, we don't have any proof of that.
I agree on its face, and I think one of the things I said in my opening is I think what I would view as the problem, which you seem to disagree with, is I think that there is something
There
to be
you
said
go.
about optics. When I'm talking about things like integrity and public trust, even the appearance that something corrupt is happening is enough to corrode public trust.
Strong point there. Now you're nailing him down to this basic thing that I know you're semantically getting around it, but let's get to the meat of it.
And so
Yeah, but I
even
mean,
if
we're talking
and
about gambling. We're basically just talking about gambling, though. Like the gambling in
there's
general
different types of
erodes the trust
So
of an
there's
institution.
gambling.
We can look at sports betting here, and sports betting, like when we look at sports betting, it like because of the higher influence of casinos and stuff in sports betting, people now believe like the MLB is rigged. They believe the NFL is
It
rigged.
is.
They believe the NBA is rigged.
It definitely is.
Like
Sure,
this happens in
and-
general just because
Put a one in the chat if you think that the major sports and NBA, MLB. Put a one in the chat if you think they are rigged.
of gambling.
Right. Well, so I would say there's a massive difference between somebody, even if it is rigged. I would say there's a massive difference between somebody thinking that a sports game is rigged versus real world events where you're monetizing your proximity to government power. So some of the examples I brought up, for example, or one of the examples, sorry, the easiest
Shout
one
out
that
to
comes off the top of
Lete.
my head is the $400,000 that somebody made off Polymarket when Nicolas Maduro was arrested. And this bet was
John's the
made
only
at least
one?
hours before this had happened. Another example is before Iran was bombed, literally within hours, 6 separate Polymarket accounts made $1.2 million. So I think that it seems like a lot of smoke for no fire. And when we're saying we don't know who it is, I understand prediction markets can be linked back to the original person. They're pseudo-anonymous, so there's wallets, and then there's sort of a chain that you can follow. If the government really decides to, they could subpoena, they could maybe try to access these records, find out who made these trades. There doesn't seem to be that much interest in doing that. And I'm just going to tie that in really quick with what I said before about administrative costs, to try to micro police all of these separate things, because we don't know if it's somebody who's right next to Trump, or we don't know if it's some pencil pusher down below. All of these people work with sensitive information, right?
So far, what I'm seeing here is they both have their points, but they are more so just saying, this is my point. And then the other one saying, this is my point, instead of actually attacking each other's arguments. I think Vigi here could have done a lot better on giving examples. Like, so you think that, we should do that if you're, I think they do bring up the mailman, but like that should have been at the forefront. So you think the mailman shouldn't be allowed to do this, that, and that? The rhetorical aspects of debate, as I always tell you guys, it's not just two people talking. Guam Tech says it too. You guys see it. Liberty said, see, that is the issue, the proximity. I don't know if you can control for that unless you're Palantir. Ban it all. Ban it all. No, I mean, it's a, yeah. I mean, yeah. Agreed. John said, players play for money. Ballers don't have some kind of love of sport or integrity. It's obviously rigged. So the question is, which is the worst and which is the first? Which is the worst Major League sports in terms of being rigged, and which started it? Because there was, I would assume, at one time, sports were fair. I would hope. Yeah, that's a whole that I'm not even trying to get into that headspace. Wow, even Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu becoming more and more rigged. So how do you rig that? Because that was always the appeal of just MMA in general, that it can't be rigged because you're essentially just naked and there with your skills. I'm not doubting you. I'm just asking.
If it's some pencil pusher down below, all of these people work with sensitive information, right? Or potentially come across sensitive information. And so I think that there's a higher burden that is placed on them. And one of the reasons why it's cleaner just to not allow them to participate in these markets. It's more than just gambling.
Well, I mean,
this is what I'm...
Hey, shout out to Razor Sharp in the building. Welcome to the party. It's so funny. You said something in the chat of this video, and I almost replied to it as if you were here, and then you showed up. What's good? Welcome.
Or just to not allow them to participate in these markets. It's more than just gambling.
Well, I
I
mean,
guess is what I'm saying.
Here's the thing, like even
Since the
if
60s?
say we did your proposition, we would still get these lucky bets because like here's the thing, like even if this is insider trading, which is it would be enforceable and they could still go to jail if we actually had an enforcement mechanism for it because
Real quick, I gotta, you know what? You said 60s, and I'm like, no, that's crazy. And as soon as Guam Thick said boxing, I'm like, yup, bingo. Dilly. To the both of you. Thinking hard, being smart. All right, dive him back in.
because like here's the thing, like even if this is insider trading, which is it would be enforceable and they could still go to jail if we actually had an enforcement mechanism for it because we already insider trading in general is already illegal.
Yeah, it was right here, Razor. You're like, so wait, who's the neg? And I was about to answer you.
And that's what this would be. But the reason why we don't have that enforcement is because that enforcement is one, left up to the FBI, two, is left up to the House Ethics Committee. And nobody's going to investigate the government because we don't have anybody to investigate the government. And we can see this with a lot of different things that have happened. We know of a lot of Congress people who do insider trading in the stock market, and including like the famous example that the right always likes to bring up, being Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
There's so many. The issue here isn't like the access in general; it's the fact that it's not enforced.
And so I thought that was going to be a good moment when he said the issue here. That's when you want to focus in what you're saying and give some type of moment. It doesn't have to be like blood sporty type moment, but in terms of the debate, throw something at your opponent that they have to deal with. Just giving your thoughts. Like, this is a great conversation, but in terms of trying to win a debate, you can tell that no shade, of course. Like I said, this is a platform for everybody, which is a thing that I really enjoy about it. But you know, there's levels to this shit. You know what I mean? Gong said a lot of super fights and big matches in BJJ are starting to be looked at a lot. Basically, like pro wrestling. Put on a good show, but the winner is already determined. I didn't even get to start yet. It's already rigged. I didn't even get to start yet. Well, technically I did. I went for the 2 weeks before I moved before COVID, but that doesn't count. Dana White is very strict. He's called the FBI on his own fighters. I do think that is one. Okay. That mid-debate poll. Do you think the UFC is rigged?
There's so many. The issue here isn't like the access in general; it's the fact that it's not enforced.
Well, sure, but it's.
And remember, guys, if you're on the vertical stream, all the good polls are over on Landscape.
One of those things where it sounds a little bit like, well, we've tried nothing and nothing can be done. I mean, in the case of these things, we're saying, well, the principle that I'm laying out is that something should be done, something ought to be done about these things, as opposed to. Again, it sounds like you're ceding a little bit that you're saying that there is a problem that even you're identifying here that does exist.
He slapped his wife in a casino.
So if you're saying, well, it's not properly enforced, I can agree with you on that front, right? So I'm advocating that these things shouldn't be allowed. And I know there's a little bit of cross between prediction markets versus stocks, right? But I would also agree with the stock trading. I do think that there are examples where people sit on boards, security boards and things, and they've made stock trades. And yes, there is some quote unquote disclosure that these things are publicly accessible, but there doesn't seem to be consequences. And
shout out to David. Welcome. Says, I understand that the famous picture of Muhammad Ali standing over Sonny Liston and yelling at him was because he was mad that Sonny was paid and took a dive. Interesting. You guys know the picture, right? Muhammad Ali's son enlisting. This one right here. Where are we at? Iconic. And so David's saying the reason that he's so angry is like, you took a dive, motherfucker. Why are you taking a dive? Fight me, bitch. Interesting. So Equality said, nope, UFC is merit-based. Jason said UFC is the holy church of combat. I kind of agree with you guys. I think that at least I don't know about other MMA organizations, but I do think that, the UFC seems to be, like, we see enough. I mean, I don't pay that close attention anymore, but we see enough of what we would expect along with the unexpected stuff that you would expect if it's fair. You know what I mean? Like, you expect that not everything's going to go to plan. But yeah. Liberty said, I have a hard time believing BJJ guys would take a dive. It's a very hard martial art to progress in and a very tight community. If you got found out, it would probably be really bad for you. Right after he said, I want to believe I have integrity, but if I played professional sports, I'd probably take a dive or 10x my salary. I don't know. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. Maybe that will be the next poll. Guamtech said the smaller competitions and the stuff that's open to the public isn't rigged. More so pro athletes making big name fights. Not all of them, but a lot of big names are being suspected right now. And so I think that this goes back to just the general that money is power and power corrupts. That maybe you know exactly what Liberty is saying, that you spent years, maybe the majority of your life building up and getting to be a black belt and your reputation, this, that, and the other. But once you're kind of known as the guy, like once you're a Hoist Gracie, then, you do a little this, do a little that. So, I lost a match here or there. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, 10 times 20 million is a lot of money. You do more good with that, then that is what we call rationalization. All right, let's dive back in. Guys, don't forget about Morty. He is hungry. He is dying of fucking hunger. And yes, I had to spend another $4,000 to get the AC fixed. That is why I need your help to make sure he doesn't overheat. Because I'm in debt now. Woo! Every single donation comes with a treat for the overlord.
Disclosure that these things are publicly accessible, but there doesn't seem to be consequences. And so, again, I think a cleaner option is just to not give them the option. And because, again, even if things are above board and they're just great at predicting these events or whatever it may be, the appearance of corruption is the issue.
The thing that you're missing here is the fact that them doing that is already illegal. The problem is we don't enforce it because the people who are meant to enforce that is the government. Like, we don't have any oversight of the government, and that's
sure.
Well, as Liberty says, the markets themselves. The markets themselves could make sure they're more fair by banning these employees, but it seems like they're getting so much money from that they're incentivized not to be fair.
So we're talking on kind of both sides of the coin, right? So I'm talking more about a prophylactic type of step where we do something before the corruption is allowed. And I think I highlighted some of the issues. I think good ethics standards prevent abuse before they happen. And so I said, like, judges recusing themselves, for example. There are anti-nepotism laws where we recognize that something can be ripe for abuse, and that's why we're trying to address it before the abuse can happen, as opposed to something has happened, now it has to be investigated, now we have to prove what did they know, when did they know it, was it passed off through a family member? I know there's things with Pelosi, right? There were trades by her husband, and because the alternate line is, well, it's not going to stop them. What happens to them reaching out to their cousin or a friend, right? But just because people will circumvent these things and try to get around them is not a reason not to try to enforce strong ethics standards to prevent them from abusing them.
Yeah, but at the same time, again, like
so again, that was a strong point. That's a technical exactly what I was saying. Throwing something over for his opponent to deal with instead of just saying this is what I think, and let's see how he deals with it.
Not to try to enforce strong
not
ethics
a reason
standards to prevent them from abusing them.
So essentially saying that just because there's problems doesn't mean that we shouldn't enforce those ethics. That's something to deal with. Like,
yeah, but at the same time, again, like when we put these rules in place, like, even say I grant that, and like we put this rule into place, it's not going to be enforced because of the mechanisms of enforcement. Like,
I'm gonna come back to this.
There's some great examples here with like
I'm gonna come back to this after the debate.
The different people in Congress and different people in the government who have like, or their family members have gotten caught doing or dealing drugs, and then they just like don't go to jail.
Since there's 1 minute, I'm gonna come back to this too.
Here is not like that laws don't exist. It's that when you're talking about the government, the way the government works currently, at least, the government is effectively above the law.
I agree. I feel like we're describing the same issue that we're both seeing, and we simply have different approaches to it. And so what I want to do is, I'm not sort of throwing out the baby with the bathwater, right? I feel like that there are moments for nuance, right? Like if you were to come to me, and I guess I'm trying to make a little bit of an olive branch, and I'm saying, sure, if the category that these people the federal employees are restricted to is only sports betting, I mentioned some issues that could potentially arise, but let's say it's something innocuous, right? It's not related to real world events that are happening. It's not the price of oil. It's not, is the U.S. going to take Carg Island? It's not things that affect people's lives in a deeply affect people's lives in a negative way. I might be more amicable to that, because I agree that does fall more on the side of simply gambling. But when we're talking about events that affect people in the real world, I think that having people in government who are not profiting, there's no perverse incentive, for them to be able to exploit real world events. I put that at such a high bar, and I don't want to gish gallop, but it's similar for people who are maybe police officers or people who work in the medical field. There are certain expectations when you have a certain job that you are expected to abide by. And so I would simply say that this would be part of their job. They're not being deprived of something. It's because we're putting trust into them that we have this high bar in the first place.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, we like say the example you used with like the Maduro arrest thing. Like, even if that was some random like federal employee, which it probably wasn't, it was probably some random dude who just got lucky. Like if it's some random person at the Pentagon, who fucking cares? Like, genuinely, who cares? Like, if it's not some like actually elected official, we shouldn't care. Like, these people, like, yeah, they might have some more inside information, but like they're working really shitty jobs that most of them are getting underpaid for. So if they get a chance to actually make some real money off of like a lucky bet that they already had information about, who cares? Seriously.
But I don't think a lot of people do care, but that is not the argument that Testy is putting forth. Shout out to equality and deference, because vagina over on Rumble with the $2 Rumble rant. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. And speaking of which, we got a co-sponsor of the stream, Jason, with another $2, making you holla. Thank you so very, very much. I finally figured out that's why he's been smelling the treats here, because when I forget and I actually give him Cinnamon Toast Crunch upstairs, that's what he wants. He doesn't want, his super expensive beef liver, whatever. Anyway, thank you, the both of you. We got co-sponsors of the stream. Indeed, equality and deference, because vagina, also known as Batman. Thank you. I did not forget the other the other comments, but Horseradish extended the debate, so let's keep them going. I just wanted to say thank you so very, very much to the two of you. Let me update the banner, and we'll dive back in.
Paid for. So if they get a chance to actually make some real money off of like a lucky bet that they already had.
Oh, I didn't read them. I didn't read equalities. My apologies. Let's do that. A little more. There we go. Oh, too much. Oh, Jesus. God damn it. What did I do here? Stupid. Hold on. Wah. Okay, take two. There we go. Air conditioning is one of the best things in the world, worth every penny. And thank you so very, very much. Quality and deference, because vagina. Oh, right. Thank you. Where are we at? Okay, I'm gonna let that ride. I gotta update the banner. We got this. All right, we're back in.
Working really shitty jobs that most of them are getting underpaid for. So if they get a chance to actually make some real money off of like a lucky bet that they already had information about, who cares? Seriously.
Oh, Sorry, Horse Rice. Is the timer still going?
Well, I sorry, you guys, you didn't know this, but
No,
I
no,
have the
I'm
ability to add up to 5 minutes.
Oh,
If you
wow.
guys are in the middle of a thought or in the
I'm
middle
more
of,
than happy to. Yeah, I'm more than
keep
happy
going,
to
keep going.
Shout out again to our co-sponsors of the stream. We've got Batman, aka Equality and Deference Because Vagina, and Jason, our boy. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Razor said, fuck you guys, I am the sponsor now with a big 10. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Razor Sharp said, Testy was awesome. Also, for the doggy. Indeed. I think they both did a good job, but I do think Testy did a better job. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, now that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated.
up to 5 minutes.
Oh, okay,
If you guys are in the middle of a thought or in the
I'm
middle
more than happy to. Yeah, I'm more than
keep
happy to
going, keep going.
Sure. So, well, I said in my opening statement. So it sounds with that last little bit. I mean, I feel like you're ceding to basically that some corruption is okay, or that well, they like because we're saying, well, you're kind of maybe not quite speaking out both sides of your mouth, but you're saying, well, if it's some low.
Yeah, so you're talking about
Thanks, Searka.
Basically saying some level.
That was when Searka joined, right? And fucked everything up. Let me grab some of these. He's just a baby. Who's got background music going? Not me. Not me. Shout out to Carolyn Borisenko, right? We got Dexter in the building. Welcome to the party. I know you got 99 cents to feed that puppy. I know you got 99 cents. You ain't no broke ass bitch. Said bow before me. Thank you, sir. And we got Razor joining the Discord. And so again, guys, if you, it is absolutely free to join. It's absolutely free to join the Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. If one of the mods could go over to Landscape and post it there. Now, Costly, Tarnish, and Razor both have the membership capabilities to come and hang out in the after party tonight. For free, baby. For free. Check it out. Thank you so very, very much. Did I miss anything? Are we good? You got a job interview tomorrow? Don't they all, baby? Don't they all? All right, diving back in.
Maybe not quite speaking out both sides of your mouth, but you're saying, well, if it's some low.
Yeah, so you're talking about like how basically saying some level of corruption is okay. Which I mean, to a degree, that I am saying like some level of what you would consider corruption. Like whenever we're talking about the people who don't actually have power to make decisions, yeah, sure. Who actually cares? It's the people that can actually make the decisions that the corruption matters. If you can't make decisions, you being a little bit corrupt outside of like law enforcement, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Not really a strong. Well, and it doesn't really matter. Well, that's your opinion. I argue that it does matter. You gotta make the argument.
Right. That was the point we wanted to make. Good stuff. So now we're going to go ahead and leave it here for the judges' questions. Well, we're going to in a second here. So, judges, do you guys have...
Before we go there, let's shout out Dexter. There we go. I know you guys ain't broke. Like that. Thank you so very, very much. Very much appreciated. That's the only way I live is you guys feeding the dog. Thank you so very, very much. So, wow. Okay, we only got 2 votes so far. The running poll is who did better at debating, not who do you agree with more. Who did better at debating? What, Kami? What are you talking? What?
And I know y'all were trying to pay attention there. Judge.
You guys know Tyler, who was just up here the other day, and Let's Chief. Those are the judges.
Do you guys have questions for, we're going to start with the AF, so Testes. Do you have a question for Testes? All right, looks like Tyler, you're already ready first. So go ahead and hit Testes with your question, please.
All right, so since your ethical argument right now is kind of in the lead, I feel like it hasn't been addressed properly. I'm going to be a bit tougher on you with my question.
Just a warm up, baby. We just warming up.
That gets as close
We just warming up.
to even as possible.
Okay.
So
So
When
here, okay. So here's what we'll do. We'll skip the questioning for this part. I'm gonna leave the poll up. I want to hear who you think did better at debating, not necessarily who do you agree with. Who did better at debating? So let's see. I believe he did win, right? I
who's
believe.
doing
Let's see.
Or, get
Oh, we have a timer.
And it looks like everything's working again. So fucking huzzah. So that nobody fucking move.
Yeah. So Vigi made the point that
Oh, we got
it's
it on there.
all
Question or one question from each judges. So we're gonna go ahead and head on over to Vigi now.
Okay.
Tyler, you got a question for Vigilante, please.
Yeah, so his affirmative argument on the practical level, you guys have addressed it. You've only even come to some sort of mutual conclusion, but where he's not being met.
Oh, god damn it.
on exception on world events.
Vigilante, 3 minutes is going on the clock now for you. Start your closing.
Oh, closings. I forgot about closings. All right, we skip the questions, but we're gonna do the closing remarks.
Give me 2 seconds here. I'm just great. Okay, I can see the timer. I'll bring you up into the big screen, and yeah, I think I'm ready to go.
All right, cheers. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, bud.
Alrighty. So sure, I'll
I did that on purpose.
start my closing by just addressing some of the final points there that Vigi got across. One of them was, which was a bit surprising to me, is about the lower
Maybe.
level employees, or he said that these should apply to elected officials and people who are appointed. I think my overall sort of thesis throughout this has been that I think from the public's perspective, it doesn't matter. If I hear $400,000, somebody got that money, I'm not splitting hairs on who it was. If it was the janitorial staff and somebody threw out a document and they managed to come across it and they gleaned some sort of information, if it was an email chain, I think that to the point about police officers, people who are medical professionals, depending on what your line of work is, there are certain expectations. And I do think that even the solution of the blind trust, to extend this, because again, I think it should apply to all federal employees, is I don't think that most federal employees would have the option of a blind trust. It does
Guys, hit the fucking poll.
feel a bit idealistic. I do understand that part of his issue is the enforcement mechanism is not sufficient, and I would agree with that. And so I think that what you end up doing is you add more administrative oversight. It's actually more taxing to try and investigate these sort of microcosms and who knew what, when did they know it? Are they predicting just because they're smart, good at guessing? And I think one of the things I have to address as well is why it's not like gambling, or it's not even like trading stocks. So with stocks, there's an outcome, right? But this you're betting on events, and events can be manipulated before the fact, right? I mean, obviously stocks can, if you have insider knowledge, which is illegal, you can guess, you can know if a stock is going to go up or down. This is also a source of controversy. I would say that we've seen certain suspicious trades happen before Trump posts on his Truth Social or makes some sort of speech. However, when we're talking about real world events and people profiting off of those things, there can be horrific consequences. One of the things, unfortunately, I didn't have time to get to, but is worth mentioning, is that the Polymarket, this was today, this news came out, Polymarket got slammed and they had to take down a poll which was betting on whether or not the service member that is missing right now in Iran would be rescued. And so, again, didn't quite get to this, unfortunately, but there is also deep moral implications to these things. I would feel uncomfortable with anybody betting on these things, and I'm not trying to introduce new information, but I think especially in the context of federal employees, again, I think that integrity and the perception of honesty is vitally important to maintaining trust in institutions. And yeah, that's why I would place that above. And I think that why it would be irresponsible to allow federal employees to gamble on world events, basically.
Stuff.
Beautiful. And you know what else is beautiful? My sugar daddy, the Funk Master General himself. Yeah, wait on that water, brother. Wait on that water. We got a treat for the Overlord. The 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Guys, remember, if you got a membership, join that Discord. As I just said, now you've got all the freedoms, all the privileges, and you can come out and hang in the after party. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Welcome to the party, sir. Very good to see you. We got the Madman. Welcome, welcome, welcome. True, right? Your money, waste it how you like. Thank you. So yeah, everybody hit the poll. Who do you think did? Oh wait, not yet. We got the other closing. I just wanted to shout out, boy, the fuck, Master General. Thank you so very, very much.
All right, Vigilante. 3 minutes is going on the clock now for you to start your closing. Are you ready? All right, cheers. Clock starts when you do.
Yeah, so I mean, the main thing here is you've talked a lot about the appearance. Well, even with like if we put this law into place, the appearance wouldn't change. If people accurately guess this stuff, the appearance would still be there. The problem is the lack of transparency whenever it comes to this kind of stuff, the lack of enforcement, and those are the primary problems here. Yeah, sure, we ban them, and then what happens when people still successfully make these big bets on world events right before they happen? We're just going to assume, like, if this is what we're assuming, that it's government officials, we're just going to assume it was a government official still doing it regardless. So what we need to do is specifically with the people who actually make the decisions, because the people that actually make the decisions being able to bet on this stuff is the real problem here. We need to fix the enforcement mechanisms, because they're, realistically speaking, is not currently an enforcement mechanism. Yes, this would add administrative oversight, but in order to actually fix the problem of the appearance of corruption in this case, we have to increase administrative oversight over the government.
So really, a strong area he could have gone is giving a potential of, here's how we could do this, where we would so he was the negative, right? So he doesn't want them banned. Here's how we can fix the problem without banning all federal employees from betting on gambling. That's his position, but did he really give a strong framework for how we could do that? And then again, that's throwing it back to Testy, the squirrel, to have to say, well, that wouldn't work because
it currently does not have any administrative oversight. You could claim that the FBI is administrative oversight, but it's not. It doesn't actually enforce laws whenever it comes to people who are actively in government. You can see this with insider trading. As far as the reason why I was talking about the stock trade and insider trading is because when it comes to insider trading in the stock trade, doing prediction bets as an elected official when you have insider information is considered insider trading. It is illegal for them to do that because it is insider trading.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the thing is, when we talk about, you kind of alluded to it's not really gambling, but it is gambling. It is gambling on whether or not a world event is going to happen. It's the same thing
Definitely.
as sports betting. It's just doing it on elections. It's doing it on world events. It operates the exact same way. The odd, whether or not the odds of something are going to happen is based off of the amount of people placing bets on whether an event is going to happen or not. So like when we look at how sports betting works specifically, the way that the casinos determine odds is based off of the amount of people placing bets on one team winning. It works. It is functionally the same, but that's besides the point. In order to fix this, we actually need to increase oversight. We don't need to add another bullshit law that's not going to get enforced.
That's it. We're only getting 3 votes. There's 11 people on that side. Give me 3 more votes. 3 more votes.
All right. Good stuff.
That's on purpose.
We're going to go ahead and give it a couple of seconds while I drop the link for the voting into the chat. This is going to be in the shared chat. So everybody who's streaming on Twitch, you already got it. Let's, Chief, if you would scoop that up and put it into the...
So I think, if I'm not mistaken... I hate that they did that.
Into the room.
If I'm not mistaken, Radish usually... What is going on? There we go. Okay, yeah, so we have the affirmative wins. So that means Testicle Johnson was the winner. So everybody agreed. Only a few of you, but interesting debate. So we're gonna move over to the start of the next debate. being, I think,
Prompt again. The military-industrial complex should be nationalized. Emmett, you got to see what more or less one is supposed to look like. Do you have any questions before we kick this off, sir?
and you guys know Emmett, so at least we're about to get a little bit more into it. Yeah, I mean, let's do it. Who else? What else? We got. Yeah, I'm not doing that. There's a million other people that are just, scrolling through Twitter and refreshing and whatever. Go do that over there. We're having fun. The poll isn't popping up for you because you are on the vertical stream. If you want to be on the stream that has the good polls, then make sure you hit that link in the description and head on over to the landscape. We're at about an hour 25. At the 2-hour mark, I am going to cut the vertical stream, so make sure you're on the right one if you want to keep partying. Razor Sharp said, I'd rather tear my tongue out than go anywhere near Iran stuff today. Yeah, I said shit. Me too. And I mean, I'm full disclosure. We still have the strike hanging over the channel. By tonight or tomorrow, that we should be good, or we should know if we're good or not. But I'm just playing a little bit safe. So I believe this Casey person, that's their first debate. We know it's not Emmett's first debate by a long shot. But here we go. The military-industrial complex should be nationalized.
Nope.
Cheers.
Let's do it.
Perfect. Well, then in that case, Casey Lee, 3 minutes is on the clock, my friend. Whenever you are ready, the mic is all yours.
The status quo in America is a several-tier justice system, one for the rich and the connected, and the other is for you and yours. Exactly what crime would the defense contractors break where we would have a reasonable expectation of an investigation and charges? When even
it is okay. No. I thought it was somebody else's first time, but hey man, whatever you're into. And I purposely didn't say he because I wanted to give you the shock. I'm like, oh, that's a dude. Well, actually, is it a dude? I don't know. It sounds like a dude.
Expectation of an investigation and charges, when even some ties to the CIA is enough to get a pass for literally raping American children. No cap, full stop. The first level of corruption is the classic. Lobby pays congressman, congressman pays company, company pays lobby, and the money goes around and around and around. And taxpayers.
Well, hey, dilly to Testy for the day one win. Dilly fucking dilly.
Pays company, company pays lobby, and the money goes around and around and around, and taxpayers lose. Notably, comically, IPAC pushed Congress to purchase Israeli air defense systems. Military did not. Military tested them and said they sucked and they had better stuff. Congress passes another bill in 2020, with a bill states explicitly that the army must use them.
Razor Sharp saying, but I like kinks.
Hurrah! October 7th happens, and the army says, "Oh, here you go. You're going to need these." Maybe gives Israel back their air defense systems for free. That's cool. Though the corruption involving defense contractors is much more ingrained than the usual congressional earmarks. It isn't Congress that usually decides what is being purchased, after all, when it comes to military weapons.
So it's halfway through the opening statement, and I know that he's on the affirmative because he's going first, but I'm not really sure what the argument is so far.
It is in fact.
He said, well, they say this, but that's cap. Okay, what's the argument?
Random or sometimes not random. DoD spooks often moving in and out of those companies' executive positions just to go back and do another stint at the DoD, and back and around we go. Researchers from watchdog groups like the Project of Government Oversight and others know that track each year hundreds of individuals moving back and forth each year between private defense contractors and the Pentagon or other government positions. In 2016, they note 645 cases involving revolving door hires. And now when, for example, a former defense executive becomes Deputy Secretary of Defense, they're now in charge of managing and purchasing the weapons for the companies that they, quote unquote, used to work for. And let's be real, we'll be
I'm not hearing an argument
at some point later. Imagine if you can, this is moving on to another point slightly. Imagine if you can that your country, your defense contractors are selling to whoever they want, and a weak but and paid for Congress with already virtually no oversight on this does nothing.
And then
combine that with the aforementioned issue of accountability, and what you get is Visacom. In 2019, the Navy SEALs needed 450 highly specialized radio antennas. They specifically required a model made by a specific company.
So am I still imagining what you told me to imagine, or did you move on to another point?
Contractor The contract didn't go to that company, but instead to Pentagon-connected insiders who turned around to simply upload the sensitive military blueprints to Chinese manufacturers' web portal and ordered knockoffs at the cost of $6 each. Despite committing literal treason, over 6 years of litigation, and Visicom was fined $300,000. The company has done over $30 million in government contracts. When literal treason happens, there is no expectation for individuals to be blamed. Oh, heavens no. There is little expectation for actual repercussions to the companies even at this point. That is today. That is now.
So I think this is a perfect example of trying to fit too much into your opening statement. You can't have the entire argument in the opening statement, especially in a mini debate where you only have 3 minutes. You know, if you're doing like an hour-long debate and you got a 10-minute opening, that's a different thing. I still think you shouldn't approach it this way, but just trying to check this out, and then that out, and then that out, and then that out. You need to frame, this is what I'm going to be arguing. The stronger you can present that, then the stronger it is when you back up what you presented. The reason for an opening statement is to essentially be like, this is what I'm going to say. This is what I'm going to talk about. And there was a lot there. I don't doubt that, you know, the facts that were listed and the ideas that were presented were, you know, completely nonsensical, whether I agree or disagree with them. But this was not, this doesn't give me a good idea of why you think that the military-industrial complex should, in fact, be nationalized.
So I gave you an extra 30 seconds. We went a little over there, Casey. That's all right. So I'm now going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock again. This time, Emmett, it's for you to go ahead and cross-examine, ask questions, kind of set up. You can either set up questions to knock it down or set up questions to set yourself up as you see fit. So I'll start the clock when you ask your first question.
So first of all, thank you for having me on, and I'm going to start the cross. When it comes to modeling, when you're so, you know, oh, this is so bad. That doesn't matter to me. It makes no sense.
What did you just say, Emmett?
So you're trying to get, because you're saying that we should go ahead and get these companies to be part of the government. How is it giving more?
I mean, androgynous. That's supposed to be a chick. Come on, this is supposed to be a chick. Androgynous. Like I ain't hating. Live your life, but that's supposed to be that is a character that is a chick.
We should go ahead and get these companies to be part of the government. How is it giving more to the government will be less corruption?
So already Emmett's establishing that you were saying this, but how does this help? That's already throwing something. As much as we love Emmett over here, Emmett knows how to debate. So he knows that this is his time to nail down the fact that either Casey didn't give a good argument, or that Casey's argument didn't work.
Is it giving more to the government will be less corruption?
You take out the profit structure. The companies don't have profit, so there's no one raking in the dough from taxpayers. You take out the
okay, so if that is the case, that would mean that the more government we have, the less spending we would see, right?
We would have. The companies that we hired wouldn't be raking us for their profits, because there would be no profit.
But there wouldn't be companies that we hire. We just go ahead and take whatever they have, and we're just gonna spend more money of our taxpayers on them, right?
We're already getting grossly overcharged for nearly all the things.
Okay,
so
let's say that is correct.
Okay,
let's say that is correct. Wouldn't that be a government inefficiency? Like wouldn't be a problem of the government that they are getting overcharged? How is it that giving the government more power would mean that these will solve the issue of the government not doing their duty?
And so again, a very clear question. Military industrial complex being nationalized means there's not private companies making, bidding for making weapons and doing this and that and that. That it's just all the government. The U.S. government has the manufacturing, and they do that and all the way through. And so Emmett is saying, if you Casey, are establishing that government doesn't do well, then why then are you saying that the government should do more with arguably the most important thing, our military? And the military itself is obviously the government, but I mean the industrial complex around it.
They already have the power. They're just using it to make profits for their friends or for companies that they in fact actually pseudo work for. It's the.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, well, that would be correct in your worldview, right? But you said that they were
That is
committing
factually
treason,
correct.
and that you said that they're committing treason right now. They're doing absolutely nothing. So you want to give them all the power of all these companies to a bunch of
Hold
dudes that are doing absolutely nothing when it comes to treason?
When a company is given U.S. military like antenna, like a highly specialized stuff that our enemies aren't allowed to see, we literally ship that. We send that to a Chinese company to have them make $6 ripoffs. Like, how is that not treason? How is sending
I agree with you. They should.
Right, and so Casey just fell right into the trap. So Emmett's saying that this is if you're saying the government is committing treason with this stuff, then why do you want to give them more power to do that? So you've just established that the government is willing to engage in treason, but you want them to take over the entire complex. That is how you frame an argument.
All be in jail, but why should I give it to the people that are not even putting them in treason?
Right, I'm saying
Yeah.
that there'll be
If they should be,
different
if they should
different
be,
people, and when they're not themselves making money by this.
yeah. If they
system.
let's say that, just the 20 seconds real quickly. If let's say that the government should put them to play with the trees.
That's always a good trick, a good tactic when you're on specifically the cross examination. If you're getting into discussion, you're not getting as far as you want to. This isn't the open debate part. This is supposed to be I'm questioning you. And so when you've got 30 seconds left or something, if they're saying something, especially if it's not good for your point, you're like, well, okay, this is cross examination. I only got 30 seconds left. Can I just ask one more question? It doesn't matter what they said then. Because like, yeah, that's what we're here for.
And they're not doing that. Why should we give them more power to the people that are not doing their job?
Right. When you remove the profit structure, you also remove the corrupt individuals who are there for that profit structure.
Okay.
All right, that's perfect. Landed it right on the button. 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, Emmett. That is.
So I do think that Emmett would have been able to come back to that, but again, clock management helps.
Your time to open, sir. Go ahead and start it whenever you're ready.
Yep. Thanks so much. Well, the reality of the thing is that when I was thinking about what kind of argumentation I was going to make, once we're going to go for, I immediately realized that the first thing that we're going to talk is about corruption. And oddly enough, whenever we talk about the government has a specific role. The role of the government is to be the force, the enforcer, okay? And to do the enforcement, they were going to have to use all kind of the most amazing and advanced capacity they have in order to use force. In this case, planes, guns, anything they want. That's all they have. That in and of itself is going to be a little bit of corruption in there because the government is not there to create anything. They're not there to do anything. They can't. All they have is a cudgel and they're going to hit you on the head with it, okay? That's their capacity. So I could go to the whole thing of, well, the government cannot create, they cannot innovate. If you go to Venezuela or China or anybody, all they do is rip off, or in the case of Venezuela, died of hunger, one of the two. So I don't want to be a communist country. I don't want to be part of the communists that all they do is pretty much die of hunger. What I want is to be able to create the most amazing thing. And the only way to do it is by allowing the individuals to create companies so that they can do it. They can innovate. They can do all these kind of things.
So compare this to the when I paused it halfway through Casey's opening. I'm pretty clear on what Emmett is arguing. Whether I agree or not is irrelevant. What is being argued is clear.
That's not even the problem. The problem is that every time we see a government create a structure, this structure is going to tend towards corruption. So Casey is saying, you know what? Let's give all of these companies to the government that tends towards corruption to fix the corruption that we have in the government. It's a complete non sequitur. It makes absolutely no sense. I don't understand how is it possible that
It's not a non sequitur, but no, it doesn't make sense.
After 2,000 years at least, we have seen these kind of horrible implications of letting the government overreach because they become corrupt. We're still trying to get the government to overreach and become way more corrupt. And we see it every single time. Democrats and Republicans do it. They create the structures in which we're going to see a bunch, we're going to see bureaucracy appear. And every single time in those kind of bureaucracies, we're going to see nepotism. We're going to see people that are not supposed to be there, ranking millions of dollars. And you know what is the worst part? When they're part of the government, they cannot even go bankrupt.
Good point. Razor saying Casey dropped the ball by not emphasizing that the people are the government, and we've forgotten that due to propaganda. Good point. Good point. I still don't, I still fall on Emmett's side of the debate, but that would have been very helpful.
Stop with them. we have to save them every time. We have to give them more and more money because they cannot. They're part of the government. What are they gonna do? Stop taxing us? So I'm gonna end up in this. I think it's a completely non sequitur, giving more power to the same people not doing the duty because of corruption.
How is it both a non sequitur and also giving more power? A non sequitur means that doesn't lead us anywhere. You're just saying, Emmett, that you don't agree with her position. That's not what a non sequitur means.
Corruption is completely nonsensical. It's P and not P at the same time. Thank you.
All right. 3 minutes now is on the clock for you. What a great face to come back to. Casey, 3 minutes is on the clock for you to go ahead and cross-examine. I'll start the clock when you do.
Okay, and so now we will see the inverse, and let's watch how more clear Emmett is on bringing everything back to the prompt itself. Hey, shout out to White Buffalo. Welcome to the party. So we can't afford war, or we can afford wars, but we can't feed the poor. That's America, baby. That's America. Welcome to the party. Remember, we have the good polls over on the landscape. Link is right at the top of the description. Right now, we are just asking if we agree or disagree with the prompt. The military-industrial complex should be nationalized. Casey is the affirmative, about to cross-examine Emmett's opening statement.
Why can't the government create stuff?
Well, let me put it this way: when you go and see the structure of the economic system, the way that the government exists is only through force, and all they do is enforcement. So they become corrupt. That's why they cannot create.
Is NASA? Is that enforcement?
Clear answers.
Is NASA enforcement?
Yes, they do it through enforcement. The reason why is because they do it through your taxpayer money. What happens if you don't pay your taxes?
How is going to the moon enforcement?
They do it through the capacity. They do it to you paying your taxes. So if you don't pay your taxes, they're gonna come to you, enforce it, and put you in jail or take away the money.
Right, but you didn't say that you said they only do this and they never create things. So I'm pointing to an instance where they created things, and I'm asking why isn't that them creating?
Okay.
Because they're not creating. What NASA does, and what NASA has done, is they pretty much take all of the they outsource all of the minds to the universities, and the best of the minds in the universities go back to NASA. It's a synergistic system, and still NASA is a corrupt institution. This is what I'm saying. We have already these kind of institutions that have been corrupted and are corrupt, and even though we can find in some cases they can kind of work, because we still need to have the private sector. They all work in the private sector in the sense that they work in the universities.
So again, the purpose of this segment is for Casey to be like, well, you said this, but that doesn't make sense. Or to set up things for the future. And right now, Casey is just setting up Emmett to look stronger before the debate even starts. Well, exactly, right? Money, aside from the enforcement aspect of they get money from your taxes through the threat of force, if they're doing other shit too, that goes right back to what Casey said about how the government is going to be corrupt and all that stuff. But if that's the case, then why would we nationalize a private industry?
If you're an engineer and you work for a government or you work for a corporation, why isn't you just doing your own? Why is your engineering different? How is your engineering different?
Well, if you're an engineer and you're working, let me explain. If you're an engineer and you're working for one of the companies outside, and you fail and it goes bankrupt, it's your fault. So you have a responsibility to be the best that you can. If you fail in a government institution, well, and I guess the taxpayers can pick it up.
No, an engineer.
Yeah, exactly. If you fail as an engineer, let's say that you destroy 10 rockets and that would have destroyed NASA. In reality, it doesn't destroy NASA because it's part of the government. So they can, taxpayer, can you speak it up?
Yeah, and what happens with very large companies in the U.S. Go bankrupt?
So when you ask a question like that should lead. You should be trying to string together a narrative, to for lack of a better word. You're asking these questions to tease out what in the opening doesn't make sense. What can I undercut before the debate even starts? And so Casey's just asking questions. Emmett's got answers. It seems like Casey disagrees, But again, this isn't just a conversation; it's a debate.
Happens with very large companies in the U.S. Go bankrupt. Like
It would
for
depend on
example.
the. It would
What do you
depend,
think
right?
would
But I would
happen
say
if-
that
if
that is
Boeing-
corruption.
What do you think would happen if Boeing was going to go bankrupt?
Yeah, I
They
would
make
say
a
that
lot
that
of
is
our-
Too big to fail.
our private
corruption.
planes.
I would say that that is
So
corruption.
what do you think would happen?
Quality's heading out. Thank you so very, very much. You have a good one.
You think
They
think
would
we would
be
let it-
bailed out, and I would say that is corruption.
correct? So it's
Yeah.
not really capitalism, is it?
But that's irrelevant because whether or not it is or is not capitalism, it is what the government is doing. So why then, if that's going on, do you want the government to take over more?
I never said that this is capitalism.
Well, that would be if it's not the government like making stuff, and then the opposite is like the benefit would be
No ads on landscape.
like some
That
sort of
would be
market
a-
system or whatever. But I'm saying it's not the
No,
market
I
system
get
anyway,
it, but
is it?
that would be
Okay.
corruption, wouldn't it be?
So Horseradish liked what he's hearing, and so extended the time.
Absolutely.
So this is the thing that you're telling. This is the thing that you're telling me right now. Hey, the government is corrupt. I want to give you more power, and I'm saying, why? Why do you want to give you more power? It's already
Okay,
corrupt.
what specifically was corrupt about NASA? Like not today NASA, but like going to the moon NASA.
So
Operation Paperclip.
once again, the problem that we see is that it tends towards corruption. So every single
How do
time you
NASA
have these
tend
kind of
towards that?
institutions, they will go corrupt, and you agree to that. It's like right now NASA is corrupt. So,
Mhm.
so that's
Yeah,
that's the
I'm
point. Or do
debating
you want to give them more
against.
power?
I'm debating against our current system.
Hey, agreement in the chat. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly to agreement in the chat. Well, agreement after non-agreement. Not just a circle jerking each other, but I saw you going back and forth, and I like it. I like it.
I'm
Or do
debating
you wanna give them more
against.
power?
I'm debating against our current system. To a system we
I know you're
used to
debating
have.
against our current system by giving
That's-
more power to our current system.
That's going to a poll, guys. That is going to a poll. Little Toes, come on over to landscape.
No. We revert the process where NASA wasn't corrupt, where NASA was inventing like all the things they created the batteries and all of our power tools. They created a lot of the electronics
No,
that
that's
we
not
use even
true.
today.
Again,
What's not true?
it's not true that they created all the power tools and all the batteries and all the things.
No.
That's not true. It's not
The
true.
type of
They can
batteries
use-
that we use in power tools, that they designed those to go to the moon.
Okay,
them
let's
smaller,
let me pretend that that is the case. Is my
Okay.
computer designed by NASA right now? Are we using the same kind of technology that gave us to the moon?
Poll is up,
No, I never
guys.
said your computer was.
Did we ever go to the moon? The options are yes, no, or only with Artemis 2.
But there's
Oh,
probably
perfect.
components in
Then-
it. There's probably components.
Great.
In it, actually.
Then it's not only NASA, right?
Actually, the camera in your phone uses a CMOS image sensor. That
Okay, but why are you saying that? Why are you saying that? Well, Casey, he's got you arguing for giving a corrupt government more power. So what does the camera in your phone have to do with negating the idea that, okay, even if the government is corrupt, we should still nationalize the military-industrial complex because...
is something NASA created.
You think that the camera on my phone was created by NASA?
I don't think. I know.
Okay. Let's say that I agree with you.
Right? See, now that is a non sequitur. That is a non sequitur. The fact that NASA created your camera or whatever, that is irrelevant to the conversation. That is a non sequitur. I meant.
All of it. I agree with everything you're saying. They were amazing and created all of these. Tell me, how is it possible that right now Boeing is working with NASA and they pretty much fucked up a mission?
Wait. Well, first of
Do
all,
you want to give more power to
today's
Boeing
NASA,
right now?
Today's NASA is different because today's NASA hires
Yes.
private companies like SpaceX to do shit and Boeing. To
And
do
you
shit.
know what is
That's
the
what
coolest
I'm
part of
arguing
what you said
against.
to me? Yeah, you know what is the coolest part of what you said to me? That you agree with me that it tends towards corruption. So why you want to give it more power?
So again, notice how he keeps hitting on that point. You, Casey, said that the government is corrupt, but you want to give them more power. There is an argument on the other side, but you've got to make it. It's not enough to think it. It's not enough to believe it. You have to debate it, articulate it.
Can you answer that question? If
No, I'm getting rid
government
of the
tends towards
corruption.
corruption, why do you want to give more power to the government?
Right. There's corrupt government and there's far less corrupt government or corruptible government.
I like the mid-debate fact checks.
Okay,
I'm
show me
trying- I
one.
want
Show me
to
one less
change
corrupt
to a-
government.
I'm saying no. I didn't say corrupt or not corrupt. I said more and less. And I said a
Yeah,
system
show me one less
like
corrupt
a
government that is
system like
applying.
NASA is much less
Perfect.
corruptible than the current system that we have for NASA,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
involves hiring other companies to do the work, overpaying them, by
perfect.
the way, grossly.
Perfect. You're the
To go to
affirmative
what,
in
Mars?
this case. So you should be able to show me a state right now that is less corrupt by using the kind of prescriptions that you're saying.
And so again, you can see in the chat, Testy and Razor are giving points to Casey for being right about the fact that the camera technology is from NASA. But what did that do for the debate?
Yes, I'm saying today's NASA versus the NASA that actually did all of the work themselves and
Yeah.
didn't outsource. I'm arguing don't outsource. I'm saying that these companies should be publicly owned. That's what I'm arguing for. We need to go back to that NASA, which was less corrupt and less corruptible.
I granted that in the past NASA was perfect, but it tends towards corruption because now it's corrupt. So if that is the case, you should be able to show me right now a government that is not corrupt, that is doing the kind of policies that you say you want.
Why can't we look at a historic system?
Now, I'm going to
even
the
one that we
history.
had
The
here,
history was
America.
NASA. NASA was not corrupt, but it tends towards corrupt. My argument is that it goes towards
less
corruption.
corrupt.
It's corrupt now. So
And so Evan's making the point that the example that you, Casey, are using is a perfect example of why we should not nationalize these things. Hey, shout out to Carl's Frosted Tips. Member for 19 months. My goodness. Thank you. So very, very much, of course. A treat for the Overlord. Welcome to the party. This is our watching. What? This is a debate night that I did on a Saturday on the horseradish demilitarized zone. And it was a mini debate, so we're going through the whole night. Welcome to the party. This one is the military-industrial complex should be nationalized. And Emmett's kind of winning on the negative there.
it tends towards corrupt. My argument is that it goes towards
less-
corruption.
Razor said the argument from Casey should have been that the bureaucracy and informed populace helps towards less corruption. Yes, that would have been a good thing to throw over to Emmett. That now he has to engage with a point that she's making. Like, okay, great, the phone camera is made by NASA, and then. Like that is you're exactly right, and this is why again I think horseradish is a great place for people to get into this. I mean, and this is this is a positive thing. But if you're gonna go on, like Speakeasy Channel, Modern Day Debate, The Raging Tomato, all these things, these are people who do this, people who debate. And so if you want to, sharpen your skills, I definitely think that this is a place to go. Oh, KFT again with the $2. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Said hello, my friend. Hope all is good for Morty. Very much appreciated. Yes, I had to spend $6,000 to replace my AC unit, so every little bit helps. Thank you. So very, very much. Glowdark said, did you know having national sovereignty is socialism? Say more on that. What exactly do you mean? We got Jake Go Texas. Welcome to the party. Said, what does the government ever run better than the private sector? Nothing. Welcome. And KFT Carl again with the super sticker. Thank you. So very, very much. And Morty's loving it. He's loving it. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Let's update the banner and dive right back in. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
NASA was not corrupt, but it tends towards corrupt. My argument is that it goes towards
less
corruption.
corrupt.
It's corrupt now. So if that is the case, right now you must have a country that you know of that is implementing this kind of communist policies that is not corrupt. Can you tell me one? Show me
I
one.
never said that it wasn't corrupt. I never said zero corrupt. I didn't
Less
say NASA
corrupt.
was zero corrupt. I didn't say the U.S. government was ever zero corrupt. I said less corrupt. Yeah, a lot of countries and systems are less corrupt than the U.S.
Can you tell me about one that is less corrupt in accordance to you? Like, show me how is it less corrupt?
And so that's Emmett literally saying, "Can you make an argument instead of just saying the things that you think? Can you make an argument?" And I know that you think that. The question is, why do you think that? Oh my goodness, Carl, my goodness. All right, for the triplicate, look at that brick. That brick. Thank you. So very much with the big bye. Oh, I was going the wrong way. There we go. Oh, he's loving it. Thank you. Said, feed Morty some more. The government sucks. No matter who is in office. Buy pew-pews and prepare. Be ready for disasters. The government won't help you. Absolutely great advice. Thank you. So very much, sir. Cannot tell you how much it means. Thank you. We all need to feed Morty. Very much appreciated.
Less corrupt in accordance to you? Like, show me how is it less corrupt?
Just as a country as a whole?
Of course, we're
Probably
talking
like
about the whole. We're talking about the
Norway.
country as a whole. Norway.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah.
You
Those
okay?
opinions,
Fine.
those types of
Norway.
shit,
Is Norway a communist country?
I'm not arguing for communism.
Oh, I'm sorry, but if you want the government to have all the power when it comes to the structures, because that allows them
I
to be
didn't say
less
all the
corrupt,
power.
wouldn't that be communism?
Is having firefighters paid by taxpayers, is that communism?
No, because they're a specific
No.
industry, and I would say that if
So
we
are
had
the
them,
defense
if
contractors.
I would say that if we had them as contractors, they will be less efficient. They will be way more efficient. Sorry.
That is Razor brings up a good point that I like to highlight all the time, that the slow-moving cogs of our system were on purpose to keep despots from barreling through our constitution. The wheels of justice, the wheels of politics and government are meant to move slowly. Very good point. What else we got? Postal Service, they definitely don't make as much money as Amazon Prime, and you don't get 2-day shipping. So I still stand on my answer. The Postal Service is done better, at least before it got defunded thanks to lobbyists. So yeah, then how do you? I mean, it is demonic, but how do you say that the Postal Service is better than Amazon? In terms of, in terms of a business structure, not speaking morally, speaking as working the way it's supposed to, making money, delivering a product or service.
As contractors, they will be less efficient. They will be way more efficient. Sorry.
That is one of the all-time failures in history. The richest man who possibly ever lived, is highly debatable, is ancient Rome, and he owned the firefighters, and they would show up, and buildings would be on fire, and they would literally start haggling. You're talking about Crassus.
Okay, but then so great. Okay, so now you've got a point of contention that you're saying that Emmett agrees that the fire department is not socialist just because it's by the government. And so now Casey's giving an example of privatized firefighting where it didn't work. Okay, great. So you need to nail down on that. And you have to, if you're saying that, if you're presenting that, then you have to give him something to contend with. Why is it that these firefighters were haggling, but you don't think that would happen with the military? That's how you got to nail it in.
And they would literally start haggling.
You're talking about Crassus.
History.
Yeah. Do you know do you know what's the name of that guy?
You gotta remind me if you want.
Yeah, his name is Crassus. Okay, and Crassus became the most rich man in the whole of Rome. So I don't think it was much of a failure for him. But anyway, let's move.
Well, but just because the Postal Service offers something that Amazon doesn't mean that Amazon is not as good at doing what the Postal Service does. That's just a different thing. Public service, like mailing, usually isn't supposed to be profitable in a working society. Well, that's exactly the point. That the argument that you're making is a different argument here. We are making the argument on the money that's made, the efficacy of the service, and all of those things. You're appealing to something different, that we need things in society that aren't based on profit. That's a good argument, but nobody's making that argument.
Rich man in whole of Rome, so I don't think it was
Not
much
in
of a
this
failure
debate.
for him. But anyway, let's
No,
move
not
on
a
from
failure
that.
for
Can you please
him,
tell me
a
of
failure
the
for
Norway
society.
space Can you tell me about the Norway space program that is less corrupt than NASA?
Oh, I never said that. I don't know whose space program is less corrupt.
Well,
I
you said
never
that it
said
was
I could
not the
even-
full country, so I thought we were gonna go into
I said I could name two
equations.
countries.
We're gonna make them a little bit equalizers, right? So they must. If
That is an argument Casey should have made.
you're talking about Norway, and Norway is capable of having their space program is less corrupt, so you should be able to show me their space program, right, and what they do.
I don't even know they have a space program. I never stated that they did.
So you have you have shown me absolutely no reason to believe you that there's going to be less corrupt.
The country
Yeah,
with a space program that's less corrupt than ours is ours 50 years ago.
That tend towards corruption because
so
it's
let's
part of the
go
government,
back to
right?
that system. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you can, but I
corruption
cannot turn back
is an
time.
ongoing process. You're never going to stop ever corruption. All of it. You have to pick and choose like what is less corruptible than other things.
Do you
There
have
is
a
no
way
on
to
or
turn
off.
back time so that we come back to the 50s?
Yeah, I do.
Because I would love
we
to
just
be
answered-
able to do that, but
as
I
far
don't
as
think it's
yeah,
possible
as far as
to
the
turn back time.
structure, as far as the structure of our our military industrial complex, I do. We just
Yeah, you do?
design the system so it works more like it used to.
Oh, the moon poll. 60% of you. What was it? 60% of you. So the question was, did we ever go to the moon? 60% of you said yes. Only 30% of you said no, and 10% said only with Artemis. I feel like we're probably in the Artemis camp. I don't know. I don't claim to know that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. I'm just saying, there's too much shady shit. There's too much shady shit. And guys, we did just hit the 2-hour mark. So if you are on Vertical, make sure you come on over. I'm about to shut that stream down. If you want to come and be with the cool kids, the link is in the description. As always, come on through.
How did it used to work?
It less contractors, more like nationalized industry.
Do you have any
doing
documents
work.
that show how many contractors they use, how they use them? Do you have any information about that?
Yeah, NASA.
So all
Okay,
of that, and we get back to the same place we started at. Well, NASA. What is the argument? What is NASA? How is NASA connected to why the military industrial complex should be nationalized?
Do you
No, it
know
doesn't even know
who's
what to do.
the first billionaire in American history?
Nope. Tell me.
It's the aviator guy. I don't remember his name right now. It's from a movie. One of his first things that he did. Well,
Then
it's not
why
for a
did you
movie.
ask?
He's actually a real person. He was a germaphobe. One of the things that he did was create planes for the American government. Was he a contractor in the past? It was about 50 years ago.
You tell me.
Now you tell me. I don't know. It's your claim is that in the past we didn't have contractors and that was better for us. But I mean, I just showed you there was actual contractors in the past working with the American government. So I'm not entirely sure if that's the way that it used to work, and we're going into this time machine back in time, or
No. Well, I gave NASA an example of like something we should aim towards. I believe that like the plane industry is probably likely always been private, probably.
Remember when we believed in Doge? Oh man. Yeah. So you can drop if you're not a mod, you can drop links in the Discord. I've got that open. I will see whatever you drop. $5 for a side quest. If you got something else that you want us to do, any video under 10 minutes, $5 for a side quest.
I agree with your belief because I have every time just to say I have a belief, I agree that you have that belief. But do you have any way to show me that in the past it was less corrupt?
My example for a system that today sucks because it's corrupt and uses contracts.
No data, no.
Right, and that's Casey's argument that falls into Emmett's argument. that NASA used to be like this and it was good, and now it's nationalized and it's bad. So if NASA did that, and you, Casey, are bringing up NASA, then why would you use that as the example if it does exactly what Emmett is arguing that's going to happen? Razor Sharp said, I was just showing that until after 2006, the U.S. Postal Service was the most profitable. Well, and totally fair, I think, in terms of nationalized things, fire and the post office are probably two of the ones that are up there, that even if the most ardent libertarians could say, well, okay, that's not the end of the world. The point is that okay, great, it worked out for the postal service, that now it offers things that, even though Amazon does it faster, cheaper, whatever, there's other things that are offered by the U.S. Postal Service. That's not a bad thing, but that being that way doesn't lend us to we should do that with the military industrial complex, which is the debate.
No information directly, just your idea of what was in the past because you believe in it.
Right, but Jay, that's not what Razor is arguing. Razor is making a different kind of argument, that the post office isn't bad and it's part of the government. It's not as good as the private sector, but it's not bad in terms of, I mean, there's issues, but you know what I mean. It's not as bad as fucking Congress. Liberty said the U.S. didn't learn its lesson. They still subsidize food, and it literally led to us being one of the most unhealthy developed countries. Voting exists outside of the realm of libertarianism, in my opinion. I don't believe voting is consent like other retarded libertarians. Fair enough. Comtech said this 3D animated chick with a dude's voice has been freaking me out the whole time. Just wear a mask, man. And the funny thing is, Emmett was cammed up, but when he saw that, he was like, oh, well, I'll do this. I don't get it either. I don't get it. Full Slipknot. Wait and bleed. I don't remember the words, but
it's corrupt and uses
Yeah, but
contracts.
no data, no information directly, just your idea of what was in the past because you believe in it.
What kind of data would you like? What is the measure of corruption?
Oh,
good question.
My measure of corruption is the more that we have government intervention, the more corrupt it's going to get. You have to show me that the more intervention from the government is not going to make it more corrupt. So if you have any data on that, I would love to see it.
Any data on what exactly? You're going to restate that?
On government intervention making things less corrupt.
Well,
so again, now a specific thing. Okay, if you give me an example of the government making something less corrupt, that's why the Postal Service example doesn't really fit, because we're talking about corruption. So if you can show me one example of the government making something less corrupt, then maybe you have an argument. But if you can't, then that seems to be a pretty strong reason why we shouldn't nationalize the military-industrial complex.
Well, if there's no profit structure, then there's less incentive. And here we're just using logic. Then there's less incentive and then less possibility for the extraction of wealth.
Who told you there's no profit structure? In fact, the people working in there are getting profited by it, right? If you are a governmental official, would you be profiting by the fact that you're getting paid to be a government official?
Right. We're talking about on the level of owning a business, of the revenue, the profit of a company. That's what we're talking about. Of getting the profit of having things.
I don't know how many businesses Bernie Sanders owns, but I think he has profited a bunch.
What did Casey just say? I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump on in there. I'll let it roll a little bit over, just to see where you guys were going with that. But
I think he just let it roll into the open debate. I don't think we still have that.
We're gonna go ahead and get into the Q&A section. So
Okay,
hopefully each of the judges has at least one question for each of y'all.
So we're gonna skip the Q&A. We'll go to the closings. So I think we got that. One question there. One question there. And closing.
Yeah. Okay. So, clock whenever. So it's going to go to you, Casey. Your opportunity to go ahead and close for us. I'll start the clock whenever you start to talk.
Yeah, my opponent is has this brain rot where it's like government bad, government can't do anything, corporations do it better, business does it better. Even what he just said a moment ago, but what he just said a moment ago was leaning on the idea of a company surviving and needing that incentive to survive, and I entirely agree with that. That's why I'm a capitalist. I'm not the communist. I'm not debating for communism.
Are you sure? And poll is up, guys. Who debated it better? Casey over here or Emmett over there?
But the whole argument is that survival structure doesn't exist. Even he admitted that our government wouldn't let Boeing fail. He admitted.
Real quick, we're back that up. But just on the borders thing, there's I don't even I forget his name, but there's some comedian going who's getting fed to me on I don't need to do that because Vertical is gone. This comedian gets fed to me on TikTok all the time, and he's just like based comedian, like not the most based ever, but you know he just talks about like the you know, not the wokeism of 2017. That would be hacky, but the newer version of the bullshit from the left. He talks a lot about that, and you know, they were talking about the Billie Eilish thing of you know, no one's illegal on stolen land. He's like, wait, that doesn't even fucking make any sense. If this was stolen land, wouldn't that make us all illegal? It's like, that makes sense. Everyone's illegal on stolen land. And then he made the other point that, so we own the moon. We were Americans are the indigenous people of the moon, assuming we went there. All right.
Argument is that survival structure doesn't exist. Even he admitted that our government wouldn't let Boeing fail. He admitted that, and then 5 minutes later is talking about the surviving instinct being important.
Yeah, but he didn't say it was good. He just said that's what would happen. You asked what would happen if Boeing failed, then the government would bail them out. That is what would happen. That doesn't mean he's in favor of that.
For an efficient company or some shit like that. Engineers work good, and they don't care if they're working for Jeff Bezos. They don't care if they're working for Sam Altman, who raped his sister. Engineers don't care. They just do work. And the actual most important point, which I haven't even mentioned, is
nope. That's the rules. We were indigenous. We were the indigenous peoples of the moon. There's no treaty on stolen land. Come on, guys. Nobody with the fucking stolen land joke. This is the fucking time.
The actual most important point, which I haven't even mentioned, is the incentive structure for these companies to push our military, our country into war, into making more bombs, into making more military things. And when you spend $1 trillion every year on hammers, well, everything starts to look like a nail. And that's exactly what we've seen. The companies that benefit
empty cliches. Horseradish, you gotta turn off the goddamn Discord things.
From us going to war are pushing us into war. It's been nonstop. My entire life we've been at war, in war. And
that's why I didn't really stop on it, because you know it's a nice little thing to throw in there, but if it's not connected to his argument, then you're just saying things.
Your life. This wouldn't fucking exist if it weren't for the companies that are benefiting to such an extent as they are today. If we're talking about a system where there is no competition, where the company that makes one type of plane or one type of tank is going to continue to do that, there isn't that there isn't that gain you get from being being a open market type situation. Moreover, the rank corruption that we just see, you could see someone go.
Horseradish, if you're still watching, just to let you know about the going into streamer mode, you can just go into do not disturb, and that won't have any Audible notifications.
Going into the Pentagon, signing a contract for a company, and then leaving the Pentagon and going to work for that company for tens of millions of fucking dollars. Whatever you think the corruption is in government that exists, whatever, like this is the absolute worst version of it. That right there. Done.
All right. Good stuff. Landed it on the button. Unfortunately, I had it on the wrong screen, but that's all right. We're still working on getting better. 3 minutes is on the clock for you now, Emmett. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready, buddy. I'm all ears.
Yeah, of course. I was not going to go to personal attacks, but since I have brain rot, this commie fuckle who wants is to get your taxpayer money and do as much damage to your country as they can. Okay? The idea of, oh, I'm not a communist. Fuck off, commie fuck, okay? We're not gonna give you our industry. We're not gonna do any of that. The point of it is that all your moral indignation means absolutely fucking nothing at all. Nothing. You're like, oh,
Shout out to Marilyn. Welcome to the party. We are watching Emmett close his debate against Casey, and then it's my turn, the main event of the evening.
Moral indignation means absolutely fucking nothing at all. Nothing. You're like, oh, Alman raped his sister. Who the fuck cares? You would vote, if it was possible right now, for Bill Clinton, who got a fellatio in the Oval Office and flight all the way to Epstein Island like thousands of times. Okay? So at the end of the day, when it comes to doing this kind of moral indignation about, whoa, the government is better. The government is the same kind of people that are in power. And what they want and what they have as their main incentive, okay? The main incentive is to be as rich as possible and to be as powerful as possible. Just as a
Razor's saying Emmett's rage was funny, but hers performance, I'm a little biased because Emmett fucking hates me. So anytime I'm on a panel with Emmett, he's just going fucking full bore. So this is the calmest I've seen Emmett in a long time. But I mean, hey.
People in the company. The difference is they do it through force. The companies do it through providing a service. That is the big difference. Companies want to be able to provide the best possible service and the best possible product that they can so they can get as much money as they can. The government doesn't. What the government does is use as much force as possible in order to gain the power and to force people into either paying them, for example, taxes, or in order to destroy the market so that you only have one option and it's the government option. At the end of the day, we don't want your stuff, communist. Okay, you want to go to communist countries? There's a lot in the market. Go to Venezuela. They love you there. They're gonna be super happy to have you there in Venezuela. And that would be it for me. Thanks so much, Horseradish.
Absolutely.
And so when we see that, in the debate space where you're going to have people of two different sides, then this is why I talk about, building up goodwill. If you're going to go hard, you have to build goodwill. You got to start slow and ramp up to it. Now, I think that, I don't think they were, on either end of the spectrum of like blood sporty or completely, what's the opposite? Not contentious, but like, nice and whatever. I don't think they fell on either side. But take that for what it's worth. I like to go hard in the moment when I feel like I've earned it. But, a lot of people are going to say, oh, because you argued well, but you went too hard. I don't like that. That's going to happen. All
right. So, yeah. That was it. So great performance from both of y'all. I'm actually, unfortunately, was dealing with a sound issue there, so I kind of missed what happened there that provoked the ad hom response. But I'm sure I will watch it whenever I'll find out whenever I hit the VOD. But
all right, and so wow, you guys are 50-50. Really? Are you really 50-50 on this? Somebody hit the goddamn poll. What happened? What happened? You guys used to be all about these fucking polls. And of course, the affirmative one. Wow. So, Casey actually got the win for that one. Right? Yeah. Affirmative. No, wait. Yeah. Oh, damn. So Casey wins. Wow. I said, stick to good faith as much as I can when I debate. I do too. I match energy. If you're gonna be like Emmett, then so am I. All right. Well, I guess fuck you guys if we're not doing polls then. Fine. So we'll skip through the questions and time for the main event of of the
returning
evening.
almost champion. Sorry, Searka. It sucked, but he came in at the end and he knocked you off your pedestal. So, but this time,
My turn.
this one is
Let's
going to be
fucking
yours.
go.
So, that said, you guys both know how this works. Do you guys have any questions before we begin? Or are you ready to jump into it? You guys have been super patient. I appreciate it.
Ready to go.
All right, cheers. Well, then in that case, Lutch, 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Bring the thunder.
All right. Well, thank you, you guys. You guys probably heard this. When I was practicing this, but this is the main event. Horseradish for hosting and Searka for taking this debate. I'm looking forward to getting into this without appealing to God or religion. We're here to discuss one question: when does human life gain the right to not be killed? I propose that legally, personhood should begin at conception because that is the moment a new, distinct human life begins. Unique DNA equals unique human being. From that point forward, what exists is not a potential human. It is a human with potential. Bill Burr may be a filthy lib, but even he can acknowledge in his comedy bit that cake batter in the oven wouldn't be called a potential cake, but a cake in process. Put a one in the chat if you do not know the cake bit that I'm referring to. I put that in there because I felt like a lot of people would know it, but I don't know. Do you know what I'm talking about? Bill Burr and filthy lib and potential cake versus all that stuff. Do you know what I'm talking about? Batter in the oven wouldn't be called a potential cake, but a cake in process. From that moment of conception, a fetus has its own DNA, its own developmental trajectory, and, if not interfered with, generally will go through every stage of life that you and I have already passed through. So at what point during this continuous process is it okay to choose to end a human life? Searka may try to move this debate into gray areas, viability, consciousness, dependency, etc., but those are all changing and subjective standards. Viability shifts with technology, consciousness is difficult to define and even harder to measure, and dependency exists in many forms throughout life, specifically directly after birth, which I'm sure we would agree it's not okay to kill at that point. None of these provide a clear, consistent, or principled line for when a human life magically gains value. Conception does. I meant to do the magically does, but I forgot to hit the button. It is the only point that is biologically grounded, logically consistent, and not arbitrarily dependent on external factors. If we're going to draw a line at all, and the law must draw a line, then it should be at the point where a human life actually scientifically begins. We're all cakes on stolen land. I'm disappointed that nobody came up with that while we were actually talking about stolen land, but dilly. Not somewhere later based on shifting definitions or the convenience of 304s. Once we admit that some human lives do not yet count, we are no longer debating the beginning of life. We are deciding which lives count and which don't. Actually, wait, I want to back up a little bit. What do you guys think about that line? Because I was back and forth on whether I should include the line about the line of where we draw it being at the convenience of 304s. Did that land? Did that, like, what talk to me? I'm going to play it again. Admit that a point where a line at all, and the law must draw a line, then it should be at the point where a human life actually scientifically begins, not somewhere later based on shifting definitions or the convenience of 304s. Once we admit that some human lives do not yet count, we are no longer debating the beginning of life. We are deciding which lives count and which don't. Searka will likely argue about difficult cases, edge scenarios, and legal complications. I don't deny that recognizing personhood at conception would require us to think carefully about how we handle those situations. But difficulty is not an argument against doing what is right. We already build complex legal frameworks to protect human life in countless contexts. The fact that something is complicated does not mean that it's optional. The question isn't whether this creates challenges. The question is whether we are willing to recognize a human life for what it is and extend to it the most basic protection we give to any person, the right not to be intentionally killed. That is what is at stake in this debate, and my position is the only one that life maxes, as Clavicular would say, and minimizes the needless death of babies.
All right.
Brilliant.
So
oh
you
my
landed
God.
right on the button
that
there.
was amazing.
Searka, 3 minutes.
So, a couple could have been shaped up But I think the fact that I was comfortable with the framework that it was too atheist. We're not going to get into God and how do you ground your morality, blah blah blah. That we could talk about that. But I specifically didn't bring up the slavery argument that I meant to get into later, but then I didn't get into it. And so the way that I thought this was going to go was that he was going to talk about how the rest of the legal landscape is going to be completely upended if we start giving rights to fetuses. Things like, do they have a social security number? Just whatever. That's where I thought this debate was going to go. I was very wrong. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Girls just don't like taking responsibility for their actions. That's not a reason to kill babies. All right.
Minutes is on the clock for you to cross-examine. Use this time as you see fit, sir. Welcome in. Glad you can make it, and I hope you're ready.
And yes, a side quest is coming because he knocked me off my fucking rocker with this first question.
We'll start the clock when you are ready.
Of course. Well, first off, does every cell have its own DNA, unique DNA? Indian Jesus.
Sorry, you were a little quiet. Does every what?
Does every cell have its own unique DNA?
No, the cells in a singular body is going to have the similar DNA structure. That's why we're using DNA, not being a cell. A lot of people will talk about like, I could clip off a toenail and that's still my DNA. But that's moving far outside of the framework of assigning personhood to a fetus. And so again, I at this point, I'm thinking, yeah, of course. I'd never heard that there's different DNA in each individual cell. So I'm like, oh fuck.
So you're just factually wrong. No, every cell has its own unique DNA. That's a fact.
Is it though?
Yeah, and then second,
so that was a huge thing that Searka should have fucking hammered me with. He should have hammered me with that. And he just kind of, nope.
Things like being biologically human are not the same as being enough for full personhood, right? Like that doesn't really just mean anything about what the debate is about, correct?
Sure.
So just because it's biologically human doesn't mean that we automatically just assume something like personhood.
Why?
Correct?
No,
not because those two things.
That's the debate. That's what we're debating.
These are different things. It's actually pretty unclear when to give personhood from. Right? Personhood is essentially something a government does, like the described rights we have in government are then prescribed onto something. And it's to me, I think it is extremely unclear to give personhood to just a fertilized egg. But
so I just want to maybe I'm ignorant AF, but you're telling me that there's a different DNA sequence in cells in my right hand than the cells in my left hand.
They're similar, man, but each cell has its own unique DNA.
So let's see, what was this? Okay, let's read what this says. Your DNA is not the same in every cell from Freethink. Okay, so this is what he brought up to fact check me. So let's see what this says. Fascinating explores how a series of discoveries is radically changing our picture of what it means to talk about your DNA. We refer to a person's genome in the singular, as though we each had one genetic code that formed when our father's sperm met our mother's egg. I mean, yeah, that's what I thought. But that's not exactly true because mutations happen in our cells all the time, and those differences can spread as cells divide to grow and renew our bodies. We've always known this in abstract, but we only have recently realized the true extent of genetic diversity that exists inside each one of us. The implication for medicine and what it makes for blah, 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 blah. We are all partly mutants. Yep, that's how evolution works. We also think about mutation in the context of evolution. This kind of genetic change is passed down through the generations, but mutations that happen inside regular somatic cells like brain, liver, or skin cells, basically anything that isn't sperm or eggs. Mutations also happen. So if we just have the sperm and the egg, and that zygote is only one cell, fuck! That's where I should have gone. Like, hold on. If it starts as one cell, right? So how does one cell have different DNA?
Stupid.
Fuck. All right. When a cell divides, DNA gets copied over to the new daughter cells. Occasionally, an error happens. Yeah, a mutation. So let's. So here, I'll drop this in the link. Drop this in the chat if you want to see. Yes, apparently we are all mutants. Where we at? We got that. Bubba, god damn it, Ricky Bubba. His DNA point doesn't take away from your argument at all. And that's why, we'll get there, but that's why you have to be able to know what it is that you're saying, because that was my entire argument. New DNA equals new person. Unique DNA equals unique person. And that was completely wrong, and yet I still won the debate because I understood the assignment. Razor said, well, on Searka's side, argument-wise, he failed to make the proper point. Yeah, it's crazy to me that he didn't nail me down on this unique DNA stuff. Now, I still would have been able to make the arguments that I make about hair and all that, but each cell has different DNA. What does that have to do with killing all the cells in a body? It actually makes it way worse. Fair, but my argument was that this entity has unique DNA from anybody else's DNA. And that is a reason why we shouldn't kill it. And so he's saying, well, that is the case for the different cells within the fetus. And so that doesn't give us the clear line that I was establishing. So let's go. Did I do this already? Hold on. No, we'll just start a new one. Let's start a new chat. All right. So we're going to bring it to Chat GPT. I was in a debate about abortion, and my opponent knocked down my assertion that unique DNA doesn't mean a unique person. Is this? Can you guys see this? Or am I just fucking staring at myself? Is this what's the exact question I want to ask? How true is this, and how relevant is it to my idea that we should extend personhood legally to conception? Let's just see what the GPT has got to say. Maybe you ate, baby. Let no crumbs. The personhood argument didn't even hit what the personhood argument didn't even hit what makes personhood. Yeah, good point. He didn't offer an alternative. Each individual cell's DNA would be unique to that being, though. Right. It's not like they're exactly. We're going to come back to this. I am starring this. So, again, I was in a debate about abortion. My opponent knocked down my assertion that unique DNA does not mean unique person. How true is this, and how relevant is to my argument that we should extend personhood legally to conception? He's partially correct biologically, but that point alone does not settle the legal or philosophical question of personhood. Is unique DNA unique person true? Biologically, a zygote at conception has unique DNA from both parents. So yes, it is a new human organism in a genetic sense. So that's where I faltered, because there's a point at which the zygote is a single cell. So that single cell has no, that still doesn't work, because then he would say, well, the literally the DNA is in your right hand is different from your left hand. But at least we're seeing how weak that is. So they bring up twins share DNA but are two persons. Chimeras, rare cases where embryos merge, can have multiple DNA profiles. Unique DNA is neither necessary nor sufficient for personhood. So he's right there. But why my argument is still valid? Your instinct rejecting DNA as a defining line is widely supported by philosophy. Personhood is usually grounded in criteria like consciousness, sentience, self-awareness, ability to have interest. These are tied to the brain, not DNA. So where your opponent has the advantage, even though DNA alone doesn't define personhood, your opponent can pivot to a stronger argument. It's not just unique DNA; it's a developing human organism with the inherent capacity to. Well, no, that would be my side, but whatever. So technically true, but if you want to defend your position more effectively, avoid leaning on DNA alone. Instead, frame it: conception is the start of a continuous human life. Any later cutoff, heart viability, all that stuff is arbitrary. Yep. Bottom line, your opponent is right that unique DNA that marks. That's my position. ChatGPT, come on. You're right. That does not automatically equal personhood. The real debate is not biology; it's what criteria we use to define a legal person. And so then even so, I can throw this away and say, okay, fine. Unique DNA does not equal a new person. Then what does? What does? Hey, you want to do? I'm down to debate this. I'm down to debate this. I have me and Horseradish are actually going to set up a debate for Friday. So tune in for that. He's filthy lib. So we're going to do some. I actually wanted to debate him on this, but he wanted the atheist to be atheist. We both did. But all right. Maybe I'm ignorant AF, but you're telling me that there's a different DNA sequence in cells in my right hand than the cells in my left hand. He literally said that.
Similar, man, but each cell has its own unique DNA.
So then, can we talk? So then, let me rephrase unique DNA to be the unique DNA profile. Hey guys, we're past the 2.5 hour mark. If you want to keep the party raging, if we get $20, I will do the debate with Razor right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, unique DNA profile equals unique human being, correct?
I mean, there's not much more to say right now than just probably like we can.
Well, is that correct or is that incorrect?
No, it's just this is not really relevant. Okay, I'm sorry. It's in my cross section right now, but you just need to read a biology book.
Okay.
Now, the other thing I want to talk about, okay?
And so that's where that's a good zing. You need to read a biology book. Oh, okay.
I mean, how much longer? 36 seconds. I think one of the other things you said was something about. No, pretty sure that just covers it. The rest of it was kind of like nonsense to me. So we can move on.
All right, cheers. Well, then in that case, 3 minutes is on the clock for you now, Searka. Whenever you're
$20 for an impromptu debate. Let's do it.
You're ready. I'll start the clock.
Okay. I'm going to say that, of course, something biologically human exists at conception. In my opinion, the negative.
That's my argument, brother. That's my argument. I should have clocked that. I should have been like, you started your argument. You started your opening with my exact point.
I does not need to deny that myself. The real question is whether conception starts the rights of makes the start of a rights-bearing person in the moral, legal, and philosophical sense. Those are not the same thing, and treating them as the same thing is a whole mistake. Biology can tell us when a new organism begins. It cannot by itself settle when full personhood begins. When moral standing becomes equivalent to you or me, when the law must treat a fertilized egg as a citizen, the move requires argument and not just assertion. Something like DNA is not enough in my eyes. Metabolism is not enough. Human origin is not enough. If it were every human tissue sample would carry the same status, and clearly it does not. So the burden here is heavier than it first appears in my eyes. There must be a reason. Conception and conception alone is the bright moral line. Why not implantation? Why not sentience? Why not consciousness? You brought up consciousness, but both of those two things you said yourself are very unclear. Applying personhood to a developing fetus is in and of itself extremely unclear as well. I found it kind of weird that we brought up consciousness and didn't really see the link then. At least not like topically, but just the link between their unclearness. Why not viability? Once those questions are on the table of certainty around, conception starts to wobble quite a bit. And that matters because this is not a careless debate. It is a serious one. If full moral status, legal protection, and public power are being assigned...
Wait, what do you think that he said that was the concession? The thing that I said at the opening where he said it's not... that's a unique thing or something else? I'll go back a little bit. I don't want to go back to the whole thing, but...
I found it kind of weird that we brought up consciousness and didn't really see the link there. At least not like topically, but just the link between their unclearness. Why not viability? Once those questions are on the table of certainty around,
Did I not answer that?
conception starts to wobble quite a bit. And that matters because this is not a careless debate. It is a serious one. If full moral status, legal protection, and public power are being assigned at the very first instant of development, that requires more than a slogan. It requires a reason that survives scrutiny. And that matters because
Gotta pee.
So the negative position is not that life is worthless before birth, not at all. It is that personhood is a developing status, not a switch flipped at fertilization. Moral weight can grow, and human value can be real.
And so again, notice he is not giving me an alternative starting point. So that's where I have the advantage.
But conception is not magic, and saying it is. I just don't think it says or does it so. So.
All right. I take it that sounded like you landed it. So 3 minutes is now going to be on the clock for you, Lutch. Go ahead and cross-examine as you see fit, sir.
That scared the fuck out of me because my dick is out right now. And then I just saw myself. I was like, ah! Okay, so then you're saying conception is a bad place to draw the line. So then where would we draw the line?
I think the moment of birth is the most clear point at which we could actually prescribe governmental personhood or personhood, which is the prescription of rights from a government onto a human.
That's when I was like, oh, okay, we back, baby. We back. Because again, as Razor did say, there's a big difference between life and personhood. But again, rhetorically, if we're going to talk about ending life, and you're okay with saying it's not worthy of personhood up till birth, then what's the argument not to kill it? Right. So 9 months in the womb, totally good to kill them because they're not a person. Is that your position?
I don't think it's murder. You just said kill.
I said kill. I didn't say kill, right? I mean, I didn't say murder.
Prescription of rights.
Is it 3 times? He tried to say that I was bringing up murder. Did I say murder?
Government onto a human being.
So 9 months in the womb, totally good to kill them because they're not a person. So you kill them. Position?
I don't think it's murder. You just said kill.
I said kill. I didn't say murder. I said can you kill them?
I don't think it's killing.
Do you not think they're alive? Our fetus is not alive? You don't think it's killing? You admitted that it is the start of something that is alive. Ending that is killing. That's what that word means. Developing status is a wild way to frame human rights. Agreed. Yeah, someone drop collectively, $20 collectively, and we'll do it.
I don't think it's killing.
Do you not think they're? But also, Razor, you did join the after party, so we can do it there. We're alive. Our fetus is not alive.
Semantically, I guess you're correct. Killing, yes.
Is there another? What? Okay.
Yeah.
So if it is alive, semantically as opposed to practically. So again, the question was, if you're saying that birth is where a personhood begins, why is it okay to kill the baby, or why is it not okay to kill the baby right before they have personhood?
I guess you're correct. Killing, yes.
Is there another? What? Okay. Yeah. So if it is alive, is it okay?
I'm agreeing with you there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So then the question stands: is it okay? 9 months pregnant, sitting on, but drop down 20s, bro. Drop down 20s, yo, the table, saying push, and be like, actually, you know what? Nah, just end it. That's okay.
I mean, no, that doesn't happen though.
Why not? That doesn't happen. Notice how I skipped over that completely. Because that's not the question whether or not it happens. The question is it okay? This is a hypothetical situation. You're like, well, that doesn't happen. It does happen, but that's irrelevant. I don't need to go on whether or not it does happen. I'm asking you your opinion of whether that would be okay if it did happen. And be like, actually, you know what? Nah, just end it. That's okay.
I mean, no, that doesn't happen though.
Why not?
Because
I didn't ask if it happened. I asked if it was okay. Why is it not okay? I didn't catch on that.
So you said 9 months in. Okay, how many? I'm sure you've heard this before.
Bro, and this is the whole fucking thing. This is exactly, we got there in the panel. But I fucking forgot. And I was going to put it in my opening statement, but I wanted to kind of keep it in my back pocket. They're like, this is the same mentality that the slave owners use. Maybe in the after party, we'll take the part where I get there. But I'm so mad at myself. I'm so mad at myself for not bringing that up earlier. And like the structure of the debate being short, you don't have a lot of time to go to this point and that point and that point and that point. It was there. Because my whole thing was going to, okay, because what we eventually got to was like, okay, fine. If you're saying that full personhood shouldn't be given, then why don't we give him 3/5? That solves all the issues of who to prioritize. Birthed humans get full personhood, and fetuses get 3/5. And he couldn't answer it. To him, nerfing.
So you said 9 months in. Okay, how many? I'm sure you've heard this before, but what is the percentage?
So yeah, personhood is and that's why it's specifically legal personhood, meaning the certain things in the Constitution apply not to all people or to all souls, but it specifically says all persons. And so the justification for killing a fetus is that it's not a person. Even if it is human, it is not a person. Therefore, it doesn't have the rights. That's their argument. And so that's why I'm saying, nuh-uh. We're all humans. You got. We ain't taking shortcuts here. What the fuck is that? No shortcuts.
Months in.
Say it or don't.
Okay, how many? I'm sure you've heard this before, but what is the percentage of third trimester?
Why is that relevant to my question? I'm giving you a hypothetical.
Because you made up
where
a
there's
scenario
9. There's I'll tell you again. There's a baby, or there's a mother that is 9 months.
You can tell me
pregnant.
again, but what you just said is made up. It doesn't happen, man.
Yeah, that's what a hypothetical is, sweetie.
And
so again, the
this,
hypothetical is there's a woman.
Yeah.
And she is pregnant, 9 months. Baby's about to come out. Razor says the 9 months we kill them stuff is stupid. Don't you guys want to hear that debate? According to your framework, it is okay to kill that fetus, not murder. I understand you don't think it's murder, but it's okay to end the life of that fetus at 9 months because of the fact that you say it's not a person.
I actually probably think it's
I'm
not
just
okay,
I'm just establishing. I'm trying to understand.
Are you going to let me
yes,
answer?
that's what you believe, or
Are
no,
you
that's
going
not.
to let me answer?
Sound like you were about to ramble. So yes or no question.
No, I just said I actually don't think it's okay. I just don't think it's possible to legislate on it.
Okay, why is it not
Which
okay?
is what this topic is about.
Sure.
It's
Why is
about
it not okay?
legislating this.
Right. Why is it not okay?
Because the risks far outweigh what you're talking about right now.
The risk to who?
The risk to the women.
So notice how this is his cross-examination. He's the one who's supposed to be interrogating me. But homie don't play that shit. Homie don't play that shit. You want to come and tell me, oh, read a fucking biology book. All right. I match energy. Like I said, I match energy. I take over. I am the fucking ruler here.
Risk to, I mean.
Okay, so
you
were talking about
here, let me give you another example.
You're talking.
Let me give you another example.
If I could just take my cross-examination while we're here. So you talked about what is my. Wait, what? Oh yeah, my bad. My bad. It was It wasn't my cross-examination.
Stupid.
Viability before, and as I mentioned in my opening, the viability changes based on technology. So if we had the technology that was completely safe for a woman to have an abortion at 9 months, that would be okay with you?
I'm sorry, we're
completely
mammals.
safe for the woman.
We are mammals, dude. If we could shit eggs like fucking
that does
chickens,
not answer my
it would
question.
be different. Yes, it does.
How would you feel if you didn't
That's
eat anything? That's twice. That's twice that I asked a hypothetical and he didn't answer the question. I mean, what I was appealing to is he was talking about viability, and viability is yeah. Hey, you can't win them all, right? At least I won this, right? The idea. What were we just saying? That does not answer my question. For women to have an abortion at 9 months. The idea that viability as a line is arbitrary because that's based on the technology, and so he's saying. So I'm presenting if we had the technology that made it perfectly safe for a 9-month pregnant woman to remove the baby, would that be okay? Technology. So if we had the technology that was completely safe for a woman to have an abortion at 9 months, that would be okay with you?
I'm sorry, we're
completely
mammals.
Safe for the woman.
We are mammals, dude. If we could shit eggs like fucking
that does
chickens,
not answer my
it would
question.
be different. Yes, it does.
How would you feel if you didn't eat anything yesterday?
No, we are mammals. We have complicated pregnancies.
Got him!
No amount of technology is going to change that, my friend.
That's not the question. The technology
it is. That's
can
the
change.
problem here.
I can explain it to you. I can explain it to you.
We have development that happens here. Okay, like here, you can have a condition where, like the fetus, for instance, the doctors know that it's not producing a hormone or something to make a liver.
How do they know that? Another thing I forgot to bring up in the debate, but did come up on the panel. Did they use technology? Did they always have that technology? Is it possible that new technology will come up where it is exactly what I'm saying, the hypothetical that I'm bringing, whether there's no
How
risk
is that
to the
going
mother?
to change the fact that the liver will not grow inside the fetus?
Why do we need the liver to grow in the fetus if we're killing it?
If you do you want to outlaw abortion?
Got him.
Is that your
Generally,
argument?
yes.
Okay, so if in your world right now, the fetus that I just described has to be all the way to term with no liver, and then the mother has to watch it die in her arms once she gives birth to it.
Okay.
Are you aware of this?
Yes. What, I don't know. Is there a question?
Is that fucking cool to you, or I'm confused?
Obviously not. I'm the pro-life side. What are you fucking talking about? Shout out to Kelly Green. Welcome to the party. So these motherfuckers are insincere. I feel like they're intentionally trying to deny the shit you say. Well, I mean, that is what a debate is. That is what a debate is, Kelly. That is what they're there for. What he's saying doesn't happen. He's a stupid fucking providing shallow hypotheticals. Fuck that guy. I was the one giving hypotheticals, but okay, fair enough. You know, guys, we still have we have the debate on the table. If you guys collectively can get $20 more, we'll bring Razor up and have this debate right fucking now.
Aware of this?
Yes. I don't know. Is there a question?
Is that fucking cool to you, or I'm confused? Like,
clearly, no.
What do you mean? Okay, so how do we?
Do you not understand the difference? Do you not understand the difference between legal and emotionally or morally acceptable?
I do.
Okay, so then you're doing a bait and switch there because you asked me how I feel about it when we're talking about the law. So again, tactics, good tactic, but you got to call it out and see that's what you're doing. You can't just respond as if that tactic wasn't employed.
Exactly. Well, remember, I said I actually.
So
don't
you're
agree
projecting
with,
that I think it's totally cool.
Let me answer
the situation that you just gave when that's not the case.
Let me.
Shout out to Kelly Green with the $5 make you holla. Thank you so very, very much. That was a big one. I should have given him a smaller one for that. But guys, that's 1/4 of the way there for a live impromptu debate. Is that not worth your entertainment? Are you not entertained? It's totally cool.
Let me answer.
The situation that you just gave when that's not the case.
Let me answer. I said I don't agree with someone just getting an abortion in that weird, just push it out, fucking 9 months.
Agreed.
But I don't think we could legislate it because I'm not a moron.
Okay.
Because what happens is we end up with what I just described to you a second ago, where someone has to carry a fucking baby to term with no liver, knowing that it will die.
Dying a year. I will stand 10 toes down that if whatever number of women that happens to every year, that is less than the babies that are killed every year.
Do you think less maternal death and fetus death happens when you outlaw abortion or more?
Depends on how the law works. But I mean,
I feel like you've never looked at these stats then. Because
nope, because there is such a possibility that if we outlaw abortion and not completely and allow this, that, and that it wouldn't lead to more deaths and whatever. That's why I said depending on how the law works. So looking at what the law already is doesn't really appeal to what I'm talking about, how the law could be.
If you're
asking a very broad question, there are many ways. I'm answering.
We've studied this completely.
Can I answer the question? You're asking. See, I would not have done that if he didn't say that. A very broad question, and it depends on the specifics of the law that to answer the question. I don't know based on is it okay? That's too broad for me to answer. Can you?
Didn't you just make a broad statement? Didn't you just make a broad statement about how I want less babies to be killed or something?
Yep.
I mean, I'm just telling you that when we outlaw abortion.
What's the confusion? What's the confusion with that? Oh, God damn it! I realized I never came back to these. Let's wait real quick. Let's see what this. When we were talking about the first debate with the prediction markets, Larry said people obviously don't care about insider prediction market gambling. We know that by their actions using the company. That's why praxeology is so important. People just say they care. And why I started this is because I don't think that's true. I think people do care. I think most people don't know enough about the system to understand that there is something there to care about. And then Lildo said, if everyone bets on the same team, how do they make any money? The idea is that they don't. So going back to the notion of why would they want to make it fair, if people know that Team A is going to win and everybody bets on Team A, then Polymarket doesn't make any money. So it behooves them to have people lose. So There we go. Apologize for mixing up or forgetting about those. Let's see what else we got here before we dive back in. I wanted to choke myself here in Searka. I was mad at the lack of argument. So was I, man. So was I. Isn't there a bet against? Yeah. So there's bet for, a bet against. But if you know that the team's going to win, then why would you bet against the team that you know is going to win? So then everybody bets on the side that wins. Everybody gets a payout. Polymarket's fucked because people had insider knowledge. There we go. All right, switching gears back to the current debate where I'm mocked. All right, let's back it up a little bit to answer the question. I don't know based on, is it okay? That's too broad for me to answer. Can you?
Didn't you just make a broad statement? Didn't you just make a broad statement about how I want less babies to be killed or something?
Yeah, but I'm not asking you. That's a statement, not a question.
I mean, I'm just telling you that when we outlaw abortion, we end up with more dead fetuses. Essentially, more
depending
dead
on how the
babies
law works.
in your eyes.
Oh, okay. So when we end up with a law that doesn't align with reality, we should just get rid of that law because reasons.
Making a law about life.
Yeah, that was my absolute worst fucking moment. I started that, and I was I was in the moment. I was like, oh, okay. And then I was like, wait, that's not what I thought it was. And so I had to vamp. End up with a law that doesn't. Okay. So when we end up with a law that doesn't align with reality, we should just get rid of that law because reasons. What the fuck did that mean?
Making a law about life beginning at conception is reality? Like personhood? How?
Yep. Because unique DNA, the unique DNA profile. The unique DNA profile.
I already told you that unique DNA is in every cell.
Chicken bacon ranch, or mushroom and pepperoni, or mushroom and bacon.
Also, the potentiality argument it's pretty dumb.
Okay, fine. So you can, if you want to play semantics, then you very clearly know that you could take a fingerprint or a footprint or a hair from my body and it would match with me versus a hair, fingerprint, or something from you, and that would match you, right? So now this is where he gets into just bad faith. Because fine, I used the wrong words. We do not have unique DNA and all the single unique DNA structure, and so I sidestepped that. Fine. We don't have to go with those specific words. You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. So maybe I'm too stupid to know what that is called, but that.
I just don't think you understand that now. The potentiality.
Maybe I don't, but where am I wrong?
The potentiality argument, making conception now this like realistic, law that you can do, is a problem. Is it not?
I mean,
it doesn't match reality.
I mean, why not? I think it would be extremely. I do think it would be difficult, as I said in my opening. But that just because it's difficult. I mean, this is essentially, I mean, see that same kind of argument that we've heard.
What do you mean? What do you mean difficult?
I'm giving you. That's where I was going to bring up the slave argument thing, and I was like, you know what? Let me save that because we had 6 minutes left. I was like, let me save that. This is exactly kind of. I mean, this is essentially. This is essentially the slave owners argument. Why did I not fucking throw it there? Why did I not use it? Why? I mean, this is the same kind of argument that we've heard.
What do you mean?
Hey, shout out to Avery. Welcome. He knew what you meant by DNA profile. He was intentionally stalling the argument to try and catch you in a slip up so he could attack and divert from the original question, as Searka does. Seems to be. I'm giving you. I'm admitting that if we extend personhood to conception, then that will create other conflicts in the legal system. I'm saying that doesn't mean it's okay to kill babies.
Okay, you think it's like murder, though? I'm assuming. Why do you keep saying kill?
Yes, because you. Why do I keep saying kill? What do you mean? Because that's the word that fits that you're not going to argue with.
Stupid.
don't accept it as murder. I'm playing on your field. Playing on your playing
You
field.
can say it's murder.
I'm not
and I can just
invoking murder
accept-
because I know that you don't think that. So we can agree that it's being killed. That's why I specifically asked you before. Do you
No,
believe that it is alive
You think it
and
is
that it can be
literally
killed?
murder, though, right? You think it's a murder.
That's
happening.
irrelevant to the point.
It is not irrelevant.
Why? So then, if I should say, okay, what's the relevance of whether I personally believe it's murder or not murder on whether we should have legal personhood? Okay, why is it relevant? Why is it relevant that I think it's
We're
murder
talking
versus
about
kill?
personhood here, right?
Uh-huh.
So when life begins at conception, okay.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, are you aware of Texas's maternal death statistics at all? Like the average
Nope.
rate of a pregnant woman's death per capita per 100,000 in Texas?
I do not. I'm not familiar.
Okay, so after they put in their trigger law effect for abortion, right? Yeah. They just stopped giving the data to the free paid for service to actually like measure this, right? And it went up like, I think in the first year before they just stopped giving the data, it went up like fucking 30 to 50%. Okay.
Okay.
So
Is there
you
a
want
question or you're
less
just telling
murder
me?
to happen. You want less killing
No.
to happen, correct?
No, because they're very clearly we can have, as I said, it depends on how the law works. So maybe that law and the way that Texas does it. All right. So what do we got here? Enhanced maternal mortality rates ratios for Texas in 2013 to 2022. I can't fucking see this. The blue is Texas enhanced maternal mortality ratio, and the yellow is Texas. This is just without COVID. Okay, so enhanced maternal ratios. I can't fully understand. I mean, it does. We do see an uptick there after the law, but I don't think that really changes anything. Oh my goodness! Shout out to Quam Tech for the $2 make you holla. A speed from the start of the debate, catching up. Thank you. Oh, I don't even need to do that because we don't have any birdies. I'll see you in the future. What can we do that's funny for when he reaches this point? I don't know. Guamtech, you're gay. As I said, it depends on how the law works. So maybe that law and the way that Texas does it doesn't help and leads to more babies. That doesn't mean that extending
It doesn't
personhood
help because it's unclear.
It doesn't mean that inherently.
It
It doesn't mean that inherently by extending personhood to conception that problem must exist. We can change other laws to make sure that the problem you're appealing to doesn't exist.
Yes, it does.
So it's shout out to Avery again. $2 make you holla. If you don't donate, I guess you're gay. What are you, a gay? What are you, a gay? Thank you so very, very much, gentlemen. And I don't necessarily think we're gonna hit the $20, but we are at 10 out of 15 super chats to hit the goal. So yeah, I mean, we are also $13 away from the number goal. So I mean, what are we doing? We got time to make sure that the problem you're. Don't forget, guys. Don't forget. We did really good last night, and I made you a promise that if we hit the goal tonight, I would add an extra 20 push-ups. Do with that what you will. I have not done a push-up since before the strike. To conception, that problem must exist. We can change other laws to make sure that the problem you're appealing to doesn't exist.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
So it's impossible.
Complicated pregnancies.
So,
we have
okay, so I just want to make sure. So we're going to edge cases. So what if I just even give you those edge cases and we say
these are not edge cases, dude. These are not edge cases.
Okay,
this is not like a distribution chart. This is not a distribution chart where you can be like, oh, look, like an island out there.
My apologies. I thought you were going down the grape and incest. My bad.
No, I'm talking about just how women have complicated pregnancies. We have
There we go.
shitty. We did not evolve like a nice way to give children. Unfortunately, it's very complicated. It can be very brutal.
Shout out to Avery. Trying to hold them down and still supporting the channel. Thank you very much. Appreciated. We got Smoking Spaceman. Welcome to the party. If it's planned, then it isn't. If it's planned, then it isn't. Then isn't it premeditated murder? That's the way I think about it. Smoking Spaceman said also, since it involves others, doesn't make it a conspiracy. Oh, wrong one. God damn it. A conspiracy to commit murder. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Clearly not everybody does, but you gotta make the argument. Kelly Green said the honest answer is that the abortion ban may be one contributing factor, particularly around delayed miscarriage care and sepsis, but presenting it as the primary explanation for the maternal death rate ignores the mountain of pre-existing structural health failures in Texas that any honest researcher would have to account for. Anyone claiming it's simple cause and effect is being selective with the data. That's what the lefties do. That's what the lefties do. Thank you again to Guamtag and Avery. I'll put Avery, since you're here now, I'll put his up when he catches up. All right. I did. Oh, yeah, Avery. I don't know if you want to keep that there, but you did actually put that in Confluence's Discord. So, however you feel about that. But I'm just saying that was in Confluence's Discord, not mine. All right.
How women have complicated pregnancies. We have shitty. We did not evolve like a nice way to give children. Unfortunately, it's very complicated. It can be very brutal. And if you essentially give birthhood all the way to conception, we have far worse outcomes for everyone involved. Completely.
Okay, outcomes like what? Which outcomes are worse?
Maternal death, as well as rates of
What about the
infertility.
baby's death?
So, like,
what about the number of babies?
Again, I don't think it's murder, right?
I didn't ask you about murder. Third time. So here's what I'm gonna do, guys, because there's so much that was not addressed, and let's see. So he doesn't have the. So once we go through the closings, we can go back to my stream where we had the panel and hang out and watch that. So I'm gonna put up a poll. Would you guys prefer to go to the after party, or would you prefer to see the panel? Up to you. And again, anybody can join the Discord for free and be invited to the after party. It is just for members, but I want you guys there. It's about more than just being a dancing monkey and getting $2 at a time. I love you guys. I especially love those of you who are members who also are willing to open your wallet. But I'm not doing this all for the money here. I'm trying to build something real. And so all of that is just a way to get you to be part of this community. I want to build something real. If you feel like that needs to be built, come on through. And if I'm not doing it right, you can fucking leave. It's free. Come on through. The link is pinned. I guess they changed it to the bottom of the chat now, but it is pinned. Come on through. And again, if you join before the stream is over, then you get to join the after party. And those of you who have already joined, if the poll goes to not the after party, then you'll keep the day pass for the next after party.
Again, I don't think it's murder, right?
I didn't ask you about murder. You keep trying to put that word in my mouth. I have never spoken the word murder on this stream. You and I agreed that a fetus is alive. Okay. We are talking about ending the life of that.
I don't think it gets personhood, though. So killing it in this case.
Okay, but we didn't get there yet. I'm not asking you about person.
In this case, killing the fetus does not mean murder to me, right?
So because it's not a person, then it's okay to kill it.
Like that. I don't think it's just killing like you're saying.
Okay, and again, so the poll is up. But to be clear, To be clear, I'm specifically talking about going through the panel of my debate. So we're not going to go and because they horseradish divides it up. So they do an open panel about debate 1, an open debate panel about debate 2, an open panel about debate 3. So if we are going to that, then we don't have to deal with any of the other shit. We could just talk about what we are talking about. But it's up to you. Up to you. Not a person, then it's okay to kill
killing like that. I don't think it's just killing like you're saying it.
What do you mean just killing? What's the difference between killing and just killing?
When two people
is
who
it
have
ending the life or
personhood,
is it not ending the life?
when two people who have personhood kill each other, okay, there is a personhood prescribed to them, right?
I would say that.
As in, like the government, they have rights. At least if we're talking in the U.S.
I was gonna be like, well, I mean, they don't need to kill each other to have personhood, but yeah, okay, sure.
So if you go to some random island, it won't work this way. But I don't think it's possible to put that onto a fetus because of the outcomes we have, and because of the fact that I just told you, maternal death.
Okay, and so then I asked you how that compares to the fetal death. If we have 100 women who die every single year from complications because they can't get an abortion, and we have 1 million babies that die every year because they're aborted, I unfortunately, this is not a perfect world. People die. There are complications. I'm sorry, the lady's got to die. If the lady's got to die to save millions and millions of babies, it's not an easy thing. This is why I got frustrated when you said, "Oh, you think that's okay?" No, I don't think it's okay. I just think it's a fact of reality that when you compare the two situations, where there's some maternal death versus there is a fetal death in every single instance, and then there still could be. Yeah, Jay. And again, that's where I thought we were going to talk about this. That he was going to be like, well, we can't do that because of this legal problem. And then, I just go back to just because it's difficult doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. And then if we push for it, then I would go into the slave owner thing. But I didn't get there. But I did get there in the panel. Issues like if you don't get all the parts out and you can get infected and so on and so forth. So then some of the maternal death there also falls into women who get abortions. So I'm not. I understand your the emotional thing that you are.
One second. Didn't you just say earlier that? Oh my God, can I talk for a second? Didn't you just say earlier that being biologically human, you agree with me, does not mean that it is enough for legal personhood?
No. What? That's the whole debate.
Correct.
I don't think I said that. What was the question? What?
Do you think just simply being biologically human, okay, as in like the fact that it's now a fertilized egg, is enough for personhood?
Yes, that's the debate, is it not?
So why don't we just make unfertilized eggs have personhood?
Because they don't have the unique DNA. They haven't started the process.
Yes, they do. They're also biologically human. So what route are you using right now to tell me that just a fertilized egg
here we go
more human or something?
So notice how we got 20 seconds left, but Horshard is just like, oh, we need more of this. Whatever you want. I don't know the correct word, but whatever is different between.
Then why do you have such a strong opinion?
Can I answer the question? Because
you have nothing.
It doesn't matter what you call it, dude. I'm saying whatever you want to call the difference between taking a piece of my hair and being able to match it to my DNA profile or whatever the fuck you want to call it versus taking a hair from you and being able to match that to you at a murder scene or whatever that is, that. I don't care what you call it. Fine. It's not unique DNA. I was wrong in saying it's unique DNA. The principle of what I am appealing to still exists. Do you think that do you agree at least that there is a uniqueness to each individual human being?
Every cell is unique.
Okay. So how does that stop my point that if my hair is found at a murder scene, they could tie that to me and know that it's
whether or
not
it's unique and
why do I need
literally
to finish the
every
question,
cell is unique, then how the hell do you make this conclusion?
So I just want to be clear. The science of doing DNA testing, this is another thing. I just want to be clear. When you say, I just want to be clear, that allows you a little bit more grace for them to listen. When you say, so you're saying, now it seems like you're putting words in their mouth. So it'd be like, maybe I'm stupid. I don't know. I just want to be sure. Are you saying XYZ? Not, so you're saying XYZ? Very different. So I just want to be clear. The science of doing DNA testing in law enforcement, that is completely irrelevant.
I don't know if it's really smart to bring up the science when you didn't even know
that question. I don't get to finish
every cell has DNA, man.
Question? Oh my God. I thought this was a 1v1. So
Why are
the
you invoking
question
science
is-
when you didn't even know that?
The question is, do you acknowledge that there is some scientific aspect that if there is one of our hairs found at a murder scene, that they would be able to tie it back to whatever you call your identity, your body, your soul, whatever it is? Do you disagree that that is how science works?
Should we give it personhood?
You guys know how I feel about when people don't answer yes or no questions. And like, fine, I'll get a little annoyed when people will give a little bit more of, like they want to say, they want to give caveats, and they'll say, well, I mean, kind of. And then go on to a thing is why it's not a clear yes or no. Say yes or say no, and then say why it's a not yes or no. Answer the fucking questions that are laid before you. Nothing pisses me off more in a debate context. You disagree that that is how science works? Yes or no? Do you disagree that is how science works? Yes, that is how science works, or no, that is not how science works.
Should we give it personhood?
So again, the question was, do you disagree that that's how science works? If your hair
Should we give that
is
piece
found,
of hair personhood?
no, you didn't understand it, so I'll say it again. If I take a hair, if my hair is found at a murder scene, they can use that hair to determine that it was not Searka, it was Lutch, and vice versa. I don't like this, Horse Radish. You're bringing up the same point about DNA when I've already conceded that, fine, each cell has unique DNA. A little bit of bias there. If your hair is found, they can use that hair to say it was Searka, not Lutch. Is that correct science or is that incorrect science?
It's correct science. Now let's give it personhood.
Okay, so then whatever the difference there is that whatever you want to call it, fine. If it's not unique DNA, then fine. It's not unique DNA. I don't give a shit about the semantics. Whatever that is, whatever process that allows a single hair to be tied to me and only me, exists within this child at the moment of conception. What is that? Let's just trying to argue the general genetic makeup of a human makes them unique.
Bingo.
But Mr. Smarty Pants Searka can't figure that out.
Okay, so the property for you to ground.
So that's
personhood
why
again.
So do you have a better line? Is it where should we start?
Because right now it sounds to me like a person's hair could qualify, I guess, in your world for personhood. Kind of funny.
Nope. See, this is what I said before about the nope. Does the hair doesn't have the whole profile, right? That's a human.
Oh, it's
that's
unique,
a whole
unique or something.
You keep trying to. I'm conceding that. I'm conceding that the unique DNA is not the correct term. You're now being in bad faith, purposely trying to strawman me, saying no. We do have unique DNA. I don't dislike Searka, but this was bad faith. Guys, we have 7 votes out of 12 people here. Make sure you get your opinion, counted and hit that poll. Right. That's not what I said. I'm giving you that. Fine. I don't know the scientific term on what makes it what makes the police able to find me from a single hair and know that it's not you, and vice versa. I don't know what that term is.
We're not even talking about that. We're literally not even.
I'm talking about that. You seem to not want to talk about what I'm talking about because I think it directly exemplifies what I'm trying to say to you.
No. I'm trying to understand how you are grounding, the property of personhood in your worldview right now. And it seems to me
what did I say? What did I say when you asked me before? What did I say when you asked me before? And that comes from being able to understand the principle behind the words that I'm using. Because if I didn't fully understand what I meant by unique DNA equals unique person, then I wouldn't be able to maneuver to a situation where that is the case, even though I had the wrong words, even though I had science completely out the window, even though I was completely incorrect. The point that I'm making still stands. So you can hang your hat on a semantic win if you want. But I'm still right that legal personhood should begin at conception. So the problem comes in when investigations reveal personal medical data. Oh, we got to dig into that. We will definitely dig into that.
Let me just, is this not correct? Okay. Just tell me if it's not. You said DNA is unique. Therefore, when the fertilized egg happens, it's a unique DNA, right? Unique human DNA, I guess, and that means we can put personhood on it. That's how you're
So
grounding.
did I already concede that and show that that doesn't matter to my argument?
Okay, so what are you using to ground it with then?
Again, whatever you want to call the process, that if one of my hairs is found at a murder scene, they can tie it back to me and not you, versus if they find your hair at a murder scene, they can tie it back to you and not me or anybody else. I don't know what that's called. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a law enforcement. I'm not a forensic.
I'm asking you what
I don't know what it's
grounding.
called. That is what I'm appealing to. So, guys, I put up a new poll because you guys decided that you wanted to see the panel section. Would you prefer that we have our own panel here, or we watch the panel section of this debate? I'm going to say that because I don't know what it's called, that it doesn't exist?
I don't care. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, what is the property?
You asked me
you're
what I'm
grounding?
grounding it in, and I grounded it in exactly what I just told you. I just don't know the name for it. Fine, unique DNA is not appropriate. What is wrong about the actual thing that I'm talking about? What is incorrect scientifically about the I love when people, as soon as I raise my voice, or like, I'm like, yo, I got you in a fucking, oh, you're crashing out, bro. Notion that if you find my hair versus finding your hair, that they can tie it to you and nobody else. What part of that is wrong? That it's
Because I
not
don't
unique
know how
DNA.
that
I know that, but
I
the
don't know
process.
how that grounds personhood.
Then I don't know what else to do for you, baby. I don't know what else to do. The fact that you are a unique human being in and of itself, as a whole human being, that
So
is the grounding.
uniqueness.
At conception,
Uniqueness.
that is when that becomes a reality. So
So
whatever you want to
unique-
call that.
Being unique is your grounding property right here.
Yeah, sure.
Except every cell is unique, and now we can give this piece of hair personhood.
So no,
No?
because the hair applies to a profile that I'm talking about, a full, I don't know if it's gametes or a fucking
Piece of a
I was
ribosome
almost
of a
there
cell
with the genome. I was almost there.
will profile to
What do
a
they
single
fucking
cell.
call it? What do they call the profile? Like it's like it starts with a G. Fucking, I don't know what I mean. I think you're really being bad faith. Because
Golgi
clearly, if you know
apparatus?
more about this than I do, you absolutely know what the fuck I'm trying to say. And
I
you know,
just, I do,
don't know.
I kind of do. I
So
just want you to
whatever
know that
makes
it's not
DNA
good-
evidence work, whatever makes
it's not-
DNA
it's
evidence
not
work
good
is what I'm
enough
grounding
to
it.
ground personhood. It's
Why
just
not?
not.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. I gave y'all an extra 5 minutes because I was enjoying the back and forth. But we're going to go ahead and move on to the judges' questions. And I have a strange suspicion the judges' questions are probably going to be able to bridge this gap a little bit.
All right, so here's what are we gonna do? Because I do want to see a little bit of the panel, but you guys want to do a panel here. So I am gonna start. I'm gonna find that part of the panel from this. I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna let you guys come on in, and we'll talk about it. Yeah, I mean, you can't know that much about DNA and also not understand what I'm trying to say. That can't happen unless you're stupid, but you read things. And I don't think that is Searka. I think he's smarter than that. So let's go. What do we got? Let's we'll do closings. Wait, did we not go to? We'll do closings.
Now then, we are to the point where each of the debaters is going to give us their 3-minute close. 3 minutes on the clock, my friend.
All right.
This is your time to shine. Put a button on it. Let us hear it.
Sorry, we're doing closing.
Yes, sir. 3-minute closing is all yours.
Yeah, so I think I definitely need to look up this this thing about each single cell having such a unique profile that it can't be considered, maybe it's right, but that doesn't change the fact that we very clearly can use DNA to identify an individual. And so oops, whoopsie. I don't have the correct word for whatever that is, but Searka absolutely understands that there is a uniqueness to each person, and the connective tissue to whatever it is, all the cells in my body that are different than the cells in Searka's body. He understands that's what I'm appealing to, and for some reason he wants to, take a semantic win because I don't know the right words. I mean, okay, cool, but I don't think that changes anything about the fact that despite I mean we didn't really get into it, but despite the differences that we would need to make to the law and the carve outs that we would need to do, which would be extensive. That's kind of where I thought this argument was going to go. That despite that, that doesn't, as I said in my opening, being complicated is not an excuse to do something that is not right or not do what is right. And I think what is right is to accept that the unique profile or whatever Searka wants to use, whatever word that is, that allows the process of DNA analysis to work. That is what is the basis for why I think a fetus should be granted personhood. Yeah, I mean, we already have things like if you run over a pregnant woman with your car,
get your ass up here, bitch.
Twice. So there's ways that we have to bring that in, and there's other ways that might be, again, more difficult. Okay, I actually stopped caring about this. And yeah, obviously I won. He kind of went over the same shit. So while you guys are joining up, then I think we're in the
human exception
type. Just go here. Play. Oh no!
Things up too much. If you leave, well, actually, it was like this. Cool.
We've Searka, can I just ask you a direct question? Were you unaware? We've established that the unique DNA thing does not follow because each cell has unique DNA. Were you unaware?
That was the word you were looking for, by the way.
Yep.
I couldn't give it to you.
Yeah. Were you unaware that I was referring to the human genome or a new human organism? Were you genuinely thinking that I'm only saying DNA equals human?
Unique DNA is not a term.
That was not the question. That was not the question.
It kind of.
Did you hear the question?
I know,
do you need me to ask it again?
If you're referring to like chromosomal.
Did you know what I meant when I said unique DNA equals unique person, and then we went down the rabbit hole of saying, well, each cell is different. Okay, I didn't know that. You taught me something, but I was still referring to the genome. That and a whole human person. So I'm asking you straight up: were you genuinely confused by my using the wrong words, or were you understanding what I was saying and just using that as a debate tactic?
I'm gonna defer to someone else. Hunter is literally a biology degree major.
Why can't you just answer the question?
Nobody knew you knew. You said
so. Bad faith. Shout out to Razor. Welcome to the.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Before we start, if anybody doesn't know who you are, what do you do? Where can people find you, sir? The floor is yours.
Oh, hello. As you see, it said I could add a little creative name thing. I'm a local cat ear enjoyer, as you can see. I am also a streamer, Razor Sharp G on Twitch.tv. I haven't been streaming as much as I want to. It's a mixture of depression, timing, and my schedule being really fucking weird with my job, usually working more than 12-hour days. I am trying to get more into these type of debates while also playing games whenever I feel the need. The thing I'm wanting to do most recently is I'm trying to go through all of the Fallout games. I am at the first part. I'm at Act 1 of the first Fallout game. I need to get back into it.
Gang. And Glow in Dark said, you're so real for that. If one of the mods could please grab his channel and link that in the chat, that would be very much appreciated. So, Razor, you were pretty adamant about how you didn't like how Searka approached this. How would you have approached it?
I would have dug into the idea of what is personhood. It's something that we need to ground before we can say when do we legally give them said personhood. You need to actually have the conversation of what personhood is. So a lot of the time it does become a philosophical debate before it can be turned into a legal debate. And would you like to hear the argument I obviously have said that you saw in the chat before?
Yeah, please. Yeah, if you could expand on that.
Yeah. The argument that I made both in the chat of Horseradish's channel at the time and what I didn't quite say here yet is that most of the time, thank you, Glow. Most of the time, when it comes to the idea of abortion, or it's not person. When it comes to the idea of personhood, sorry, we're talking about abortion. My brain flipped a lot of things in my head. ADHD. I apologize. I'm not medicated yet. I have started more falling in the category of the 24 to 26 weeks is where I will say that's where personhood can start being talked about, or where you can start to have that talk of like, yes, this is a person with possible sentience that can feel and experience the world around them. Because around that time when most OBGYNs and natal doctors in general, or their natal therapy studies will go whatever, I can't words, where they'll say like you should start playing like some music when you're around your body. You should read more stories, because that little being inside you now has a brain, so it is starting to intake information.
Okay, so how then? So where in context to abortion specifically? Where do you draw the line?
All 9 months.
Wow. Okay, so we'll leave that there, and I did drop the link to Razor's channel in the chat. Let's bring in Avery before we.
Yeah, I have nothing on that channel. if you want to get to the Twitch, it is, as I said, Razor Sharp G at twitch.tv. I have nothing on that YouTube channel right now except for like a couple of live streams I did when I had a thing where I was trying to do a no man's land thing of like someone who's more right leaning and me, the more left leaning, meet in the war grounds of politics and just talk out certain issues.
Fair
that was
enough.
my idea.
So, word up. So definitely go search him up and follow him. Avery, let's bring you in before we get into chaos. What did you think? What do you got for us, brother?
So just a heads up, I'm going off of like 30-something hours and no sleep. Thought I would be working today. So I had insomnia last night, so I was like, fuck it, I pulled an all-nighter, I took 2 caffeine pills, and now I'm still up, so shit sucks. So I apologize if I'm a little bit slow tonight. Yeah, I mean, I was listening to that fucking live stream at work, dude, and I was laughing and just rolling my fucking eyes at what was going on. Like,
if I have to leave at any time, I apologize. It'll be for only a moment to grab my pizza that's being ordered.
Oh, what kind did you get?
I went ahead and took your suggestion of pepperoni and mushrooms, because
there you go.
I'm actually craving mushrooms for some reason.
A man of taste. A man of taste. So yeah, I mean,
sorry, Avery.
Yeah, did you want to?
What's up, Razor?
Were you done?
Well, I was gonna ask Razor, like, you said what is your cutoff for abortion? I think you said 8 months.
No, I'm all 9 months, because I have an understanding of abortion that is a lot of the time misconstrued when this conversation is being had.
Okay, so I mean, I think it's pretty common for people to hear all 9 months, it's okay. You're like, oh my goodness, that's crazy. Why is that not the right reaction?
It's not the right reaction, because the term abortion in a medical sense, the colloquial thing that a lot of like right wingers or even some leftists who are anti-abortion, the colloquial term they use of killing it, abortion means killing, is wrong. The medical term is abortion. It literally just means ending the pregnancy. Now, does that result in the death of this being inside of the body? That can happen, but that's not you killing it. That's you removing it from an area that it needed to live. Categorically speaking, and I'm saying this not to be a dick or trying to say like humans are parasites, but categorically, fetus from the zygote embryo fetus are parasitic, because they are inside the womb, taking resources away from the mother, and then using a bit of a chemical rush into the mother at the same time to get quote trick, I'm putting quotations on that, the mother into letting it stay. because all it's doing is taking away from mothers. That's why mothers usually get that weird cravings for certain foods. It's the fetus saying like, hey, I need this, put it in me, put it inside you now so I can feed. It's a parasite.
Dude. Oh,
So
sorry. So do you believe that consent to sex is consent to pregnancy?
No.
Why not?
Consent to sex is you have consented, obviously, to someone putting their panini into your vagine, and you have a fun woohoo, big O. Done. I'm trying to be as PG as I can. We're still on YouTube.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Razor, do you know what an 8-month abortion looks like? Or an abortion at 8 months looks like? Have you seen it?
If you're talking about the times where they are removed via either C-section or where they, because I think I know because I already know like a certain video that has gone around when it comes to said 8 months abortion, like the baby's like nearly fully there, it's fully viable.
They have to cut it up into pieces.
Yeah,
they have to cut it up into pieces, and they have to literally stick a needle in the head of the baby and like take out all its brains.
Yeah, but that's an emotional argument, and so
that's why I don't.
If he's not accepting. Right. If Razor's not accepting that it is a baby or something worth not ending, then that argument doesn't really.
Now I got to hold on that one. I apologize.
Okay.
I have to apologize a little bit when I stopped you on that. That whole 8 month, a lot of the time with that, when it comes to like 8th or 9th month where the baby is quote unquote killed, it's because of the medical reasoning. Like what Searka tried to talk about, and he fucked up on it. I was so pissed that he wasn't talking about this correctly. Is that certain mutations can happen during pregnancy? Like the mother could be having, like have set up a room. They have said, I want this kid. This is going to be my baby. I want this child. This is someone who I am bringing in this world. I am consenting to the pregnancy because I want to bring this kid into the world. And then at 8 months, the doctor comes in and say, it will be a stillborn. Because some medical mishap fucking happened and the baby is already fucking dead. So they have to.
Then in that case, it'd be reasonable.
Exactly. And that's why I say up to 9 months, because majority of the time it is literally just that the baby has already died or it will be dying because some medical mishap happened. Like when Searka in the debate said that they might not be born with a liver because a medical mishap happened. It's because their blood would not be able to be circulated. They would, I think it's also their kidneys as well. They would end up basically drowning in their own blood. They would know nothing but pain and suffering for the full however much time they are alive. They would die in pure pain and agony. Thus, it becomes a mercy.
I don't think.
Wait. Let's wait. Because I want to back up to the consent to sex being consent to pregnancy. I can't think of another or maybe you can give another scenario where you give enthusiastic consent and you're aware of what you're doing and that the risks are there, and then one of the risks befalls you. How is that not consent? Like the analogy that I was using with the ICE shootings was that, everybody like, oh, so you think that they deserve to die? I'm like, no, of course not. Not. But if you decide to go hiking and you break your ankle, nobody's going to be like, oh, do you think anybody who goes hiking deserves to have their ankle broken? No, that's just one of the things that can happen if you decide to go hiking. So why is that different for sex?
So I'm going to use my own analogy that I actually, since I said I wanted to speak with you on this, I've been working on it because I wanted to get this across to you as best I possibly can. You can consent to having a friend over for a game of cards. Your friend is now inside of your house, inside of your property. You are consenting to having them there for a amount of time to play cards, drink, just have a good old time. But then a time comes where you go, okay, we're done here. See you later. And then they go, nah, I like it here. I'm going to stick around.
Right, but
no, dude, you gotta leave.
Right,
like,
but the implication the implication in inviting a friend over is that at a certain point you will leave. So that's already that's already outside of the scope of what I am inviting when I invite you. I'm inviting you for a visit. And so now you're going outside of what a visit is. And so if I'm deciding to have sex, knowing that, I'll put it if I
hold on.
Yeah.
See, that's that bit right there. It's you're inviting them in order to have that fun. That's the sex. The sex is you're inviting someone the woman is inviting someone into them for that fun amount of time, and then there's just like almost a hanger on at that afterwards that you're like, I don't want this in my house. Can we? I'm gonna move this to the house.
So you think that principally it's the same thing if you invite a friend over and then later they decide to just hang out longer than you want them. That's equivalent to having sex knowing that you could get pregnant and then being pregnant.
Well, not knowing, because a lot of the time
no, it is knowing.
Not always. There is a chance, but most of the time
I'll give you the fact that there may be some some teen mom whatever that didn't really understand that pregnancy comes from sex.
We're talking even people who use spermicide, condoms,
all that fails.
As much protection as they can. If it all fails and it happens, they did everything in their power to not have a kid, and it happened. That's now unwanted. They didn't want it in the first place. Why should they? Why
then they shouldn't have done the thing that makes that happen. If you didn't want to break your ankle, then you should have stayed home. Don't go hiking if you are not willing to have your ankle broken. And I think Liberty Plus TV here has a good point. Says my argument is the car accident analogy. If you put someone in a coma, then you're responsible for their care. You can't just pull the plug, even if it's parasitic, even if they are not conscious.
So to Liberty on this one, keep it up real quick so I can be sure I'm reading it over correctly. This is a weird inverse of the car accident analogy that I've heard many times, and that bodily autonomy argument. It's that even if this car accident does happen and you put someone in a coma, are you responsible for their care financially? Yes, because it's your insurance. You're financially giving to the doctor to take care of it, but they are not allowed to use your body specifically to keep them alive. So if they end up dying because you're not giving them your blood, that's not you killing them. That's you saying, I don't want someone else to use my body.
That's not what's being argued, though. That's not what's being argued. The argument is that the intention or
Avery.
Jinx.
I'm looking in the chat. He's like he was losing it.
Fucking loser. And again, guys, the link is pinned, so come on up if you'd like. I
am an open book, and I am willing to answer everything clearly, concisely, and try to be sure I can get my point across as best I possibly can. I love you.
We'll do this in a conversational manner versus a debate.
I don't want to be dogpiled though.
And I think I'm kind of stuck there that the consent to sex is consent to the known reasonable things that we know follow that. So when you're talking about people who don't know, are you talking about people who are using birth control and that fails? Is that kind of what you're referring to?
I apologize. I looked away for a hot second and my brain reset. Just repeat that last question.
Yeah. So I'm asking when you're saying that people don't know that they could be pregnant from having sex, what kind of situation are you referring to? Were you referring to people who like you had an IUD or you take birth control or what's the situation where somebody is having sex? That's not an outlier. Again, if we have a 3-year-old who's done some weird shit.
Yeah, obviously.
Speaking of adults.
Yeah, obviously, I'm being sure we are speaking about legal adults who have legally decided they wanted to bump Buglies.
There you go.
Yeah. So speaking on those facts, correct, Johnson. Don't forget that. Never forget that.
Best.
I'll put it in. I won't take it, but go ahead.
Same. But when it comes to people who have unwanted pregnancies. I can say it to just about anything. Obviously, the people who did everything they could to not get pregnant because they were fully informed and they, as condom broke, spermicide didn't work correctly. Even if it gets through all of that, they definitely still have the right to say, "I don't want this thing in my body. I have the right to remove it." Just because just because it dies doesn't mean I'm killing it, and that's what I usually end up saying. Is that just because I removed myself from the situation of giving you resources does not mean I killed you in this front. It just means someone else needs to do it, which is where the whole thing about the viability comes into viability usually comes into it. It's like, but what about if it's viable outside the womb? Cool. Put the kid in an incubator, help make sure that it's able to fully grow, and now it's up for adoption. The mother can make that choice to put them up for adoption.
But do you believe the mother can make the other choice and say, "No, I don't want to put it up for adoption. Just neck it"?
They are not able to do that.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you, should they?
No.
Why not?
Because when they are fully born, if it's like the full 8 or 9 months, they're fully viable. They can live outside the womb and everything without needing to take away the biological resources of the mother anymore. They're no longer considered a parasite in my mind. I don't know. Until 18, they're still parasites. No.
I mean, depending on how it goes.
Right? Fuck. I have a lot of cousins who they never went past the parasite phase.
Yikes.
But once they are outside of the womb, they are now like a full person. They are now sentient. While they're still out of brains, they are still sentient. They are now experiencing the world. They are now. Sorry, pizza. I was double checking the thing went off. They are now sentient. They are now a person. They now have said personhood. So just outright killing them at that point is stupid. It's dumb. There's no reason to.
So what is? What is the line that you or? I'll use line for lack of a better. What is the
Feed
line?
Morty.
There you go. What is the line that you're appealing to that changes from being in the womb and out of the womb? Because if we're talking about the parasitic nature, if a baby is outside of the womb but still connected to the umbilical cord, which does that fall into? Are they a person or are they not a person?
See, this is what I was trying to speak with you about the other night, but Avarice wouldn't shut up. That's
Avarice.
That's where I was trying so hard to get talk about. So the umbilical cord is connected to the placenta at this point, which yes, it is still in the mother, but it can be taken out and the baby will be placed safely with the umbilical cord still attached. With the placenta to the side so it can take in those last bit of nutrients. A lot of the time, cutting the umbilical cord early is in my opinion, dumb option. If you want if you want the baby to fully have all of the nutrients it needs in order to be a healthy child, you need to take out the placenta and let it take out the last bits from that thing, and then you can the placenta the umbilical cord afterwards and throw away the meat of the placenta, or as I've seen people do, they use it for different medicines and stuff, or even as a actual, or even they take it and they grind it out as a actual meat product. Exactly, and it becomes like another bit of healthy bit for the mothers. Think Crunchy Moms or those weird I don't know.
So maybe maybe I missed it, but I just want to nail you down on the specific difference. Yeah. That is because if you're saying that when they are outside that birth is the line, then that creates an in between state, and so the baby. I just want to be clear: the baby outside of the womb still connected by umbilical cord gets personhood or does not get personhood.
Oh yeah, it's a person. It's a person. Like I said, when it comes to the 24 to 26 week part, where it's while it's still in the womb, at that point it does now have a form of sentience because it has started to develop its own brain. A brain has now been developed enough to where they can experience what's happening. They can experience what's happening in the outside world via like sound waves of vibrations. It's why they're able to immediately recognize their mother once they come out, because they can't see shit in there. Their eyes are closed. They're in amniotic fluid the entire time. They can't see shit. How the fuck are they supposed to know this is their mother? It's because for the full gestation, the mother has been speaking, reading to it, playing music, while after that 24 to 26 week, where it becomes where it, like I said, its brain is now there. It is now sentient at that point. So yes, when it is out,
So the
it is
cutting,
now a person.
so the cut, I want to stick on that moment
Uh-huh.
of the cutting, and Seth will bring it in a second. Because if the cutting is not the magic line, if you're saying it already is a person outside of the womb, then I mean, everybody's kind of joking in the chat about the magical portal, but it does seem like you're saying, why is it that you're not making this magical portal fallacy that well, once you're outside, because all of the things you're appealing to biologically are the same in that fetus when it's in the womb right before it comes out.
I do have a
So-
different direction to look at.
I'll answer
Yeah,
this.
so-
I'll answer this one, and then I'll get.
Yeah, and then we'll throw it to you, buddy.
So again, it has to do with the viability. And again, going back to what an abortion actually means, it does not mean killing the fetus. It means removing it from the body. You are now removing it. It is not dead. It is just being removed. It can be via C-section, which a lot of women have been doing more recently because they don't want to have their fucking grundle ripped in half.
So do you consider C-sections abortions?
In a medical sense, they are.
Okay.
In a
and I
medical
think,
term, they really are.
so I think that before we throw to Seth, I think that highlights a lot that you're having the semantics do a lot of the work there by just calling it personhood, by calling it these things. You're kind of undercutting the principle of what we're trying to get at. And so whether it is technically a C-section is technically an abortion or not, very clearly what we're discussing is a difference between those two things.
I would
So
say
let's start to Seth, and then Seth, go ahead, brother.
Go ahead, Seth. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so what if we approach it from, rather than when does life start, we approach it from when does accountability for the person who created the life or created the potential life start?
What's and I believe me, I'm not trying to like be any like gotcha or anything like this. I'm asking this question legitimately. It's actually something on my mind a lot of the time. Where does that go with the father? What accountability is the father? What accountability? Because the mother, it's her body. She's doing 95% of the work. It's her body. But the father, based on what people have constantly been saying, they always think it's a 50-50 thing where the dude put his seed into her, therefore the baby is half his, therefore 50-50. But the mother is doing 95% of the work. He did the 2 minutes of pushing, and that was it. And while she's now carrying that kid. So with the accountability stuff, where does the accountability come in with the father?
Workload isn't
I'm gonna piss. You guys
balanced,
keep going.
but the accountability is still balanced. It takes two people to cause the act, and the person is fully half and half, like, of the two people.
True.
Even though the mother is doing all the work.
Oh, very true. But the father can basically leave at any time, and the mother is stuck with it, no matter what. The father could disappear, gone. Mother can't do that. Mom can't disappear. It's there. It has to come out of her.
But that doesn't change the accountabilities of either one.
It does. It does, especially in a society that it doesn't, especially in our current society where men have a lot of the power over women. Sure, more women are starting to become a lot more equitable, and I like that. I want more equality, more equity in our society. But in a world where a lot of the laws are very on the man's side, yes, even in the courts, there's a lot of misconception about how the courts work with childcare and childbirth and stuff like that. It would take me a minute to grab all the resources on that, but that's a different thing on accountability.
How does the responsibility of the father?
Mm-hmm.
What is the connection between? Okay, I agree with you that fathers can be irresponsible a lot more easily than mothers.
Than the mother. Mm-hmm.
What does that have to do with the personhood itself of the being?
Oh, well, like I said, like I was trying to say earlier when you were saying about at 9, when I say abortion at 9 months, it is just ending the pregnancy. A lot of the time, it just turns into I will discuss that particular chat in a.
We saw that one
later.
Yes,
right,
I saw that one for. Yep.
I will discuss that in a hot second, but with the personhood thing, as I was saying, at 24 to 26 weeks, the brain has become developed, and most of its organs are now there as well, unless again a medical mishap happened to where they don't have their kidneys or their liver. So if they're like fully healthy, but they are only at about 24 to 26 weeks, we have the medical know-how to be able to remove the kid, ending a pregnancy or abortion, and then putting it in an incubator, and it lives. It's now up for adoption. That's where the personhood really is for me. It's that viability. It is going to be that viability mixed with the idea that they are sentient.
But and I mean, fair enough, but that's not really the contention that people have who believe that it is a whether or not you want to, that debate that we just did was legal personhood. But just speaking more generally, whether we believe a fetus in the womb deserves the right to continue developing as such, like you're making a good arguments in terms of how to structure this to make the argument, but I don't agree with the fundamental aspect that a fetus in the womb is something that should be able to be ended.
So again,
so I'm not talking about the abortions that are not that.
Yep, and again, like with the ending of a pregnancy, it is just removing something from her body. It is removing something from their body. And that something, if it can't survive outside of the womb, unfortunate, but that's just what happens. It's not you killing it. It's just saying, I no longer want you to have access to my biological resources, and everyone has a right and bodily autonomy to say that. They are allowed using their bodily autonomy to say that.
Okay,
But
so go ahead, Seth.
again, when does accountability start?
Accountability will start once they agree to taking care of the
kid. Say more on that, Seth. What specifically do you mean about why does the accountability matter here?
Well, because even if it's not a legal life, it's still a potential life. It wouldn't have been a potential life without particular acts. And there's a whole trolley problem issue where you can be in a situation that's not your fault. It's just shitty choices either way. You have the kid or don't have the kid. But when it's not that, when does accountability start?
The accountability, in my honest opinion here, yes, David, you did. That quite literally, by biological terms, yes, you aborted a tumor. You removed it. So the accountability to me starts once it is a viable baby outside of the womb, and you say, I'm taking care of this kid.
But how do we determine viability?
So then wouldn't that mean that the father or the potential father is never accountable?
He doesn't have to be. free. I don't know. I don't
Neither does she.
100%. I don't 100% know why so many people, like, especially like I've heard people who call themselves libertarians for some reason argue this. It's dumb. Everyone has the freedom to walk away. I saw another chat go by that said something about the mom does have the choice, like she can walk away at birth. Yeah, that's when she gives birth to the kid, she can sign away her rights to the child. It's now put up for adoption. There's entire sections in the foster care where it's just people saying we want a newborn, so they're in a waiting list for someone to give birth to a baby, and then here you go.
So,
But
Liberty,
what's
maybe
the difference on
real
the
quick, I'll throw it to you.
accountability?
Real quick, Liberty, maybe you want to address what he just said about libertarians, because Liberty Plus TV is our resident libertarian who gave us the car analogy accident. And
not all libertarians. It's just I always hear it from I always hear this weird thing about the accountability of the father argument start off from people who are libertarian. I'm not saying all of them do it, but that's where I've heard it. It usually comes with, well, I have the freedom to say I want this. Like, why do I have to take it? Like, what if I don't want to take care of the kid? It's like that. It's a lot of different things on top. It's really confusing right now. I'm trying to remember all of them at once, and I'm also getting parked. I will still be listening. I'm going to go get water.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Kelly, get your ass up here. Seth, what you got for us?
I'm suggesting that you can measure when the accountability starts by when the choices manifest the decisions you have to make. Right? Like you have accountability for yourself in the act of having sex. And then once you have conceived, you have accountability for the fetus. And then once the fetus is developed, you have responsibility for delivering. So, and that doesn't stop on the guy's side either. He just can, well, what's the way to put it? Try to avoid accountability more
directly. Is that what you're saying?
Directly?
Yeah.
No. With faster.
Fair enough.
Just faster.
So I'm hung up on the viability thing. So
I am going to have to pause again. I apologize. My pizza literally just got here. Again, I'm listening. Go ahead and ask your questions and speak.
Okay, yeah.
I will be right back.
All right. So, Razor, you were saying that you were appealing to viability, but viability is directly connected to the level of technology that we have. And so, or you know what? I forget I even said that. Even if we take viability in a different angle, a born baby still has the requirements of the mother's milk and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm a little confused on how we can say that it is viable now, when if you just leave it on a table, it's going to die. So we'll put a pin in that as Razor gets his pizza. Let's bring in our boy Kelly Green.
Hey, dog. What's up, guys?
Welcome to the party. You had some shit to say, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I just heard a lot of fucking insincere, stupid ass shit already on this one too, so I don't fucking like it. And yeah, if
what don't you like?
We can fucking talk about it. Now, I'm on your side, Ludge. Again, to clarify for people that don't know, if they don't already know, I'm on the side of life, and I believe life is formed at conception. And those people that are coming into life they deserve to have their life come to fruition. Whether or not it's convenient for the mother, that's a fucking different discussion. And I would say that there's no situations that it's safer for a mother to have an abortion rather than having the baby. You can get into tubal pregnancies. I got a relative that had a tubal pregnancy, and that people try to call it an abortion and stuff. It's where the baby goes into the fallopian tube and does not go to its
uterus.
It stays in the fallopian tube, so it's not going to be born. Some of them can move on, but the problem is, a lot of time, if you don't tend to it, it destroys the fallopian tube and the potential reproductive ability of the woman. But this fertilized egg, we say believe it begins at conception, but we know for the most part this thing is not going to be born at all. It's going to die in the tube. So to preserve the mother's viability in her life, you can remove that baby. Well, and again, I believe it's fertilized and it's at conception, it's a baby. However, when you calculate it's not going to be born or it's dead, when they say stuff like, again, the confusing terms, C-sections. C-sections are not abortions. I don't know where the fuck people got that from. That is not an abortion. You are removing the baby through another way and keeping it alive. That's not an abortion. You're not aborting and killing the baby.
Aborting medically just means to remove.
So then,
where do you get that? Where do you get that? Show me that then.
No, it's specifically before the fetus can survive.
Nope.
I just looked it up. The definition is before the fetus can survive.
That's wrong. Show me the source where an abortion is just simply removing it, and you can.
But guys, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We don't really. Like I would like to see that, but even like let's just say, okay, medically they call any type of stopping the pregnancy abortion. Fine, that doesn't change the argument from our side that we should not be ending pregnancies that otherwise would end in birth.
I mean, I think like the majority of abortions are done for beneficial circumstances to the mother rather than a health risk. And again, I don't know any, as far as I can tell, people have made that argument. I don't know anything that, as far as abortions, where it makes it safer for the mother's life. Oftentimes the abortions have to be planned and they take days. It's not, when abortions occur, they don't just say, your life's at risk, let's take the baby out. That's not how that works. It doesn't happen immediately. So I don't know where people think that it's safer for the mother. Oftentimes it's more dangerous to the mother to have an abortion. It's very risky. Abortion pills, manual abortions, sucking it out from a fucking
biblical origin of the validity of life argument, the likelihood of survival.
Sorry,
you said what now?
Who are you asking?
The story of the likelihood of survival for on
Yeah, so in Jewish law, there's actually a specific caveat made for when a woman gives birth, if it's stillborn or misborn, it's not like actually considered having died, right? Like, because there's such a low percentage chance of survival for the first week or so after it's born.
Right.
If it dies within that period, then it's supposed to be like no shame, no fault, no, like the mother is protected in this instance.
Right. And so that
considered a
yeah, that leads into exactly the point that I'm trying to, because we can go back and forth on is this an abortion or is that not an abortion or whatever all night and day. The core of it is the situations which are clearly ending a pregnancy for well just even that's a hungry dance, guys, that's a hungry dance. The situations where people are using it for birth control, it's not a medical emergency, all of those things. But so let's accept that a C-section is an abortion. Fine. That doesn't change the notion that killing the babies that I was just referring to should not be good or legal. There he is. Oh my God, he's so fucking cute. Get him food.
Yeah, to intentionally end their life.
So hold on, Kelly.
C-section. That. Go ahead.
So going back to the viability aspect,
Mm-hmm.
I was saying that a baby is not viable to just live on its own after birth. So how, Razor, does that fold into your argument?
So obviously, whenever we're talking about medical stuff like this, viability just means being able to survive without the. I'm trying to word this correctly. I apologize. I haven't eaten since like fucking 11. That's why I had the pizza. God damn it. The viability that we're usually talking about here is the type where they can live without being connected and siphoning the energy or resources from another.
Why do you use the word
fully grown baby,
siphoning? That's
a
such a
full.
shit way to
Well, hold
pose
on,
it.
Kelly. Hold on. Yeah, let him finish because he's
Yes,
not there.
A fully grown child that is now outside of the womb, they are now viable to continue to live without being connected to the mother. They are no longer taking away any resources from the mother. They are now able to live. Now, do they still need to be taken care of? No, duh. That's evolution.
Okay, exactly. So we agree that there's no a meaningful difference in terms of this being needs to be taken care of, whether it's in the womb, it's siphoning nutrients and everything. But once it's after,
there is a difference. There is a slight.
I understand that. I understand what you're saying. I'm saying it's not a meaningful difference. I'm saying it's not a meaningful difference. We are arguing that the difference that you're making, well, now it could technically survive on its own. That doesn't mean anything to the people who believe that it is a life worth saving from conception.
Well, the first thing he's doing is degrading it by saying siphoning. That's a glass is half full type of argument. To say it's siphoning off the mother, you can say it's living.
Please talk about the argument, not attacking what the words were.
Well, whatever. But you pose it because you're arguing against. You intentionally pose it in a negative light. That's a glass half full argument. The mother
that's just his
is
perspective,
providing life to the baby just as she does once it's born. Whether or not it's connected to her, it lives only based on the mother. So again, like Lex said, that's non sequitur.
That doesn't attack his argument, Kelly. That you're just telling him you disagree with what he said. We know you disagree. We all disagree.
Because when it's out of the mother, she can say, I don't want to take care of this. I sign away my rights to this baby. And now it's being taken care of by the doctors until it can be given to a foster family.
Yeah, because it gets life. That's cool.
Exactly.
Straight.
And again, like this is always the biggest argument. This is always the biggest not argument. This biggest headache that this argument gives me is the fact that whenever we're talking about abortions, people choose to ignore that aspect. Is that the baby could just be removed while viable, and now it's just being put up for adoption because the mother does not have the financial ability to take care of this kid.
It frames this.
Let's Seth, go ahead.
What I'm uncomfortable with this is like, regardless of whether it's in the womb or after it's born, the problem is not taking accountability, right? Ultimately, we want people to raise their family.
Accountability has to
I wouldn't even say that.
letting it live.
The ultimate goal is for people to raise their families, right?
Not really. The ultimate goal is to take care of yourself and the loved ones that you wish to take care of. Happiness. It is for you yourself to.
So then, why would you have the kid in the first place if you didn't intend to take care of it?
A lot of the time, majority of the time, when it comes to this, mothers want to have these fucking kids. Whenever they have to make this choice of having to terminate a pregnancy or end a pregnancy, they are doing so not because they don't want to take accountability, not because they just like, I don't like kids. It's because they know that if this kid is born, it will suffer. It will not have a good life. They know they're not good. They know they're not a fit parent. They know they don't have the money to take care of them. They know that they will become homeless and on the streets, where this kid will suffer and possibly die at an early age. So the mother has to make the very strong and terrifying choice for her to say, I'm sorry, it's not your time yet. We need to not let you gestate and become a full thing.
So let's shout out. Hold on. Let's shout out our boy Fuck It Button with the big 5. Thank you. So very, very much, of course, a treat for the Overlord. Oh, it was small, so I gave him 2. Said, then I ain't seen a source. All of the definitions include the word terminate. This is not a mistake.
The terminate part literally just means to end the pregnancy. It could also be removed, which removing terminates the pregnancy.
Fair enough. That is how words work.
I like
The
how
definition says before it can survive outside of
That's one
the
of the
uterus.
that's one of the definitions. I did see that, but that's not the definition.
That's Yale
usually,
Medical.
That's not the definition I have used, and not the definition I've usually seen used by other medical doctors.
So let's take a
That's
specific
Yale
example.
Medical.
Let's take a specific example. We have a woman who is loose and she's fucking a bunch of dudes raw, and she doesn't want to be pregnant, but she is very aware that if you fuck dudes raw, then you can get pregnant. Then she gets pregnant. And she is like, I don't really know what to do. And let's give her, let's say she's three months pregnant, or right before the end of the first trimester. Right before.
Which at that point, that's just because she was stupid and didn't know that she was pregnant.
Right? No. She knew she was pregnant, but I'm saying at the point,
if she didn't know that this is gonna be a weird.
Yeah,
weird
so she knows she's pregnant, and she's going back and forth in her mind. Do I keep it? Do I not do that? I don't talk to this guy. Is it gonna have a good life? Da, 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 da. And so right before the end of the first trimester, she decides, okay, you know what? All these factors, I'm gonna end this baby's life. I'm not going to allow it to live in the world. Why is that okay? Morally,
it's a mixture of it's a bit of a mixture. There's a lot here on this one. Bodily autonomy is like number one. It'll always be number one in my mind. It is the woman's body. It is she is allowed to choose who uses the resources of her body, no matter what. So that's like the first layer of it. But but then you have to, when you start adding the other layers. A lot of like you said, they have thought about it. They know that if this child is born, there is a very strong chance that this child will suffer because the mom might not have anyone to take care of them. They're barely able to survive themselves. So they do so it becomes also a financial choice of going, I'm obviously not going to be able to raise this kid. And then there's also the I want to say moral, but it doesn't feel right to say moral in this last one. It's more of a personal thing of like their hatred of the government and thinking that the child will suffer even if it gets into foster care. So then they say it's easier for them to just say no, I don't want you can't be born because you do nothing but suffer, and I find that morally reprehensible. And then, God, I'm trying to put the right words together here. I apologize.
Take your time, bro. We ain't in a rush.
Fuck, I lost the last part. Okay, please.
Real quick, just dropping some stuff in the chat that Seth brought up. I just heard. Are we on this now? Are you good there?
I'm good.
Seth?
I'm pushing buttons.
Cool. Oh, he was there twice.
All right. So yeah, Seth had two different things. Induced termination of pregnancy means the purposeful interruption of an intrauterine pregnancy with the intention of the other than to produce a live-born infant, which does not result in
a live birth, I'm guessing.
Yeah, in a live birth. And then abortion is the voluntary termination of a pregnancy. Supreme Court. Right. So what you guys keep missing here is that Razor is saying that the termination of the pregnancy doesn't automatically mean the death of the fetus. That's this semantic point.
By definition.
She's no longer pregnant, the baby's born. Yeah.
So because the
cat it's not terminating the pregnancy, it's a delivery.
But people don't see that.
Some people do that, yes. Yeah, some people
don't see it as that. When you break it down like that, most people think
by medical definition.
Yeah.
So the way it is supposed to be
termination.
is there's the category, like when you use the word termination, there's the category of the pregnancy and the category of the kid.
Yeah.
The termination is of the pregnancy,
right?
Not the kid.
So like, okay, but let's put it this way. Let's put it real simple, because I want us to be, in good faith and talk about what we're talking about.
That one about the Supreme Court is the one that I think of the most.
Yeah.
Because
And so what this is saying is, let's say that you're running a race. To terminate the race doesn't mean that you neck yourself. It just means that you stop running. And so what Razor is saying is that with a pregnancy, just because you terminate the pregnancy doesn't mean that the fetus automatically dies. That's why I brought up the situation of the specific a specific example of why it's okay that this woman who knew the risks that she could get pregnant, got pregnant, and then is deciding, well, it's okay for me to it's okay morally for me to end this life.
Because if you just look up the straight up dictionary definition word of abort, the first one is going to say to carry out or undergo the abortion of a fetus.
We'll give you
that.
We'll give you that there's certain types of abortions that that are not bad. What we're talking about is the unnecessary, not only termination of the pregnancy, but termination of the fetus.
So a lot of the time that is not what ends up happening per se. The quote termination of the fetus is just that it's no longer it's now outside of the womb while not being viable to live with.
Okay, so in this discussion, just for colloquially for this discussion, can we talk about when we say abortion? We mean the type of situation that woman is in, a willful ending of not only the pregnancy but also the life of the fetus that is not medically necessary.
So long as we do not put the straw man of the killing at 9-month thing, I'm cool with that.
What do you mean straw man? People actually they advocate that. I'm pretty sure isn't that legal in certain states? You're saying
the only time no. Keep in mind the part that last part he said, the medical necessity. That like when I say the straw man, it's where people say perfectly healthy 9-month-old, kill it. No, that's not a thing. Most of the time the medical necessity pops in to where the kid is born with a medical mutation of they do not have their kidneys or their liver is fucked and they drown on their blood and suffer and die before
if they're not going to be okay, if they're not going to be able to live, and I don't know what percentage that is of children, so I'm not familiar with that. So
it's like a percentage. It's like a percentage, if like less than a percentage of times where that actually happens.
Are you cool? And sometimes when we talk about these exceptions and stuff, which I'm down to debate those, and some of those I'm probably for. Like I said, there's certain things that get gray areas, like tubal pregnancies and stuff. So when we're talking about that,
ectopic pregnancy.
Ectopic pregnancies. So those things are like the caveats, and maybe we should insert those where they need be. A lot of these, I think, again, because I don't know specifically on the stats, I believe they're largely not due to these things that are like the baby's not going to be born or something. And that's the one thing I think needs to be addressed in some sense, even if I don't know how to address it. It's like, I don't want it. I want all life to have a chance. If it's just because of its quality of life, I don't think that's an excuse, and I don't want babies.
So let's put a pin there. All life should have a chance. Let's shout out "fuck it" button again with the $5. Thank you so much. Oh, there we go. Morty, eat it. There we go. He's like, where's my cinnamon toast crunch? Thank you. And a Razor on the panel here, and still dropping donos. Thank you. So very, very much. And guys, this is absolutely a free show. But if people are donating and you're not liking the donations, what are we doing here? Thank you, gentlemen.
Feed the dog.
Very much.
I'll come after all if you don't feed that dog.
Feed him.
Let's go. So Kelly, you were
I will abort you
asking...
if you don't feed that dog.
I'll summarize one more thing on that.
Yeah. Okay. So summarize what you were just saying, and let's throw it back to Razor.
The 2 points were specifically. I want to make it clear that I think all life deserves chance, despite like the quality of life. Now, again, I think we can make calculations about if something's going to live. So if it's just not going to live, not that it's going to be retarded or something. If the baby is autistic bad category. If the baby is like mentally retarded, like brain function wise and stuff, or Down syndrome or something, I do not condone anything like that. But all babies deserve life, despite the quality, despite the age, and all of that. And then I also think that it's not the mother's life we're talking about. It's both lives. It is 2 lives we're talking about. And that's where a big debate is people say like you mentioned earlier, and I won't get too hard on the siphoning thing, but that's where I think it goes into, is that the mother is providing something for the baby, but it is two lives in my view, because I know that mother does not have 20 toes and 20 fingers. She has 10 toes and 10 fingers, and there's something else in her, and it is a fucking human being. I believe that human being should be treated separate from the mother, because it has come into existence just like getting hit by a car. People, and you can debate that one if you don't think that a mother should have the right. If somebody kills her in a drunk driving accident and kills her baby, I think the person deserves 2 manslaughter charges, not 1. So those are the caveats that I think are very, very
when you
specific.
say that, real fast, when you say that, because I'm probably going to agree with you majority of this. Are you saying like she is currently 8 months, like she is visibly pregnant and this happens, or she's like only a 1 week in and then the car accident happens?
If there is a pregnancy by any form you can calculate, it is you can, because you don't know if it's 10 minutes past this point or 10 minutes before this point. I can step you back from the point of birth to the 10 minutes before, an hour before it's born, and all that. And I bet you can't tell me. You can make guesses. You don't know when that's a life. I'm going to bet further on the life, on erring on the side of protecting life, rather than dictating whether or not we should just throw it in the fucking trash over.
All right, so let's land the plane, Kelly, and throw it back to Razor. Land the plane. What's the bottom line here?
Well, I'm just saying, like, regardless, it could be 1 week. I'm still voting for life, and I still think there should be 2 manslaughter charges.
So you would say 2 manslaughter charges, even if it was only a week, which at that point there's a chance of a quote miscarriage or a spontaneous abortion, as it's called, to happen long before.
No. There's a chance that you carry that baby to full term, is what you can say. There's a chance anything she get hit by an asteroid.
This is the potentiality argument. No, you see, this is the potentiality argument.
Babies can be born.
All right, so Kelly, hold on. Let's throw it back. Kelly, hold on. Let's throw it back to Razor. Go for it,
unfortunately, what I'm hearing is the potentiality argument, which that's usually leads to that can end up being a slippery slope to this where someone could be fucking crazy enough to say no masturbation because every single sperm cell is a potential life. If you have
we talked about conception.
I know.
Fertilization.
Hold on, yes, I know this.
Hold on. Kelly, let him talk.
Kelly,
Kelly.
Keep in mind, Kelly, I'm don't worry, I'm not trying to be a dick with this. I'm not trying to like just destroy anything. I'm legitimately just saying the reason why it is I don't like the potentiality life is the potentiality argument, I should say, is because it can go too far to where people who might be crazy and get into power and put laws in place make masturbation fully illegal because they see potential life in sperm. So
yeah, I think
Kellogg would do it.
I think that's a very shallow way to view it. Like, if you think that, that's cool, but I think that's like a far out crazy ass assumption. That ain't gonna happen.
Have you heard of
I would like to say something about Spaceman's thing.
So I want to let Seth go, and then we'll bring that back up. Seth, go ahead.
Have you heard of Kellogg, the cereal guy? The one who made circumcision popular?
Yeah.
Yep.
He would totally be down for all of
the
what
Quaker. Yeah, Quaker Oats is what it was you're thinking of, actually. It was they made cereal that was so bland that it was supposed to get rid of your sex drive. So no sex, no masturbation.
He got circumcision popular and tried to make chemical cauterization of a woman's fucking thingy, the clitoris thing.
I mean, we could definitely go too far. Like FGM is bad.
There is info about about the guy who started the.
I've seen YouTube videos on it. I ain't read a single .gov document nor any historical documents on it. I think it's a bunch of full of shit. No, it's full of shit.
Look, it's calling you out. I'm being a source, bro. Source.
There's no. Well, I'm just saying, there's no documentation. All that shit is out there. I'm talking about fucking things we can put our finger on. You can talk about Kellogg's all you want. We're talking about the life of a human being, and I think that's bullshit to bring up even the Kellogg's guy. That makes no difference to what we're talking about, whether or not you think it's a fucking human being. Well, it comes down to, do you think it's a human being? Do you think it needs life? At 1 week, at 2 weeks, at 3 weeks, whatever the fuck you think.
You're doing too much, brother. We can't. This is not something we can engage with. I know you're saying a lot. So let's go to what Smoking Spaceman said. According to Razor's POV, we are all already aborted. The pregnancy was ended when we were birthed. Why is that correct or incorrect?
In all if we're going by all technicalities, it's not fully wrong, but it's colloquially we of course use the actual term of "we have been delivered."
Okay, and so then we can see that the framing of what you're using as medical abortion does not really apply to what people like myself and Kelly have and said have an issue with. Do you see that you're sidestepping the issue by appealing to semantic definitions?
I think the big gap is in the family values.
How so? Say more, Seth.
Because my focus is on the accountability in taking actions that could start a family.
Can I ask you a question about that? Actually,
yeah.
If we're going to be talking about like family building and accountability and stuff like that, I want to be sure that we're on the same page in terms of how to have that happen. What's your thoughts on child credits being bumped up enough to a damn near monthly payment to people who have kids?
I'm in favor. Well, I mean, it depends on how it works out.
Basically, would you be cool with universal basic income if it was towards people having kids?
No, but I do think that some aspect of tax credit is a good thing because it incentivizes what we want, which is more people.
So you're saying that we have to fix the economy before we can fix family values?
Entirely, actually.
Okay, so
that's
say more
fair.
on that.
Actually, there's a statistic showing that when abortions are legalized in high crime, high poverty areas, about 15 years after laws are set in, the petty crime rates drop dramatically.
Yeah, because there's less people, probably. Because you
There's
kill
less.
them.
It's less.
Black
Hold on, Kelly. Get here, because the reason
Kelly does have a point.
Okay,
it's kind of. I'm putting.
We're 3v1ing, so let's give him a chance. Hold on.
I know. So to what Kelly was just saying there, it's not that there's less people, it's that there's less poverty, because a lot of the time when you have a kid while already impoverished, you are now that much more impoverished because more of your money that could be going towards your rent and food to get to and your savings are also being gotten rid of. Basically, you start going into debt just trying to take care of this kid. So more poverty happens, thus more petty crime goes up, thus more big crimes go up because you're constantly trying to get more money to take care of your kid.
So why then doesn't abortion or adoption
fall into gangs?
Exactly.
Yeah, all that stuff definitely is true. But then why then is adoption not the answer? Why is abortion in the way that we're talking about?
A lot of the
success
time,
rate.
and I'm going mixture of a success rate and also underfunding of the system, of the foster care system, so that we don't have enough social workers to take care of as many kids as there are. We also don't have enough families who are financially stable enough to be able to take care of a foster kid. There's always this weird aspect about there's always this weird thing of like the government will give money to the foster parents to take care of the kid, but then they don't do the have the mindset of like, wait, what if we give money to the parents? Like it's really weird. The system is just really fucked right now. That's the biggest issue.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm in favor of the principle, depending on how it works, of having some type of tax credit. So let's rewind all the way back to the specific example that I gave of the woman who was pregnant. She's about to get to the end of the first trimester, and she decides that she doesn't want it, whether it's for financial reasons, whether it's because I'm just not ready, whether it's because she's scared. Why does that supersede the right to life to that fetus? Even if you don't believe it's a person, how do you square that circle?
Bodily autonomy is always going to be my number one my number one axiom. The mother's it's her body, her choice at all times. I don't care. Now, is it fucked up a little? Does that seem fucked up to you? Sure, I don't, but I don't.
So you believe
that's my end. That's my end point. It's bodily autonomy. It is her. It is her body. She's allowed to defend it from what would be considered a quote invader of her body.
So all boy moms
Kelly,
at one point had a penis.
Say it again.
So all boy moms at one point had a penis.
Opposite. All boys had a uterus at one point.
Well, that's true too. But if it's her body, then when the fetus is a male fetus is growing, it has a penis.
Do you remember the analogy?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so just so everybody's clear, what I'm asking is that if it is only her body until birth, then that means that every mother of a son at one point had a penis. Is that what you believe, Razor?
Okay, so do you remember my analogy from Earth?
Technically, it's not her penis. It's the Y chromosome.
That's why I'm asking. Hold on. Let Razor go.
So keep in mind, what I'm about to say is the full answer to the question. Do you remember my earlier analogy about inviting your friend into the house?
Yes.
It is a very similar principle. There is someone in your house who you no longer want in your house. You are allowed to tell them to leave. You are allowed to remove them from your house.
You can't kill them.
Yeah, no, exactly. You're not killing them. You're removing them.
Have you heard of Slaughter's Law?
No, let's take that there. Bars, Kelly, you are absolutely right that you are justified to kick your friend out of your house, but you can't kill them because they decided they're going to just squat in your house.
No, okay, here's how this connection actually works. So they let's say that they come into your house, then but you're like, no, I don't want you in my house anymore. Leave. Then they leave, and then they leave and get hit by a car. Did you make them get hit by that car?
That's a shit ass argument.
No. Let him explain. So I'm saying no.
So yeah, you didn't. So you were not the reason why they died. They simply left your house, and due to the outside world circumstances, they died.
Okay.
It is not you killing them. It is them just dying due to natural.
Yeah, that's
causes.
a completely different scenario than
no. This is a very
we're talking about.
No, this is a very.
Okay, wait. Okay, Kelly, hold on. Kelly, I'll throw it to you next. Hold on, Kelly, I'll throw it to you next. Can you explain the through line as to why killing your a friend that is staying in your house past their invite is the same as killing a fetus in the womb?
This is what I usually. The reason I talk about it in this way is usually it's the viability part of it. Is that when, say, your friend leaves a house and gets hit by a car, you didn't kill them. The outside world just caused it to happen because that's just how it happened. With a fetus being removed, if it's not viable, it's removed. It no longer.
No, it is viable. We're talking about the one. Remember, we're talking about the one that is viable. Yes.
Oh, if it's viable, then it just gets taken care of inside of an incubator and then put on for adoption. Duh. That's fine.
Well, that's what you're saying should happen, or that's what you're saying would happen?
Should happen.
Okay, agreed. So, but then why do we have the laws where it could be that the lady can just kill the fetus?
They don't.
You absolutely do.
Yes, I do.
Well, okay. Let me rephrase that a little bit. When I say they don't, I'm usually saying that most mothers don't do that.
That's not what we're arguing. We're arguing the principle of the law.
You're wrong about that too.
Even if he is, Kelly, that doesn't matter. Because we're talking about the principle of the law, whether or not people do. This was the whole trans thing. People aren't doing that. People aren't doing that. Yes, but you're pushing for a principle that allows it, and then eventually people were doing it. So again, the principle is that you should not be allowed to kill that child because it is otherwise viable and will grow into a child. But many states have laws, especially in the first trimester, that you can just end it.
Well, with the first trimester, like I already said, with where it's like barely viable, there is the fact that kid does not that quote kid at that time does not have the proper resources inside of itself at that point. So doesn't have.
It has fingers. It has
Doesn't
fingers in the first trimester. It has fingers and identifiable human
does
traits.
not matter.
So wait,
Does
let's
not
go.
matter.
Let's go full Tim Pool culture war. And when the Surfs, Lance from the Surfs was on, he walked right into this. So I'm hoping, Racer, that you've seen that and don't make the same mistake. Lilto says if it's her body, her choice, then she's allowed to smoke crack cocaine and not get arrested. Correct or incorrect?
Do you mean in our current legal system where crack
Let's change
and
it to alcohol and cigarettes because those are illegal things. So that's not right. So instead of
that's right. I want to be sure we're not like doing the whole thing of like because I'm pro like
answer the damn question.
Sorry.
So should a woman be allowed to smoke cigarettes and drink alcohol while pregnant? And I'm not asking about the law specifically. I'm asking about what you think.
We're just asking to see if you're a fucked up human being.
It's tongue in cheek.
Do you have to think that long on it?
No, I'm more no.
Kelly,
I'm not. It's not that I'm thinking long. It's that line you just said. I don't. What the fuck, dude?
He was
joking. It's not hard to understand if a mother should drink.
Chill out, Kelly.
I think that's a piece of shit argument.
All right. I get it. We get it. So if it's her body and her choice, is she allowed to smoke cigarettes and drink alcohol? In your personal opinion, is that okay?
She's morally reprehensible for doing it if she's planning on having a kid.
Why?
But like, she's allowed to do it. She is allowed to do it.
I
don't like it. I don't like it.
Why?
Why
don't you like it? Why don't you like it?
When does accountability start?
Hold on. Why don't you like it, Reed?
Because for me personally, if she knows that she is pregnant, she knows that she's still planning on having this kid. She has like this weird thing where it's like, oh, I don't want to get an abortion, but then she starts drinking to do all that stuff. That means that she knows she's trying to bring a life into this world and she's gonna fuck it up because but she's purposely fucking it up with the alcohol.
But killing it is not fucking it up.
It's not.
Okay, again,
hold on, Kelly. I'm gonna throw it to you. Hold on, I really want to get this pinned down because this is exactly the same thing. This is exactly the same thing that Lance from the Surf said. That you shouldn't do that because it's bad because you're damaging the baby. But doing that is less damage to the baby than killing it.
Well, not really. I've seen crack babies. It's terrifying.
Are they dead? Are they alive?
There is a math for this. What are the chances the baby would have been deformed versus
Are you the arbiter of how much suffering someone should?
I wouldn't want a born baby to be
suffering at this much, so we can kill them.
It's called a mercy killing. There's things called mercy killings. That's an actual thing that happens. That they're like currently in Canada they have the MAIDS thing, which is assisted induced.
That's insane.
Like it. So like if something is suffering to the point where you know it's not going to survive this suffering, it is going to suffer and die. A mercy killing ends that suffering early.
But can you see the distinction that if we are not willing to accept that the level of suffering that is brought upon by David saying my CPS sister said fetal alcohol syndrome is worse than the effects of both other drugs, so we'll go with the alcohol. So let's say that the suffering that we're talking about is fetal alcohol syndrome. Why is that suffering that is enough to end a life, but other things are not? Or a different way to ask the question is, what is the threshold to say, oh, you're going to suffer X much, therefore we can kill you?
I stated it before with the fact that the genetic mutation happened to where you're not born with kidneys or you're missing your liver. Your blood is not filtering correctly. You end up dying of toxication of your blood with the liver being gone, or your kidneys aren't there. So then you get backed up and drown on your own blood. That can happen with a birth. So the best choice is to end it quickly so that it doesn't drown in its own blood, suffering and nothing but pain. So medical reasons.
It used to be that the stillborn rate was about 10%, right? Like it used to be, the chances of the baby just not being valid was decently high, and that greatly affected the way we perceived the accountability of the mother. Like even with some miscarriage laws, if you caused a woman to miscarry, you had to pay the husband money, but it still wasn't counted as murder.
This is the Jewish law thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I know.
so if we apply this to the fetal alcohol thing, we're looking at there's a more decent chance of the child being stillborn than it is having a deformity, right? And so what you're doing is you're causing suffering, whereas the other one, it used to be presented as a situation of you wouldn't know if it was going to survive either way. In this one, you're putting it into a situation where if it survives, it's going to be fucked up.
No, well, part of that argument I don't think comes down to it being fucked up when it's born. You mentioned a couple things. One of them is a baby being born without the vital things that it can have to live. I understand that, again.
And that's usually where the killing. That's usually where
ectopic pregnancies and all that, you can categorize those in the same way. When you made the fucking mention earlier of kicking somebody out of your house because you don't want them to be there,
that's the bodily autonomy argument.
Well, hold on. Yeah, the
Squatters'
bodily autonomy
rights.
document. If I put an infant that is 6 weeks old, 1 month old, or 2 months old, then 5 years old, if I put him out on the fucking front porch and just leave him for nature to die, like you said, yeah, he's going to get hit by a car. He's going to get killed by nature. That still is disingenuous as shit. All these arguments are disingenuous as shit, and it keeps sounding like you're arguing for the killing of people who should have a life. And I don't fucking understand it. All of the things you keep saying
you might be misunderstood. You might be. I don't know if I don't. I'm not going to accuse you of doing it on purpose. I don't think you would do that. But it. But
you don't have to be sensitive about it. Just tell me what you think, dog.
No. It's just. I'm being sensitive.
So all right, why don't Razor, hold on to that thought. Let's bring Ivan in. Maybe we, he's gonna be on your side, and we'll see what you got. Ivan, what you got for us, brother?
Oh hi, I didn't know I was gonna automatically be brought onto the stage. Hello.
He said, "Whoa!" I thought it was being smart.
We just chilling, hanging out.
No, I mean like enter the live. I thought it was gonna be like a lobby or something, a waiting room. But yeah, I'm actually pro-life. But I think Razor's the arguments Razor's giving are pretty standard, like bodily autonomy arguments. I thought you guys raised an interesting point. I've had this conversation countless times, but I've never actually heard the alcohol question brought up. I don't know how that has never come up before. Like if it is your body, then presumably you'd be able to just consume whatever substances you want, irrespective of the damage it may cause to the child. Although I would imagine the pro-choice response to that would be that at least if you hold the view that we are our minds, the mind isn't formed until maybe, I don't know, set your week consciousness. A lot of people like to
24,
pick like
26
20,
weeks is when the brain develops.
The first neurons forms at 7 weeks, but we don't actually know the precise point of consciousness yet. But estimates range from all the way up as early as like maybe 17 weeks to the late as like 30 weeks. But let's just pick like whenever that happens.
The average is 24, 26. That's the usual number I see. From,
that is usually what like pro-choicers bring up. So let's just assume 20 weeks for the sake of the discussion.
Just in general, doctors. Not just pro.
Well, I mean, I could tell you articles that show as late as 30 weeks, and I could cite you articles that say it might even begin early as the first trimester. So, like saying that there's no like consensus on this, right? It's still a hot topic. But this is like besides the point, anyways. Let's just assume it's 20 weeks.
Fair enough.
The point is that assuming the mind is there at 20 weeks, and you believe that we are our minds, then you could say that a mother should be allowed to consume alcohol so long as she has the abortion prior to 20 weeks because no one's being harmed. I think that's a very sensible pro-choice position to hold. If you take that we are just our minds and there's no mind there, so therefore no one is being harmed, no one's being impacted. So
that's usually that's usually like the personhood. That's usually with the personhood argument. As this whole thing started with, that's my whole thing of like with said personhood. It is that sentience that we are our minds thing. But like,
Yeah, so I think it'd be perfectly sensible to say that the mother should be allowed to consume alcohol, and so long as she has the abortion prior to 20 weeks, because no one's being harmed.
I have a
I
question,
think it's a
Razor.
reasonable stance.
Yeah, go ahead, Seth.
I have multiple answers.
How do squatters' rights affect your view of bodily autonomy?
Squatters' right. So, okay, were you talking about like where someone basically invades someone else's private property and refuses to leave, and then laws have been put into place where it's like they've been there for more than 30 days, you have to let them stay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's technically not an invasion. There's actually specific laws set up for what is determined as a home invasion. If you've invited them in, then it's not a home invasion. And that is the key thing about pregnancy is you invite them in.
Oh.
Kelly, look at the private chat.
And once they're in, they don't have a choice, right?
Sorry, I might be misunderstanding this. What you're saying here?
Yeah, lay it out for us one more time.
So with squatters' rights, it doesn't just extend to people that have gone into an abandoned home. It extends to people that you have invited in as well. If they can prove
like
they have
Airbnb
residence
stuff,
there.
yeah. Like Airbnb.
Even at your own private domicile, if you have someone that you let room with you for a week and then they have squatters' rights immediately right there.
See, that's a little different. That's a lot different to bodily autonomy in my at least from what I've
You
seen.
invited them in, but they don't have a choice of leaving.
Well, no, you have the choice of telling them to leave, and if they don't, and you have the
They don't have the choice of leaving.
What do you mean?
What do you mean they don't have the choice of leaving?
It's an unborn child. They don't have the choice of leaving.
Oh, you went. Sorry, you went
invited
back
them
to
in.
the
Yeah, I was with Razor.
Sorry.
I thought we were talking about the squatter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
sorry.
that's the difference between the squatter and the child, right?
But the squatter
you
can
can
leave
do a
and the
whole
child
bunch of
cannot.
stuff to get the squatter evicted legally.
Oh yeah,
but that's still an eviction.
No. Right, hold on. That eviction that you're talking about, like where you'd have to go through a bunch of stuff in order to get them removed. You know, police, the right documentation, with the quote child being inside of the soon to be but not wanting to be mother. It's you have doctors and medication used to remove them.
No, the difference is that in all of these circumstances, whether the squatter stays or not, he gets to live. Whether you force him out legally, you push him out.
Yeah, but we're going by analogy here.
It's
It's not gonna be 1-to-1. It's an analogy.
That's a fair point. Hold on, Kelly.
Does the mother get to kill?
Right. But that's a fair point. But in the analogy, it doesn't that doesn't speak to the principle that we're talking about. So let's go back to Razor if you had an answer, and then we'll go to Ivan.
Yeah, again, the analogies aren't 1-to-1 all the time. So
They
I
still
understand
get
what
to
you're
live.
saying. I know. Again, the analogy's not 1-to-1 though. That's the difference.
What do you mean? We're talking about life and whether you're not
We're talking about the
live anymore.
We're talking about the principle, not the.
We should also know, Razor, do you have a cutoff? Like, what exactly is your pro-choice view? I just joined like last 5 minutes.
My
Like, do you have a cutoff, or-
pro-choice view is always the full 9 months, because you don't know what's happening you don't know what is happening with the medical stuff for them. And if you put laws into place, putting a weird cutoff, this is what I said in the chat a while ago. It causes a freezing effect in the medical world, where doctors are now scared to even think about whatever medical issues are happening. Just like, well, I can't take you in because if I do, I know it becomes a legal issue. That's my
right,
issue.
and so we can
That's why
change the law. We can work on the laws to make it such that these doctors are more protected. That doesn't.
Possibly, but the problem is
So
that
okay, so if we were able to change the laws to make sure that doctors were not scared of this, and
mothers for possible legal cases to where they don't have the time or money to take care of any court systems.
Wait, if they're for the mother, what?
A lot of the time with these abortion laws, they're saying that if you had it at all, jail time, possibly even the death sentence. They count miscarriages too.
Okay,
wait,
fair. Yeah,
what state's prosecuting mothers in the United States?
Texas.
Texas?
Are
Yes,
actually prosecuting
they
mothers?
recently just did that, and then I think Mississippi as well, and Missouri.
Hell yeah.
I'm not in favor of that. I am definitely more so about going after the doctors who do it. But if we could have
Like a mom had a miscarriage and she got thrown in, she got arrested.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That should not happen. And so but also babies should not be just be getting killed en masse. So we have a situation where either side we have bad things happening. And so the question is, how do we minimize the damage? And so if we are
the best way to, I apologize for cutting off.
No, you're good.
The absolute best way to minimize abortions in this country is not laws to stop them. It is laws to help the financial and economical position of everyone, and education. Obviously, sex education. Majority of the teen pregnancies are in red states that do abstinence only sex education, because there's and the more sex education there is, the less abortions there are, because there's less teen pregnancies. So if you want to stop abortions, keep it to the full 9 months, but give full, complete, comprehensive sex ed and this can start because Norway does.
What do you think people are going to learn from sex ed?
But
because you're talking about teen pregnancy, and I agree. Actually, when I was a liberal, I went to DC for a Reason Rally in 2016 or 2012, whatever it was, and that was the issue, that sex education. And I am very much in favor of not having just abstinence only because of what you said. But that's teen pregnancy. Now we're talking about adults who, again, we've agreed. We're talking about people who understand the risks, who have gone through with the behavior that they then have gotten pregnant, and then want to end that needlessly or for more superficial reasons.
Okay, so do you want to know something that I heard that I listened to recently that kind of tells you why it is I don't believe that these adults are smart enough to understand this shit?
I would love to hear your liberal elitist position. Please go ahead.
There was a recent argument. There was a
We'll
recent.
go to Ivan next. Go ahead.
Sorry, Ivan.
No worries.
There was a. I like to listen to call-in. I like to listen to call-in shows and stuff. Where people can call in, make whatever arguments they want about different topics. And someone called in about something complete. Some topic. I forget what the exact thing was going on about. But then talked about. Right. They were an anti-trans person, so they were making these weird arguments about male fluid, about male fluid, female fluid, and they said that pee is stored in the uterus.
What?
I mean,
they were serious, and they were 100% serious. They
technically, for a period of time, pee is stored in the urethra.
No, uterus.
Oh,
not urethra, uterus.
Oh, that's
technically
that's
for a
pretty bad.
period of time. Pee is stored in the uterus too when the baby is born and develops the bladder.
It was basically the someone being serious, but it was the equivalent of someone saying pee is stored in the balls.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Ivan, and then we'll go from there.
That's why I say
I was looking at the Texas statute.
Sorry.
And Chapter 170A says that you cannot impose criminal, civil, or administrative liability on the pregnant patient under Texas state law.
Am I thinking of a different state then? Because I remember seeing a news story about a woman who got a miscarriage and she was arrested because of it. I remember seeing that story.
I mean, I'm definitely disavow that.
There was a case in 2022. This woman named Lizelle Gonzalez was arrested for murder after an alleged self-managed abortion, but all charges were dropped within days.
It was Georgia.
Oh, Georgia. Okay, yeah, because Texas is.
Georgia woman arrested after miscarriage. She was arrested and charged with abuse before Ohio.
She took the abortion pill and drove home. You talking about that bitch? Because that's a fucking total discombobulation.
In 2023, Brittany Watts, sorry, I lost track. In 2023, Brittany Watson was arrested and charged with abuse of a corpse in Ohio, Georgia, after she suffered a miscarriage at home in her toilet. That happens.
What ended up happening?
Unfortunately.
Oh, that's
What?
a different one.
What was
That's
the name?
wrong. In her toilet?
Brittany Watts.
So what
That's what it
happened?
said.
Did she just she didn't report it? She had like a whole baby in the toilet. Like
He
what kind of
probably
mistake?
did. Not a whole baby. It was basically a non-viable fetus.
It doesn't. So who
But
came in and
Razor,
found it?
Razor, I also kind of want to.
Shit, because who came in and found it? Who came in and fucking
Kelly, you
charged
gotta,
her?
you gotta calm down,
And who
man.
reported it?
Give it a second.
Well, it might have happened if she reported it to her doctor.
Oh shit!
Razor, I also wanted to address your point about like it seems like you're the stance.
The
you have
charges
to
were
rely
later
on
dropped. It says, but yeah, she was originally arrested, but the charges were later dropped. I apologize. I apologize, Ivan. Continue.
So let's read this, and then we'll go back to Ivan. The case of Brittany Watts is real, but is often misrepresented in debates. Here's what actually happened step by step. September 23, Watts was 21 to 22 weeks pregnant and experiencing serious complications.
Serious complications. Oh, that makes it even more reasonable, in my opinion.
Okay. Doctors determined the pregnancy was not viable and that she was at risk of infection and hemorrhage. After not receiving timely treatment, she went home and miscarried in her bathroom. During the miscarriage, the fetus had already died in utero before being delivered. She attempted to flush the remains and later returned to the hospital while still bleeding. Why? She was arrested. Hospital staff contacted police. They charged her with abuse of a corpse, which is a felony, based on how the fetal remains were handled. She was not charged for having the miscarriage itself.
Yeah.
And so again, when we look into the specifics, it's not explicitly, and we know ChatGPT can be more on your side for things, but that she was not charged for having a miscarriage. She was charged for the treatment of
mutilation of corpse.
Yeah, abuse of a corpse. And so I also think that is not ideal. Like, I feel for that woman. I that must have been horrible to go through. But at the end of the day, that has nothing to do with the principle that we've been appealing to. That once conception occurs, that a new human being is created.
If it's a
that
corpse, it
deserves
died. If it died, it was alive.
Yeah, but no one's.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's denying that.
Yeah, I don't think
no one's denying that.
But if it's alive, then where are its rights?
Well, the sophisticated pro-choicers will acknowledge that it's cellular life, but then they'll say not all cellular life is endowed with moral consideration.
But animals don't have sentience, and they still have rights.
Yes, they do.
Animals do.
I think animals have sentience.
Animals absolutely have sentience.
But
Tell me this motherfucker doesn't have sentience. Watch what happens when I watch. Tell me he doesn't know what's going on. Oh,
on that.
Yeah, he has no sentience. He has no sentience.
Hey,
no, animals do have sentience.
Yeah,
There's a reason
that's undeniably
Again,
animals have sentience.
Some of the core things we started with, though, is what I said, is that the baby's body is not the mother. These are two separate beings.
Well, but Kelly, Razor can accept that, and his argument would still go. His argument still stands, right? Because the entire point is that someone else does not have the right to my body. Again, I'm not endorsing his position. I'm pro-life, but his position is that he can even grant, like some pro-choicers, even grant personhood at conception.
Can we roll this back to squatters' rights?
My body.
So I'm really quickly.
Let's go to wait. Let's go to Razor and then Seth.
So I will real quickly. Ivan, you're wonderful. So you've been wonderful so far. Thank you for at least understanding my points a lot better. A lot of time my brain doesn't hear pro-life in a positive manner. I hear pro-life and it comes across as pro-forced birth. That's what
it's
it
called,
sounds
brainwashing.
That's what I hear. It's pro-forced birth. Like the mother's not allowed to have any choice whatsoever. That's why I don't like the idea of pro-life, because if you were pro-life, you would also be for universal basic income.
No. Let me take this. No. Hold on. Everybody shut the fuck up. This is such a common thing that I respond to all the time. There's a difference between not wanting somebody to be killed and wanting to pay for all of their life. Whether it's whether it's an adult or a baby or a fetus or whatever, I don't want it to die. Just because I don't want it to die doesn't mean that I feel like I should be responsible for all of its financial.
I didn't say all of it. When I say universal basic income, I mean it in the way of like your basic needs: food, shelter, and I guess clothing. Not even clothing, not even that. Just food and shelter and water. If those are taken care of, you're good. That's what universal basic income is for. That's
so
it.
then we should get rid of abortions and spend more money on religious operations that do food shelters, clothing shelters,
atheistic
things like
operations also do. Atheistic operations also do this.
Razor, I wasn't trying to imply anything by the name. I was just using
I know. It's just more.
I'm an atheist, by the way.
I know.
Okay, yeah, that's all I was implying.
All right, so let's go to Seth, and then
I just wanted to get my point across when I say it. Like, I understand what you're actually saying, but it's just, to me personally, I see. Pro-life is not what it sounds like to me, especially when it's someone who's like, you have to have the kid and then you're on your own. It's like,
correct. That is how life.
I am in favor of.
I don't like pro that. That is life. I am pro life. But,
I just don't like it when it's like they're low income.
Who do we say? Do we say
like,
Seth was next, right? Seth wanted to bring it back to the squatters' rights.
Good.
Okay, so there is a bit of a bridge here I see when it comes to the accountability and the rights of the father with squatters' rights, because they were invited in and now they live there and they don't have a choice of leaving. It should be between the mother and her to kick them, right?
You cut off halfway there. I apologize. You read that last part.
It should be between the mother and the father to kick them out, right? Like, just as with the squatter, if the squatter doesn't want to leave, then you have to get an eviction. So you would have to get a court order to overturn the rights of the father to get the abortion if the father wants to keep the baby, according to squatters' rights.
I think that affects the bodily autonomy in a negative way, because you're basically putting someone else. Sorry, that. Sorry. That was just my my phone was doing it.
No, you're good. You're saying it affects the bodily autonomy.
That affects bodily autonomy in the sense that you are giving over bodily autonomy to another third party.
That was the agreement during sex.
No, the agreement during sex was one that we both get to feel a woohoo and bam, bam, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. That was the agreement during sex.
That's not sex.
But that goes back to the hiking thing. Like, yes, the purpose of going on a hike is not to break your ankle, but you know that if you're walking on terrain, then you can break your ankle. And so
there can be a discussion.
That's the only way. You can break your ankle in a million different ways. There's only one way to get pregnant.
You can definitely have a discussion with your partner and say, "Hey,
you can have fun in a million other ways."
Like, this is like, you can definitely have a discussion with your possible sexual partner, and have
it's literally consent.
I think the language here gets a bit confused.
Ivan, let's go to Ivan, and then I want to jump in.
Go ahead, Ivan.
I think the language here gets a bit confused. I mean,
it is.
I think Razor and the pro-choice people are correct when you can't consent. You don't consent to being pregnant, but that's because consent to something that happens with another party. Like, I don't consent to some I can't consent.
I consented to sex, but I didn't consent to pregnancy, so that's sexual assault.
No.
What?
Hold on, wait. Let Ivan finish. Let Ivan finish.
The proper language here is that you incur a risk, right? So when I have intercourse, I'm incurring a risk, and you're being held accountable on account of negligence. But to say that, when you say consenting to intercourse is consenting to pregnancy, well, that's just simply not true. What they're being held accountable for is the risk that they incurred on an account of negligence. Like the whole consent thing, you can only consent with someone else. Like, it doesn't make sense to say I'm consenting to this abstract thing happening. Consent is what happens between two or more parties. And so I think the proper terminology here would be to say that you incur a risk when you have intercourse, and then you're going to be held accountable for the outcomes of that, even if they're undesirable to you. In the same way that when you drink and drive, you're not, you don't hope to crash into someone, but you incur a risk, and you're to be held accountable on an account of negligence. But the drunk driver isn't consenting to hit someone with their car. That doesn't even make any sense. Just because they consented to drinking and driving, that also doesn't make sense either. Like, what does it even mean to consent to drinking and driving? You only consent with someone else.
You have to take accountability for hitting someone else with your car, no matter if you're drinking or
that's what
not.
I said. I just said the
Right,
language
so-
here. The language here causes a bit of confusion because consent is what happens with parties, not with some abstract concept. What happens is that you incur risk, and then based on that risk, if the negative undesirable outcome happens to occur, then you're held accountable because you could foresee that this would happen. Like most people, almost all people, when they have intercourse, they can foresee that this person could, or that they could become pregnant, and so that's what they're being held accountable for.
I would say the only time the idea of consent to pregnancy comes in is when someone with their partner are always coming up just like, we're trying for a baby. Thanks, I know you like getting raw dog. You don't have to tell me every time.
Razor, how did the baby consent to being conceived? Tell me that. The separate person, the person who's not the mother, how did they consent? So there was no consent given, huh? That's interesting.
To being born? No.
Yeah, there's no consent, huh? And you just really, you think it's cool to like end that, huh?
And
well, that would be
Okay,
a
wait, Kelly,
concern.
wait, Kelly. So go on that. Okay, we agree there's no consent, and then
Well, I mean, how do you reconcile the fact that there's no consent and then you end it because they didn't consent to being unalive, dog? Like, so
they don't know that they're alive yet.
So a person that you're talking about, like a person who has like a certain level of intelligence or able to recognize the world. So like retarded people, you're cool killing them.
I'm not a eugenicist.
I mean, Kelly, you're also question
You
begging.
sound like it, dog. You sound like it the whole damn time because you consent.
I've never once said kill a kid because it's. I never once said.
You paralleled abortion to kicking somebody out of your house because if they get killed in nature, then it's okay. But if a mother puts a 6-month or a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old out on her porch and it gets killed by nature, that is not their consent. It gets killed by nature, and it's her fucking fault.
Yeah, Kelly, you're
okay. Real
there are
fast.
two problems with this.
Shit.
In defense of Razor, there are two problems. One, you're question begging.
The exact same thing.
The first thing is that you're question begging. Like Razor doesn't even grant that it is a person at conception, so there's no person there. So you're just question begging. You're assuming it's a person first.
I feel it.
Second, with respect to like the child being left out on the porch, Razor could just say that the child that is born is no longer using the mother's bodily resources, and therefore is not serving as an imposition on her bodily autonomy. Now you could push this and say, what about breastfeeding, that sort of thing. But given Razor's stance, like your question is just kind of like a non-starter.
Right.
Yeah, that's why because what can be done is up to adoption, and that breastfeeding thing, we have formula, which is actually sometimes even healthier than breastfeeding. We have formula. It's good. Sometimes it is like I
do want to push on the bodily autonomy thing though, Razor. If the principle you're adhering to is bodily autonomy, I don't see a principal difference with breastfeeding. Like presumably, I don't know if you're familiar with the cabin in the woods hypothetical, but you have a woman and there's a child, and they're snowed in. They're going to be there for let's say a month. The child they have no food. Would the mother be would this woman be obligated to breastfeed this child for that month while they're snowed in, or would she be allowed to let it starve, given her rights to her bodily autonomy?
At that point, there's a very specific term I just can't remember the exact. God damn it! What is it? What is that term? There's a very specific term about like when you have parental obligations. Because once the baby is fully born and you are now taking care of it, you now have said parental obligations.
I see what you're saying.
To raise it.
You willingly entered into this contract to
exactly. You can't just break it out of nowhere.
Okay,
so it's not
let's
going
say
against your bodily autonomy. So it's not going against bodily autonomy to.
Well, but what if she just
revokes
revokes consent though? What if she like no longer wants to do this? Because presumably she's doing this during pregnancy, right?
Broken the contract that she has now broken the contract that she put into place by saying yes, I'll raise this kid, and she can go to jail for that.
Well, I mean, presumably that's what's happening at pregnancy, because the moment she finds out she's pregnant and she doesn't get the abortion, she's now entered into this like minimal contract where she's saying, I'm willing to use my bodily resources to carry out this pregnancy. Now, if she gets the abortion right away, you're absolutely right. But the moment she doesn't get the abortion right away, let's say she's like a month in, she has now entered this like minimal contract. I'm willing to devote my bodily resources, but under your view, she would be allowed to revoke consent or violate this contract later on in
With that one, it's
pregnancy.
because there is because at that point there is there is still no parental contract in place at that point.
When you say
It is still
contract,
just.
are you referring to like a legal
I'm
contract
thinking.
or a
I'm
social
thinking
contract?
social. I'm thinking social contract.
Yeah, so
All right.
then
While you guys, real quick, while you guys pin down the definition of what you're talking about, not only. Wait, wait. Oh, fuck me. Actually,
Hey.
this works better. Okay, wait. All right. We have hit the fucking goal! Shout out to fucking Button. Not only does he get his treat, but we got a special treat. Let's fucking go.
Whoop, whoop.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood.
Let's
Kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mic on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason.
Beautiful. Thank you so very much. If anybody knows if that sounded better when I shared the tab as opposed to sharing the screen, let me know. But thank you so very much. And that means we have hit the goal. So I have push-ups to do at the end of the stream. Thank you so very much. Very much appreciated. All right.
Real quickly, Johnson in chat. I didn't say breast milk wasn't super healthy. I just say that sometimes it can be. Sometimes formula can end up being healthier. It doesn't. It's not all the time, but sometimes. The sometimes is a key.
But yeah, Razor. So if you're going based on a social contract, I don't see what the principal difference is between pre-birth and post-birth. Why would there be a social contract post-birth and not pre-birth? It seems to me there's just, as a lot of pro-lifers say, there's just a change in location. It doesn't seem like there's a principal difference here between why a social contract is formed once the child is born versus why there isn't a social contract at 8 months if the mother knows she's pregnant and has decided she's willing to devote her bodily resources. It seems that her acknowledging that she's willing to devote her bodily resources is just an acknowledgement throughout the entirety of this child's development, both pre and post-birth. I don't see why there would be like a principal difference once the child exits the womb, considering, again, she's still going to have to use her bodily resources to sustain this life.
I thought that the consensual sex was the contract.
Let's Razor. Since we're all ganging up on Razor, let's Razor answer, and then we'll go to Seth.
Yeah. Let's go with Ivan first. Sorry. Okay. Trying to being sure I'm hearing everything correctly, so I can get this answered right.
Don't worry, Razor.
With the what?
I said it's not just you. I'm talking against the whole whole ideology. So don't worry, bro.
Shut up and let him speak, Kelly. Jesus.
Sorry, my head. Like I said, I've barely had like a single slice of pizza so far. So when it comes, those resources to the single month versus it's now more past the 9 month is now out of the womb. That's what you're asking for the difference between those two.
Well, because in the cabin in the woods hypothetical, you said that she would be obligated because once
there is
born,
a parental
there's a parental obligation
contract.
now. She's like willingly entered into this like social contract with her child.
Yeah.
And so
With
what I'm pressing is and society. And so what I'm pressing on is I don't see why that isn't present the moment she finds out she's pregnant and she doesn't get the abortion. Because it seems to me the moment she finds out she's pregnant and does not get the abortion, she's now taken on this obligation. Like, I'm willing to devote my bodily resources for the child's sustenance as it develops both pre and post birth. I don't see why this only would apply once they're born. It seems unprincipled to me. It seems ad hoc.
So maybe we can throw this in there, and that might help the situation. Because Dave's asking, does a conjoined twin have the right to kill a twin that is not viable without them?
Well, those don't exist. The closest example of this was a case in the UK where they actually were allowed to separate the child. They actually did end up killing, I believe the name was Mary. But that's because if they didn't do it, then I believe both of them were going to have like a super high chance of dying. But because they ended up severing off the other child that was kind of using the heart of their twin or some vital organ of their twin, that child is actually able to live. But like Siamese twins don't, like one doesn't use the other's heart; they kind of share. But it's a good hypothetical nonetheless. If there was
the closest,
it's definitely different.
The
but-
closest conjoined twin that had the whole thing of like with that viability thing would have been the ones that had a conjoined head, but there was a doctor who was a master neurosurgeon who was able to separate them. They were both alive, so they both lived with a working brain and everything. But that's
But if there was such a case, though, I think it is an interesting question, though. Like if one of the twins was using the other's bodily organ, and it was a drain on them, like they could feel that, it was very painful for them to have to like provide their twin with nutrients and I don't know, blood circulation, whatever the case may be. Like would this twin just like be allowed to take out the other twin?
Winning it again.
Oh, hey, horseradish.
Come on up. I just dropped the link on Twitch. Come on up.
I think they both both Leafy and horseradish rated out to you. It looks like.
Does it? Oh,
I had both of their.
Thank you. Shout out to the raid. Very, very, very much appreciated. I gotta be more on top of Twitch. Thank you for letting me know. Very much appreciated. Degens, come on through. The link is pinned.
Yeah, I know because I had both their streams up at the same time that I was watching you. So
word up. Much appreciated.
Okay, so sorry, Ivan. Could you repeat your last thing? I apologize.
Well, we could go to the twin hypothetical, or we could just circle back to what I was trying to get at earlier, which is that I don't see why I don't see what the difference would be for why the mother would have parental obligations only post-birth. If the claim is that she acknowledges that she has an obligation and a responsibility, and so now she's obligated, even if she doesn't want to do it anymore with the breastfeeding. Why would that not apply during pregnancy? Like if she recognizes she's pregnant, she doesn't get the abortion immediately, and she recognizes, okay, I have an obligation to provide this child my bodily resources. Like, why would there not be an obligation there too?
Okay, so just so I'm being sure I'm understanding entirely, I apologize. Like I said, I'm a little brain foggy right now. Been doing you're wanting to know the difference between a month in pregnancy versus a possibly 1 to 2 or let's say 4 months born to a year born kid, like the difference between those two is what you're saying.
Well, what I'm specifically asking for is the difference in why one has an obligation and the other one doesn't, because your justification for why the woman in the cabin should provide should breastfeed even if she doesn't want to is because she's taken on this obligation and she's recognized that she has a duty. But
if viability is guaranteed, what does that change about accountability?
If the mother's 3 months in, she found out she was pregnant. Maybe let's say she found out she was pregnant 2 weeks in. She didn't get the abortion right away, and so she's 3 months in. She recognizes taking on this obligation. Why doesn't she have an duty to sustain the pregnancy, but the woman in the cabin has an obligation to breastfeed? If they both recognized,
I think two reasons on this one here. Reason one, with the woman snowed into the cabin, that baby has now been given has already been given full personhood. They are now full sentience. They are their own being. Sure. Okay, you are not the owner of that kid. It is just a child that you have a parental obligation to guide through life. So it is someone who the state has deemed worthy of the protections of our laws. So if it dies or you don't care, your parental rights have shown that that social contract of your parental rights is what's making you have to take care of that kid, because you are
there's a difference between parental rights and guardianship.
They're kind of mixed together.
So
yeah, they're kind of mixed together. But the one where the quote kid, I'm putting quotations because no, I've been seeing people in chat misconstruing what I'm saying. I say kid for colloquial
Yeah,
usage.
yeah,
Thank you. With it in the womb, not seen as not having the personhood or sentience yet. Like there's no sentience, there's no personhood here. It's not not a viable life whatsoever. She does have the right to remove it, so it's no longer sapping away her biological resources.
Okay, got it. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding your position.
There's the sapping away and the.
Hold on, Kelly.
feeding up.
Hold on.
I got
Just
you.
so I'm understanding your position correctly.
My bad, dude.
A mother has an obligation to her child once they're sentient, even if and has a duty to provide bodily resources, even if she no longer wants to, because that's what's happening.
Because of the parental contract you have technically signed with the state and the doctors.
Well, why would that matter? Wait, so let's say there was no law where parents had to like protect their children. So could she then let the child starve?
There you go.
In the cabin? Like morally?
Would she go to
No, I'm asking
like they're saying there's no there's no laws. Like there's no laws, is what you're saying.
Well, there's just no law that parents have obligations to their children. Because it seems to me you're rooting this in like some sort of legal contract.
Well, we have to with this. We kind of have to.
Sure.
Well, no, because
but even if we do, that's what Ivan is presenting to you, a different legal framework where the parents do not have that.
Or she's just like outside of the jurisdiction of a country where these laws apply. Like there could be another country where this law doesn't apply, and that's where the cabin is. So she's not going to go to jail.
I can give you the answer. I can. So I'm going to. So the answer I'm going to give you will be possibly a minor shock, but I want you to be sure that you understand that where it is I'm coming from when I say this. If there are no laws that are obligating her to take care of that child, I personally, as who I am, would find her morally reprehensible for leaving that kid to die.
That's all I'm asking.
I would find that morally wrong.
Why though? Why? That's what we're honing in on. There is something deep within you that understands that is not right.
Because without one, it's a sentient life who needs the care of someone who does. Wait,
so Razor, then
you mean like?
So she should take care of the child, then Razor, correct?
If it is a full viable life, yes.
In the cabin.
Again, we're still looking for the difference. What is the difference?
Well, no. So then your stance isn't rooted in the law, then, right? Because we just stated that even if there's no law, she has an obligation.
Cool.
Okay.
Why is her with accountability dependent upon sentience?
We'll get to the accountability bit in a second.
We'll let them cook, and then Seth will go to you next.
So then, Razor, we're going to flesh out your stance here. Your stance is that a mother has a duty to provide bodily resources to her sentient child, even if she no longer wants to, regardless of the law on the books. That was your stance.
Well, okay, rephrase that. I apologize.
A mother has a duty to provide bodily resources to her sentient child, regardless of any law that's on the books. Which is what your stance was in the cabin in the woods.
I would say she has. I would say again for me. I would say morally she has.
Morally, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. So then morally, you would be against third trimester abortions then. Your stance wouldn't be all 9 months because the child is sentient.
No, because most of those times, those will end up being the kid can't. Most of the time, when that happens, the kid is just taken out, not killed, put up for adoption.
Sure, but I'm talking about specifically the ones where they want to kill the child.
That doesn't.
That happens in DC and Colorado. That happens
trying to go around the thing that we're asking you about.
Razor.
You're presenting a lot of different scenarios. The
few times that happens where the killing happens is because of the medical issue of a mercy killing.
Clinics in DC and Colorado say that they'll accept an abortion for no questions asked. You can go.
Has it happened?
How many?
Why is that relevant to your personal opinion?
Because I only asked. Hold on.
Okay, let's say it does. What's your opinion? Let's say it hasn't. What does that change about your opinion?
The reason why I ask the reason why I ask if it hasn't is because a lot of the time when certain things are put on books, it's because that open vagueness leaves it open to interpretation by the doctors who know better than the than both the mother and the general population because the doctor has taken the many years in medical school to be able to take care of
Yeah,
a
but I'm
possible
just giving you straight
pregnancy.
from their websites, though. Like straight from their websites, they say
You
you
don't
don't
need
medical
a
complications.
doctor to understand killing a life.
Yeah, that's
So
just straight from their
we're
website.
trying to determine what is the difference between if it's in the womb, it's okay to kill, and if it's outside the womb, it's
Razor
not okay.
established that it was
And-
sentience, but
right, and so
but
right,
that
and
would
so
commit him-
everything
would
that you
commit him
appeal
based on
to,
lesser abortions. But he
right,
says he's
everything
not
that you
willing to do
appeal
that.
to, we're able to give you an example of how that exists while the fetus is still in the womb. Yet you still use birth as the
so
line.
Razor, just to be clear, you are against the intentional killing of post-sentient unborn children, correct?
Of course.
Okay, well, there are some pro-choice
take
advocates
that.
that are not, right? Okay, so we established that. So then,
I'm still pro-choice all up to 9 months, and if
Well, yeah,
that if you
because
think that's
when you get an
if you think that
abortion-
that's contradictory, because if you think that's contradictory,
well, no,
okay,
the reason we need to
Makes you
clarify
a
that was
fucked up
because
human being.
the reason we need to clarify that was because there's some pro-choice advocates that say they don't care if it's an intentional killing if the mother wants that, and there are others that say, well, at that point they're viable, and if they're not just inducing labor, then that's not allowed. Which is your stance that they should just induce labor. But if we
really
I would want them to just
Razor-
induce labor, and they would go.
Razor, the problem here is that, as you know very well, viability is contingent upon medical advancement. So in a country such as Nigeria, consciousness begins before viability. Viability in, I believe, in Nigeria, I could be getting the country in Africa incorrect. There's a country in Africa where viability doesn't happen until about 28 weeks. And in most instances, the child is sentient here. So under your stance, would these abortions be allowed?
Wait. Nigeria, you're saying in Nigeria, they say
Viability.
yes.
Viability isn't until the children are not viable until about 28 weeks. By that point, most babies are conscious. So would you be in favor of an abortion in this area?
He's basically saying the medical technology we have dictates viability. And so it is such that we could have consciousness and sentience, which you were appealing to, before viability.
Before viability. So would you be in favor of these abortions as well?
I would want as many. I'm trying to. What's the word I'm looking for here? I would want as many avenues opened to the potential mothers as possible, and so I would. So I would have to, for consistency's sake, still stick with the pro-choice side of it is still her body, and she needs to be able to have the bodily autonomy to not have to hold this child in her body anymore.
Okay, so just to be clear, in this situation, you would allow for the mother to kill her.
Again, there's no. Again, like the killing part is really.
This happens in Nigeria. What are you talking?
Weird.
This
I know I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying it's really.
Well, in America, because our technology is better, but in Nigeria, 28 weeks is their viability. That's the point of viability.
I mainly care about what's happening in America right now, but like,
but
the principle still stands. The fact that it's not happening in America is we're only bringing that in because it challenges your principle that you're applying to American women, American babies.
Well, Razor, I think this would be a contradiction. I just want to spell it out. Let me know if I got anything incorrect here. In the cabin in the woods hypothetical, you stated the mother should devote her bodily resources to her sentient child, because they are sentient, and she's taken on this duty. In the Nigeria case, the child is sentient, and you stated the mother does not have to give her bodily resources, even though the child is sentient. So I don't.
Sentient and viable is usually what ends up happening. Sentience is where I give personhood. Viability is where being able to live.
So you need to be sentient and viable. You said it was sentience earlier.
Difference between our views, I think, I see.
Sorry,
you said it just need to be sentience earlier. It seems to me now you're adding in.
It's always I've always wanted viability because I've always been wanted viability because whenever I say the whole thing of like it's sentience with the 24 to 26 weeks where the sentience pops in, my brain is always going to the fact that we do have the technology of incubators to where if it is taken out earlier than normal, or if it's
so what if we didn't have incubators?
Well, we already did this with the Nigeria hypothetical, like where the viability.
So all right, let's because
they would need to be because if we do have the technology to where they are able to be kept viable, then yes, that
Abortion
I'm
should
more,
be legal.
I am more for the viability. I am more for the I'm not putting abortion as illegal because I'd rather like it's not even a thing we would have to talk about. I want to fight for the ability for where even if it's fully legal, it rarely happens. But that
Okay, so Razor,
that's an economic thing.
So they need to be sentient and
so
viable.
let-
but in your mind, you thought, and at least in America, they kind of happen at the same time. Is that what you were getting at?
Sentience and viability need to
have
sentience and viability usually need to be like interlinked.
You need both in order to have in order to be a person or to have moral consideration.
Moral consideration is a kind of a trap word in my opinion.
Yeah, so before we go down that road, hold on, wait, let's just step through real quick. Yeah, let's go to
I know the trap of this. I know the trap of this of the moral consideration thing.
We'll save you from it.
Razor,
no, I know where it goes. I
don't know what.
Let's just bring Seth in because you guys can go for a minute.
I don't know what else you would call that.
Seth, go ahead.
So, I think there's a bit of a difference in how we're viewing how sacred life is at the base level, right?
That's fine.
Like there's just one view of the life of a fly is as valuable as the life of a human, right?
No one said that.
Some would argue, but sure.
Razor
never said that.
I'm not saying anyone in particular here said that. I'm saying like that is the most extreme version of that view that is different than what Razor is holding, that I feel like could show our differences with his a little bit better. Like ours aren't as extreme as that, but we're applying the same, that life is sacred even at that stage, and the accountability falls upon having sex. You've made that contract, allowing that life into you, and so that's where you have to make the decision, is before you have sex. That's where you have to accept the accountabilities before you have sex, and that's where most of the arguments should be kept focus on if we want to promote strong family.
Zero, because Razor could just reject that on the bodily autonomy principle.
That's fair. That's all. We got to let the conversation happen though. So go ahead, Razor.
Yeah. So Razor, it seems to me that.
Well, wait. Let Razor respond to Seth, and then we'll go back to you, Evan.
I would still like. I apologize, Seth. Like I lost track of that. I lost track halfway through. I was trying to.
He's essentially saying
everything we're going.
He's essentially coming back to the notion that when you have sex, you are consenting to the things that can happen from that.
This is an abstinence only argument.
Yeah, I mean, respectfully, that was just
Nope. No, it's not.
That's what that sounds like to me. That sounds like an abstinence.
Okay, well then that's. I don't know what it sounds like, but the words that I'm saying are not abstinence. It's about being informed before you give consent. So, do you think that let's say women, and specifically we're talking about younger girls over 18, do you think they should understand what they are consenting to when they consent to sex?
Yeah, I want sex education. Sex education.
Right. So sex education is going to put the knowledge that you can have a baby, birth control can fail in the woman's mind from the time before she's even a woman. So the idea that she doesn't know the risks and still engages in the activity, I'm still not understanding why. If you know that it's a risk if X is a risk if I do A. I did A, and now I got X.
Abstinence is a good idea.
I mean, Razor's already kind of explained this though. Like Razor's already saying, yeah, but the bodily autonomy trumps this. Like Razor's already
always. Bodily autonomy will always be an axiom that I will not get rid of.
Yeah, like this is his base principle. So we need to if we're going to engage with the position, we just have to grant it and see and demonstrate that it's inconsistent. But like saying you need to be responsible isn't going to change his mind. He already says
humans are. I would say that humans in general are just inconsistent with a lot of different things, no matter what axioms you hold.
Even if that's true, that doesn't mean we should be inconsistent in the way.
Yeah,
that we treat
if you can demonstrate the position is internally contradictory, then it ought to be dismissed with.
So to interrupt my bodily autonomy, if you disrupt somebody's bodily autonomy, you can kill them. Is that your statement?
there's a very specific
Can you end?
term.
Can you end the heartbeat? Can you end another person's like?
There's a very
limb?
specific term that right now is escaping my
A
mind.
very specific term is like, can you end somebody else for?
Hold on.
No,
Kelly,
there's a
Kelly. Chill. We're all friends here.
what's it called? Fuck, what was it called? Levels of engagement. Was it level like? There's always levels to it when it comes to bodily autonomy. Obvious, like if you put your hand on my chest, I have the right to push your hand down. If you because you're messing with my body by putting your body on my I can do that. But if you put a gun to my fucking face and I'm quick enough to defend myself and possibly get it back on you, your death at that point is your fault if you put the gun to me. My body time was put under threat.
Okay.
Razor, I just kind of wanted to push this point further because I don't seem to have a clear criteria from you on what actually it is that makes a person valuable, because first you said it was sentience, and then later with the Nigeria example you said you need sentience and viability, and this is what would apply to the child in the cabin. And so if your view is that you can, I think kill is the appropriate word if they're sentient, because they would be sentient at like 26 weeks. If the view is that you can kill the child,
which a lot of the time they can end up being viable as well, even with with possibly lesser medical things, because there's a chance that they could survive outside of the womb at that point, even if you don't have an incubator. It'd be very minor chance, but it's doable.
Yeah, but if the idea here is that they're not viable, therefore they're allowed to be killed.
They're not no, they just die, not killed. They just die.
But
when they're
so
not
you see how again that's sidestepping what we're talking about. We're not talking about those situations.
You're pivoting again, right? Because if the criteria is that they need to be viable and they're not, then it would just follow that you are allowed to kill them. But under your view, it seems that you're expressing some hesitancy here. You're saying, well, even if they're not viable, they're sentient, we should still remove them nonetheless, and then they'll just die.
You can try to save them if you wish, and I personally.
Yeah, what if the mother doesn't? Yeah, what if the mother doesn't wish? She's like, oh, I would just kill it.
So do you believe in keeping the baby?
Hold on, Kelly. What if the mother's like, no, I don't want to try, just kill it. They're not viable yet.
I am like, this is. I apologize. Like, I'm trying so hard to figure out like why people keep saying that it's a common thing where a mother will say take the kid and kill it even if it's viable.
It doesn't matter if it's
viable. No, I already stated it's not viable. I've already stated it's not viable, but it is conscious.
Okay, so it's removed, and then it's outside of the. You realize no longer able to be viable.
We're saying that's a different situation than the one we're arguing over.
That's not what Razor. That's not what they do. Like when the child is not viable, a lot of the.
Why are we accountable for sentient life and not non-sentient life?
It's a D&E, right? So they go in, they course the skull and they cut up its limbs so they can suck it out, so it's easier to remove. They're not removing it alive, right? If the mother wants the abortion and they're not viable, even if they're conscious, they're going in, they're crushing its skull, they're amputating its limbs, they're probably going to inject it with like euthanasia or painkiller so it doesn't feel anything, and they're going to crush the skull, amputate its limbs, and suck it out so it's easier to remove instead of removing the entire thing, right? It's easier if you chop it up and crush it up and then suck it out. That's what they do.
You're saying that when that happens, it's something that's completely viable and it won't die, it won't suffer when it's brought out.
What? That does happen.
No, I'm saying when it's not viable and it's a late term abortion, like if it's second trimester, they perform a D&E usually, where again they go in, they crush the skull, amputate its limbs, and suck it out because it's easier to remove that way. They're not like what you're thinking of. They're just performing some sort of C-section and then they're just letting it, they're putting it on a table and giving it medical treatment until it passes away. That's not what they're doing, right? If it's not viable, then they're just gonna chop it up and suck it out. Like why would they? It would just
like
be
livestock.
It'd be a bigger burden on the mother to take it all out at once. And so that's what your view would entail. Your view is okay with this, but we can move on forward from this. We can just go back to the cabin
No,
view.
my view is that most of the time when it comes to those third trimester abortions, it's almost always going to be.
I wasn't even talking about that. I was talking
Yeah,
about
you
a
keep trying to
Nigeria
sneak that
case.
in and move
Yeah, I'm not
away
even-
from. Remember, I gave you the example. I gave you a specific
I know.
example.
I know you're talking about viability. You're talking about where it is viable.
No,
where it is
that's not what I
viable,
said.
and then she says me. You okay? Please.
No, I said that's
We
why I brought up the Nigeria
specifically
case.
said not viable, but
yeah,
conscious.
it's not viable, but it's conscious. That's what I'm asking you about. I'm asking.
Well, then at that point, if you try and if it's not viable but it's conscious, it's now probably going to be suffering from that point.
Uh-huh.
So just like how I would be cool with Mercy
Not
killing
viable as in
someone-
not fully developed, but not
No,
viable.
not
as
viable.
Hold on. Let Razor answer. Let Razor answer. Go ahead, Razor.
Not viable as in it won't be able to survive.
Yeah. Outside of the womb. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Outside of the
Mercy,
womb
there's-
currently. Correct.
Like it would survive if it finished developing.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what viable
Yes.
means. No, we're saying there's no way that this baby can be a baby. It's in the womb.
At least
it
at the
has
moment.
consciousness.
Yeah.
But it will never be able to be viable.
No, it will be viable. It will be viable eventually.
If it continues to develop, but at this stage, if it were removed, it will not.
Oh,
Yeah,
gotcha.
At that, with that, I feel there would need to be a discussion with the doctors and the mother specifically, and then they can see about waiting to, and they could easily have that conversation about waiting till the viability does happen. Then they can possibly do a
That's
C-section
imposing on
removal.
her bodily autonomy. She doesn't want to use her
It's
resources
not.
anymore.
She
doesn't
can.
wanna
She,
wait
like, no.
anymore.
If she doesn't want, oh God. If she doesn't
She
want
doesn't wanna wait
to,
anymore.
then
Yeah.
if she doesn't want to, then it whatever. I'm not the one doing it. I'm not the one who's doing it. And I still don't see it as killing. I just see it as you're removing something. I see, and then it just dies.
What do you
It's
what
not
do you
killing.
think killing could be? I don't see how killing a conscious baby isn't killing. Like, what is killing to you then? What is killing to you? I actually don't know.
Well, wait. Is a fetus alive?
Yeah. It is life and a cellular.
No.
Okay.
But in
Then-
this instance, I gave you it's conscious, and you said that's not killing. What is killing then? If killing a conscious baby in the womb is not killing, what is killing then to you?
This is my argument I was talking about earlier with the sacred life. What is the difference between
I don't think
a
Razor. I don't
non-sentient
like what is killing then,
sentient
Razor.
life in this
If
case?
it's not killing, if it's not killing when it's not conscious, and it's not killing when it is conscious, then what is killing then?
This question feels malformed to me. I apologize.
Well,
I apologize. I apologize.
Let's Chief said Ivan just gave up the game. He said conscious, but TIJ ran back to alive. That's not giving up any game. We are talking about a conscious being that is alive. We are asking if that
I'm
conscious
asking
being
specifically
is
about a
alive.
conscious being.
Razor said
Yeah.
it's not killing if it's conscious.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, if
that
it's
brings
not
us back to
killing-
was it
Yeah,
alive? If
then what is killing? What do you
right,
take?
if
to be
it
killing
was
then?
alive, and it no longer is due to interaction, then that is killing. So
Yeah, I mean,
that brings us
Razor-
back to
yeah, Razor just said-
is the fetus alive? And so
Well,
if you say yes,
Razor just
then,
said. Razor just said that the child is conscious, but it's not viable. He's like, well, it's up to the mother. At that point, it's not killing. Okay, so the child is sentient and it's conscious. That's not killing. And then before it's sentient or conscious, that's also not killing. What is killing then?
Killing. Fucking hell! I'm trying to. I want to be sure I'm answering this correctly because fuck me. I have. Fuck. Jesus Christ.
I asked this earlier.
I
Fair enough.
apologize.
So let's go from here. I like what Let's Chief is saying, and then I'd like to go around, and I feel like we're kind of beating a dead horse here. So Let's Chief said the capability to deploy consciousness is a good line, which is like 20 to 24 weeks, but we don't care about protecting all life.
Wait,
So,
I don't want Razor
fair
to
enough.
like
Well, hold on. Hold on. Fair enough. Fair enough. If you're saying I don't care about the thing that you care about, well, we can agree to disagree that protecting all life, all human life, is a good or bad thing. If you don't think that
we
protecting all
currently
human
don't
life,
care about all protect. We currently don't care about protecting all human life. Nobody does. Nobody cares about all human life.
I do. I don't know why I care about human life.
why do
You're
you,
very.
why do you say that?
Fucking right.
Way too many people. Way too many.
Do I?
Way
Do I
too
do what?
many.
How do you know that I don't actually care about life?
Way too. Oh God.
Hey, Razor.
Hold on, Kelly. Hold on.
No. I'm not saying you don't care about life. I'm saying all.
Yes. No. I'm
care about all
saying
human life.
I'm saying how do you know that I don't care about all human life? You made that claim.
I think yeast is cute.
What?
How do you know
I care
that I
about,
don't
like-
care about all human life?
Like, have you seen sourdough? That shit's cool as fuck.
My videos
About
on
all
the ice
human
shooting
life.
specifically said that it was a horrible thing that these people that these people died. So try again. Why? How, Razor? How do you know? I'm not even saying if I do or don't. How do you know that I do not care about all human life?
Most people are able. Most people.
I'm not asking
are
about most
always
people. I'm asking how do you know
People
that
do
I
ha-
personally don't care about all human life?
Baby Hitler.
Okay.
I care about baby Hitler.
What? it's that. Okay.
How do you know
you
that
kill
I don't
Baby
care
Hitler?
about? Guys, I would
Okay,
love an answer.
I am more
Great.
than unlike a lot of people online, I am more than willing to admit when I flubbed up on wording, on specific wording. So I apologize for wording it in that particular way. There are some people who might say that they care about all human life. I don't know if they're being honest, but I don't care enough to interrogate them on that.
There you go. Fair enough. If you don't care, then you don't
I
care.
don't care
We
enough to
can't make you care,
interrogate them on that.
But
So
we
I'm not going
we
to.
do care, and maybe some
I
people are maybe
still don't know
some
what
people
killing
are
is for
for
Razor,
some
though.
reason lying about the fact that they care about this. Maybe
No,
it's
I
a
do apologize
political
about my
tribalism
wording.
thing.
I do apologize. For my
Sure,
wording
no,
on that.
and there's definitely people who are politically tribalistic just for the sake of it. So I'm sure there are people who would fight against abortion that don't actually care about all human life, but that's not something we can push out there.
So I do.
So let's do
apologize
this.
to you and Jesus, and
I called
No
this.
apologies
apologize
necessary.
for that.
So let's go.
I
Let's
called
do this.
this, right?
Let's
I called this. I said it was the difference in how we hold life sacred.
True. So let's
Well,
go
I don't-
around. Everybody give their last words. We're gonna let Razor respond to everything. So we're gonna go Kelly, Seth, Ivan, and then Razor. Kelly, what you got for us, brother?
Man, I was gonna ask a question and step it back on like where he because I'm really confused where he stands on life. So it's like
We'll have another panel soon.
I know the big thing was gonna be: do you believe it's alive 10 minutes after it's born or 10 minutes before?
You already said yes. Give us
So in
your
that-
final thoughts, Kelly. Your final thoughts.
My final thoughts is I stand for all life, man. I want every potential human being to come to fruition as possible. And I want to defend mothers with things like ectopic pregnancies and things so it's not confused with abortion so they don't get penalized unjustly. But I believe all life is worth defending at its maximum. So defend the unborn babies, whether they're 1 week old up into 9 months or like from conception to say. And that's my thoughts. I go from conception. I go biblical principles, bro. Like I'm all for saving life.
Gay? No, I'm just kidding. All right,
Yeah.
thank you. So very much. So again, I want Razor to be able to respond to.
Strength of God, and I'll come in and I'll fucking squash this shit because all those arguments I heard earlier are all fucking like shit ass arguments. So I don't agree with them, Razor, and I think that's some pussy ass fucking shit. But
I'm willing to have
relax. Razor's up here. Razor's up here. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Kelly,
Razor's up here.
Kelly, hold on.
4v1 in good faith. Don't be like that, Kelly.
Yeah, so
He's
Kelly,
gonna
real
do-
quick, so real quickly, Kelly, I will tell you this right now. I am more than willing to have clear, calm, and lovely debates with you, or talk about this stuff.
you don't have to be lovely if you would get slapped, dog. You're fucking
Kelly, brother.
I want to be able. I want to be able to be someone who is able to understand where you're coming from, even though I may not agree with you. And if compromises are a thing that we can find, that's where my entire reason for being online is. I want to be able to have those conversations.
As long as you're for life,
delete to that.
I am for life. It just needs to be where everyone is consenting and agreeing to it.
Fair enough. All right. So, Seth, give us your final thoughts. Anything that you want to leave on the table for Razor to respond to before we shut it down?
Charlie Kirk addresses the importance of family values in this discussion way better than I have, but it is ultimately what we are looking towards, regardless of your stance on that. If you're a good person, is we want stronger families. We want to make life more attractive, pro-life more attractive, not necessarily making abortion less attractive because it has utility.
Fair enough. And Fucking Bunny is correct. Ivan, what you got for us and for Razor?
Yeah, I think we demonstrated that Razor doesn't have a clear criteria. So initially it was sentience. Then he ended up backtracking that and saying that it needs to be a conjunct of sentience and viability. And then he said that we would be allowed, it would be permissible to kill a conscious child that was not viable yet. And he said that that wasn't killing. He also says that prior to consciousness, it's also not killing. So it's unclear what Razor actually takes killing to be. If ending cellular life is not killing and ending conscious life is not killing, I don't see what else on earth could possibly be killing. And yeah, I mean, I don't think he has a fully fleshed out view. And but he was very respectful in our conversation, and I appreciate that.
Gang. So Razor,
Awesome
we'll throw it to
debater.
you. We'll throw it to you, and then everybody will get a chance to give their last words, shout out their social media, anything like that. So, floor is yours, sir.
Okay. I actually legitimately love this. I love having these kind of conversations. I appreciate so much people willing to be good faith with me about this. People actually asking me legitimate questions that do help me think about my own viewpoints and everything. I'm not someone who's gonna walk away from this like y'all are all fucking idiots. No, you're all very intelligent with your thoughts and everything. And I can possibly agree to some aspects, but as I stated and Ivan has pointed out, it is my axiom that bodily autonomy is always going to be like a number one aspect. So if there is some amount of quote contradictions in the stance about you are quote killing a baby or a fetus, then unfortunately, just like how I have the right to defend myself from someone trying to take my shit away, the level of which I respond to that is my bodily autonomy to do that. Now, unfortunately, no matter what action a mother takes within those first two, possibly even 3 trimesters, possibly, to keep her bodily autonomy, it might involve taking out said being before it can become a fully viable and sentient life.
Dilly. Again, lots of disagreement here, but that is what we are here for. And I've definitely, as a bunch of people in the chat were saying, definitely appreciate you coming up. And even though you're in enemy territory, but that is the goal here: is to get more people, not to be on a side, but to be a hub for people who disagree about things, but are able to have the discussion, so that when we go out in the world and meet some other shithead that's on the other side that isn't trying to have a good conversation, we know how to knock them down. So, Razor, no, you've got social media and stuff, so I'm going to throw the floor back to you, sir. Tell people, who are you? Where can they find you? What do you do? All the good stuff. The floor, sir, is yours.
Thank you again to everyone who watched, even to everyone out there who disagreed with me vehemently. I was looking at the chat a little occasionally, and with what wasn't being popped up on screen. I still love you as a person. I want to I will continue in my own way to fight for your rights and for your ability to have an economic freedoms to live in this great country or in this great world and fix so much shit to make sure that if you want to have a family, if you want to have kids, if you want to be able to have that nice white picket fence, 2.5 kids, you'll have the economic freedom to do so. It will involve a lot of what you might see as communist shit, but it's just leftist ideology that does lead to betterment for the majority of your pocketbooks. If you don't agree with me on it, I apologize. You can be wrong all you want. I'm still going to help you.
Dilly fucking dilly. Well done, sir. Thank you so very, very much. And as
Razor Sharp G, Twitch.tv, by the way. Sorry, I've got to say the
there
actual
you go.
socials.
Wait. Full screen it. One more time. Where do they find you?
I forgot. I've got to say that the actual socials. Razor Sharp G at Twitch.tv. I also have a Blue Sky, but I rarely go on it. And if you really want to be esoteric with some socials, I also have a Tumblr, which I forgot the full tagline for it. I just have it currently labeled as a glitch in the fandom blog.
Beautiful. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. And I don't do panels that often, but people seem to like it. So come on back, and you are always welcome. Thank you so very, very much. Anybody got social media or anything that they want to call out?
No, although I did want to mention, we've met before. I don't know your real name is Indian Jesus.
Was that DebateCon?
It was Dissident Dialogues. Yeah, 2 years ago.
Dissident Dialogues.
Yeah.
Nice. Good to see you again, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, I didn't even know you had a YouTube channel. It just popped up on my
Let's go. Shout out to the
homepage.
algo. So Alvin, I'll go to you. Any last words? Any socials? Anything at all, sir? The floor is yours.
No, I don't have any social medias to promote. I mean, I have social media, but not to promote. So, I'm no final words from me there.
Fair enough. All right, Kelly or Seth, anything you want to shout out?
I'll just say shout out to Ivan, bro. Like, you're a boss, bro. I appreciate you and your calm, cool, collected. I'm on a little bit of a chill night tonight. So, but I also, for Razor, I want to say for Razor, in a way, I don't want to be so intense all the time, and I'm not sorry for being intense. However, if we can come to a common ground and we can agree to things, that's cool. I do stand on life, and I want life to be protected, and I'm not going to take false arguments or things that are not Socratic and they go left to right. We went all over the place tonight, and we did not pin down a lot of stuff. Anyway, aside from that, I just want to say shout out to Ivan, and I do want to say shout out to Razor for sticking in the argument because, man, he stuck in there like a boss. And even when I was shouting. So, hey, that's cool, man. If you can come to a point, that's cool. And also, I made a platform for Juggalos recently. The gathering is in Missouri coming up. So, shout out to all the Juggalos. Whoop, whoop. And check out Jugwork coming up. It's going to be a trading platform for everybody. But anyway, shout out to Indian Jesus for providing such a cool platform and staying on here hours in his night and day and fucking getting everybody together. So shout out to everybody. I don't want to be so intense. I don't want to be hateful. I want to bring people together and I want to show some love. So I want to keep spreading light. I get a little intense and I think I'm going against my Kelly Green spreads light in the darkness, dog. So I want to pull it back sometimes, and please call me out if I get a little too fucked up, dog. Like, I'll take some criticism and shit. Like, I don't want to be driving people away. I don't want to be hateful for people like Razor because, honestly, I love the dude. He sounds like an intelligent guy, and I got, like, really hardcore, but I love people, bro. I even love him, bro. He's a cool, intelligent person, and you know what? Even if we disagree, bro, I wish the best for him and everybody around me. So, much love to everybody.
Gang. Thank you. Seth, anything for the people? Last words. Tell them whatever you like. Kitty. You're muted.
You like my kitty cat?
I like your pussy.
Oh, my.
Thank you so much for hanging out, brother. Like I said, don't do panels as often as, our boy Confluence and all of them. But when it happens, it happens. So you better fucking be here. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I wish I could pretend that you guys would forget about these push-ups, but I don't think y'all are going to forget. But all right, where are we at? Yeah, 200, my asshole. So we did 77. Jesus Christ, I'm not happy about this. That's 38. Plus 12. Oh my God. All right. Here we go. Here we fucking go. Oh, we gotta start that over. Guys, you've paid me. Now it is time to pay yourselves. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Wait, let me just boom. And time for push-ups. Let's go. 38. You got 38 push-ups. Exactly. That's what we're looking for. I need you guys to bulk me up. Take off the watch. Serious business. All right. 38. Let's go. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 36, 37, 38, and 1. For good luck. Let's fucking go. That's how we bulk up, baby. Puniness, leaving the body. Let's fucking go. Morty knows what. Oh. Ah. Well, okay. So let's try this. Which one, real quick, before we go? Bring out the share the screen again. So which sounds better? This is A. Okay, that's A. Is it any different from B? Does that sound the same? Or was the one of them better quality? No difference. I don't know why it does that. I don't understand. We had a little better? I don't know. I mean, because I could. All right, so this is B. Wait, oh no. Are we shared? Yeah, okay. This is B again. No, this is B again. B. Okay, that's B. Does that sound better, worse, or the same as this? Sounds so good. Any difference, or what is the situation? I don't know why it doesn't play it. More bass in the first one in A. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. So I have to share that because in the opening. Oh Jesus fucking Christ! Jesus fucking Christ! No bass in. Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, so I'm just gonna go with the because the A was I shared the tab. But B, I shared the entire screen. And it seems like, I mean, it doesn't seem to matter when we do, videos or anything like anything else like that. But I am out of breath. That is the first push-ups I've done in a minute. In a fucking minute. Guys, before we go, I want to tell you how fucking much I appreciate you. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world. I see some people who I feel like should be over here, but are not over here, and you are. So that means the world to me. Whether you're a member, whether you're dropping donos, we need that shit. We need that shit. We, just six grand on the AC, another grand on the car. Just bought my laptop died. I bought a new one. I thought $500 was going to be good enough, but that one's not good enough, as you saw last night. All of that shit, it really, really does help. But what I really care about is you guys being here, being part of the conversation, being part of what we are doing. And that includes joining the Discord. We're not going to have an after party tonight because you voted against it. But usually, and so if you joined during the stream, then the next after party, you'll be able to join. But yeah, that's what it's really about, guys. It's really about building something where it's not about, we're all, the best right wingers, or we're all the best atheists, or this or that, or the best Christians, or any of that shit. Is that we're the best at talking to people who think different things than we do, and turn that into an interesting conversation. That's what I want. That's what I want. So if that is you, here, I'll drop the link again. I'm pretty sure most of you here still are already members, but just in case, drop in. Right? Drop in. Guys, thank you so much. Let's shout out all of the donations. There were so goddamn many. Look at it. Just look at it. Oh my goodness. You guys are amazing. Thank you so very, very much. Avery coming in with fuck it button with the vibes. We had a razor sharp from the panel. And a fuck it button getting us over the hump. Thank you so very, very much. I can tell Morty's like, bro, I gotta pee. So I'm going to dip out and take him out, guys. Thank you so very, very much. Once again, that is Morty the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, so make sure you hit that subscribe, and you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Until next time, guys, again, we've got Morty. I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace. Oh my God!